This is a world where awakeners and mutated beasts coexist. Zhang Ping, a young man who unfortunately died a sudden death in his previous life, suddenly transmigrated to this strange world, where humanity must awaken their professions to eliminate mutated beasts. He possesses the trashy profession of a contract gemstone because no one wants to put a yoke on their own neck. Except for some forever alone guys who are unwilling to be a failure for their entire lives. Zhang Ping decisively swallowed his own contract gemstone. Something others avoided, signed a contract with himself, becoming his own summoned beast, and also the most special one. Is Zhang Ping high, or is this world just plain crazy? If you transmigrated to another world with the ability to form contracts with all living beings, what would you use this power for? Would you contract with a cute pet? Or with a ferocious beast to be your escort? Or would you contract with a group of girls to start a harem journey in another world? It's just a pity that imagination is different from reality. The other world isn't that easy to navigate. Is this the guy with the supposedly useless grade ability? I heard he can create contract gemstones. But it can only control a creature if it willingly eats the gemstone. Who would want to be controlled? Perhaps even the lowest level mutated beast wouldn't want to stop talking. It's disgusting. Besides the struggle against public opinion, this other world is also very dangerous. Why do those people act as if nothing has happened? Could it be that in the entire city only you can see their existence? Doesn't that make Pearl City a hunting ground with no defenses? Everyone is their food. If you're in another world and can't even get a harem of 13, it's already over before it began. No, if there are no willing creatures, then he will create a path never seen before. He will contract with himself, level 1 contract gemstone. Items are created by consuming physical and mental energy. Once a target willingly eats the gemstone, its life soul and consciousness will be dominated by the summoner. He had become his own summoned beast, absolute command. You have full control over the summoned beast, and the summoned beast cannot disobey. Absolute obedience. You absolutely obey the summoner's commands and will faithfully execute them. This time whether it's mutated beasts or zombies besieging the city. Anyone who wants to harm this world, he will not let anyone go. In his previous life, he was a member of a rescue team and died suddenly due to an accident. After dying, he transmigrated to a fantasy world of mutated beasts and awakeners. And the hymn of this world had also awakened his ability contract gemstone. It can consume physical and mental strength to create contract gemstones. Once a target is willing to accept the gemstone, its life soul and consciousness will be dominated by the summoner. This was originally an extremely powerful ability, but it had a very obvious flaw. Looking at the gemstone in his hand, Zhang Ping was deep in thought when suddenly a voice called out to him, "What are you doing?" Looking at the gemstone in his hand, Zhang Ping was deep in thought when suddenly a voice called out to him, "What are you doing?" But faced with this unusually kind offer, Jing Yao immediately refused. Get lost, who would ever want to be controlled by you? And just as everyone thought that flaw was that the creature had to be completely willing to be able to sign a contract with him. Otherwise, if the gemstone was swallowed, nothing would happen at all. It was mainly because the ability was too useless. He almost died of anger. Luckily, Zhang Ping transmigrated here, and with the psychological fortitude from his past life, he managed to keep this body alive. Seeing Zhang Ping silent, Jing Yao beside him grabbed his head and encouraged him. Don't give up so early. The world is vast. There's bound to be some creature that will agree to be controlled by you. But that encouragement is a bit perverted, lady. It's easy to say, but besides Zhang Ping, who else would agree? Wait a minute. Myself. That's right. Why didn't I think of that before? Without giving Jing Yao time to react, Zhang Ping put the gemstone straight into his throat and crunched it irresistibly. Just after this act, Zhang Ping's entire body suddenly emitted a burst of light. But it quickly dissipated. Seeing Jing Yao so worried she was about to cry, Zhang Ping just laughed. I'm fine. At this point, Jing Yao let out a sigh of relief. It's getting late now. Let's go back to the dorm first. She had to report to the patrol team tomorrow morning, so Zhang Ping didn't need to wait for her. Currently, Jing Yao has decided to graduate. She has mastered all the knowledge in the books. From now on, she just needs to rely on actual combat to gradually improve herself. That's right, joining the patrol team to protect her homeland has always been her dream, and now she has the chance to realize it. As for Zhang Ping, when he becomes stronger one day, maybe the two of them could even become partners. At these words, Zhang Ping could only smile awkwardly. Because of his useless ability, the school classified him as a farmer, so he was probably only fit to go home and farm. No matter what was said, it would probably be very difficult to meet again. Although Jing Yao was the original owner's childhood sweetheart parting. Like this still felt a bit reluctant. I really want to hug her. Stepping next, Su Jingyao Zhang Ping unconsciously hugged her, making both of them blush. Hey wait, why is my body moving on its own? Quickly separating, Jingyao also swiftly ran off. Let's both take care. After parting with his childhood friend, Zhang Ping gently looked at the hand in front of him. Speaking of which, his body had hugged her unconsciously just now. Was his subconscious giving orders to his body? Or was it just a coincidence? I have to confirm just how much control I have. Let's start by learning to fly. Iron Mountain, leaning, shining my whole life. Nope, I've tortured myself to the point of immobility. What could be confirmed now was that it seemed Zhang Ping could make himself perform any action. But for now, he couldn't go beyond the range of a normal person, for example, flying or transforming into other species. Additionally, some movements never performed before could also be executed from memory. So theoretically, as long as his physical strength meets the standard, he could master all kinds of martial arts. He just needed to figure out how to enhance his physical strength to become stronger. But now there was a problem that needed to be tested. The next day when he opened his eyes, Zhang Ping found himself sitting dazedly in the cafeteria. Why do my legs hurt so much? That's right, he had ordered himself to go for a morning run before bed. Did his body automatically get up to run while he was asleep? Great, my guess from yesterday was indeed correct. The body can also execute commands that the brain is unaware of. I guess no one noticed me, right? Over here, the students' voices suddenly became lively as the goddess Luo Xiu arrived. She's the belle of this school. Does she usually wake up this early? Wait, what was that sound? A sudden chill ran straight through his body. What on earth is this? The thing next to Zhang Ping, what the hell is it? Can't the others see it? This isn't Luo Xiu at all. You don't look too well, classmate Zhang Ping. By this time, Luo Xiu had been standing behind him for who knows how long, constantly calling his name. Hey Zhang Ping, you don't look well. Are you sick or something? In front of the hideous monster that was touching his shoulder with its long claws. Zhang Ping was so scared he was speechless, but right now he had to keep his composure. Overreacting would certainly do no good. Closing his eyes, Zhang Ping had to suppress his slightly trembling voice and shake his head. I'm fine, I just had a nightmare last night, so I didn't sleep well. That's right, I have a class, so I have to go first. In a flash, Luo Xiu just glanced at Zhang Ping, and her face suddenly revealed a terrifying, beastly visage. I'm mistaken. Did she just smell fear? Or was I hallucinating? Walking down the hallway, Zhang Ping still couldn't believe it. Why are there mutated beasts in the school? Has no one discovered them, or is it just my eyes playing tricks on me? But I still have to report it to the teacher quickly. Just as he thought of this, Zhang Ping's face suddenly turned pale and sweat poured down in streams. The moment he peeked into the classroom, Zhang Ping became even more horrified. Right in front of him, a mutated beast disguised as a teacher was devouring a female student beneath it, and no one was aware, terrified. Zhang Ping couldn't think of anything else and bolted quickly, leaving this monstrous place. He scrambled up to the rooftop, sat on a bench, held his head and screamed, "This isn't normal anymore. Is it this world that's not normal? Or have I gone crazy? Is this place hell on earth? This is insane." Grabbing the gemstone that had just fallen out of his pocket, Zhang Ping swallowed. So after I swallowed, this thing could see those mutated beasts, right? No matter what, let me get back to normal first. Putting the gemstone in his mouth and biting down. A stream of light radiated around Zhang Ping's body. Suddenly the young man's eyes lit up strangely. What's happening? Below the ground, a liquid substance was suddenly scanned by his system. Appraisal successful replaying scene. Just like that, the image of a mutated beast leaping up and grabbing a strange man's head was replayed before Zhang Ping's eyes. After this brief memory, the scene before him suddenly vanished, followed by his heavy breaths due to extreme fear. Did I really awaken the appraisal skill? Holding his hand in front of his eyes, it was just as Jiang Ping thought. It was real. Attribute panel summoned beast. Jiang Ping race human growth value. 3 stars strength 11 energy 12 agility 11 master. Jiang Ping level 1 infinite mental power. Talent contract. Gemstone level 1 items are created by consuming physical and mental energy. Once a target willingly eats the gemstone, its life soul and consciousness will all be dominated by the Summoner level 1 effect has been activated. Unbelievable. The contract gemstone even has levels. What does effect has been activated mean? Absolute command. You have absolute dominion over the summoned beast. Your command, the summoned beast, cannot disobey. Absolute obedience, the summoned beast absolutely obeys your command. The summoner's command will be carried out faithfully. Appraisal skill elementary. You can see your own specific values. You can appraise a target. The success rate of appraisal is related to the power difference between the two sides. This new talent is hard to understand. Could it be related to me swallowing the gemstone a second time? Analyzing the current situation for a bit. 1. I have become my own summoned beast, and contractor 2. I am only controlled by my contractor, which is myself. My body and mind are not disturbed by the outside world. Because of the 2 existences above, any illusionary arts are ineffective against me, so I can see through the true identity of mutated beasts. 4. These mutated beasts are all sky fox, a very high-level species. I am only level 1 now, so I'm no match for them, for based on their cognitive distortion skill, even if a sky fox eats a person directly in the eyes of others, it's just 2 students having a very normal conversation. That's why other people usually don't notice the abnormality. Since it's a type of mental control ability, Jiang Ping remembers that Su Jingyao's ability is also mental. Maybe she has a way. After school, Jiang Ping felt a bit timid, walking his usual daily route. I can't believe they're in the school and outside too. Just how many of them are there? At the patrol team headquarters, Jiang Ping quickly walked up to the girl in front of him to ask a question. You're looking for someone, Su Jingyao. Today's the day she's supposed to report here. At these words, the beauty in front of him soon transformed into a beast, so ugly it was an insult to the eyes, and slowly checked for him. Wait over there for a bit, sweetie. Sitting back down in a corner, Jiang Ping still hadn't recovered from his shock. There are sky fox inside the patrol team too. Even high-level awakened ones can't see through their illusions. This is too terrifying. At this moment, Jingyao's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Jiang Ping, what are you doing here? Seeing his friend, Jiang Ping stood up and smiled. I was a little worried about whether you'd fit in, so I wanted to come visit for a bit. Hearing this, Jingyao was also very happy, and then she introduced her new friends to Jiang Ping. They were all her teammates, and everyone took great care of her. However, at these words, Jiang Ping remained very calm. That's great then. In the future, Jingyao will have to strive to become stronger, go out to fight mutated beasts, and avenge her parents. Does Jiang Ping think that's okay? Oh right, my team is still short on people right now. Do you want me to recommend you for the patrol team, Jiang Ping? But there's no need. My ability is basically useless. I'm still better suited for farming. After saying this, Jiang Ping didn't say anything more and said a temporary goodbye. Su Jingyao, it's good that you fit in here. I won't bother you anymore. Saying that was one thing, however. When Jiang Ping turned and walked away, the smile on his lips also vanished, because the people standing in front of him then were no longer his childhood friends. Goodbye, Su Jingyao. Stepping outside, Jiang Ping still couldn't believe it. What kind of joke is this? Isn't the patrol team supposed to be the strongest team in Pearl City? Why has it completely fallen into enemy hands? Su Jingyao just arrived today, yet she's also one of them. Suddenly stopping, Jiang Ping figured it out. It seems the Sky Fox have not only infiltrated the school, but they are present in every nook and cranny of this city. Everyone in this Pearl City is just livestock being raised by them. I should use my appraisal skill to investigate a bit, otherwise this world is just too terrifying, when most of the Sky Fox's levels are in the intermediate average and high ranges. Levels 1 to 9 are elementary, 10 to 19 is intermediate, 20 to 29 is advanced, and 30 to 39 is peak. But the patrol team with its large number of high-level awakened ones can't defeat them. Second, that very strong one that killed Luo Xiu, my intuition tells me that if I use the appraisal skill on it, my position will definitely be locked on and I'll be killed. Therefore, I'm afraid it's a peak level or maybe even a king level. If that's true, it's too dangerous. The other Sky Fox being able to defeat awakened ones of higher levels must also be its doing. Third, unlike normal mutated beasts, the intelligence of Sky Fox is very high, and their specialty is camouflage on. The outside, they live in harmony with humans with strong neighborly bonds. But that's just the surface, the tip of the iceberg. Fourth, the targets of these Sky Fox, they prioritize attacking mostly those with strong power or those with a prominent social status. The rest are just reserve food that they raise like a flock of useless poultry. Confronting the Sky Fox head-on is no different from seeking death, like announcing, "I'm hiding in this bush." But Jiang Ping couldn't just stand by and watch countless innocent people die, especially when he had discovered this disgusting truth. If he could become stronger, could things possibly change? Another week passed. At 3:54 a.m. Jiang Ping would always wake up from his sleep at this time. Lately, he's been waking up earlier and earlier than usual. It seems that the more his physical strength improves, the shorter the rest time his body needs. For several days, Jiang Ping has been persistently training his body, and he has finally leveled up, reaching level 2. Besides training every day, he tries to create a gemstone and then swallows it himself, without leaving a single one only. In this way does Jiang Ping have a hope of obtaining double abilities or talents like before. But ever since he awakened the appraisal skill, the gemstones he creates are colorless, unlike before. Instead, it's a transparent stone, and for that reason, swallowing it doesn't have much of a special effect. However, today, Jiang Ping actually created a gemstone with a different color from before, a deep purple. However, this color really doesn't make one feel like eating at all. It feels nauseating in the mouth. Even so, Jiang Ping still held his nose and swallowed this gemstone, hoping it would have some effect on his body. Just as he thought of this, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew, and a small light shone brightly from the middle of Jiang Ping's chest. This feeling is... Suddenly the attribute panel appeared before his eyes again. Summoned Beast Jiang Ping, Master Jiang Ping Race. Human level 2 growth value 4. Stars strength 13, infinite mental power, ability 13, agility 15. The average value for a normal person is 10. Talent contract gemstone level 2, additional effect level 2. New talent awakened. Activated absolute command. Absolute obedience, elementary appraisal skill. Elementary Night Walker. With this newly awakened elementary Night Walker talent, Jiang Ping gained night vision, and his presence at night is greatly reduced. His movement speed has increased significantly. His weight has decreased, and he is completely invisible in the shadows. As expected, I've awakened a new talent this time. From now on, I can go out and investigate at night without worrying about being caught by mutated beasts. Not only that, the contract gemstone has leveled up to could it be related to my level? Could it be that every time I level up, I can awaken a new talent? Doesn't that mean I'm invincible? This can't wait. I have to go train now and test the effect of my new talent Night Walker activate. Jogging outside, Jiang Ping indeed saw a distinct change in himself after receiving the talent. His vision now is even better than in the daytime. While running along, Jiang Ping suddenly spotted a ring on the side of the road. Why is it here? However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't appraise the object in his hand. He had to try up to the 4th time to finally get it. It was the assassin's ring. After wearing the ring, all living beings will unconsciously ignore the wearer. High-level awakened ones and above will be immune to it. But even more special, for a moment, Jiang Ping couldn't help but feel a chill replaying scene. I can't believe it's the Sky Fox Luo Xiu, and there's another person. Is he the owner of this ring? But in his eyes, Luo Xiu must be just a normal person, right? Could he be her enemy? Next, the young man rushed forward to attack the enemy in front of him. But what is this impossible? In Jiang Ping's eyes, Luo Xiu is a fox. Moreover, with her personality, she wouldn't make enemies with anyone, so there's only one possibility. Besides Jiang Ping, There are other people in this Pearl City fighting against these creatures hidden in the shadows. While he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out, making Jiang Ping jump. "Who's there? This is bad!" At this moment, the mutated beast disguised as Luo Shiyu instinctively returned to this place and searched frantically. "I can't find the ring anywhere. Someone must have taken it." But according to her senses, there's no aura here at all. How is that possible? No matter how much I sniff, I can't find it to be able to hide from me. It must be an intermediate level, awakened one, or higher. I must quickly inform His Highness, the Prince. Meanwhile, Jiang Ping also understood the deeper meaning of what the mutated beast had said. Did these mutated beasts intentionally leave the ring here? If I put it back now, it will be even more suspicious. I have no choice but to keep it. Early in the morning, at 5:36 a.m., sitting back in his room, Jiang Ping was still in shock just now because it wasn't daylight yet. The Nightwalker and Assassin's Ring completely concealed his existence. It seems strength is not just limited to one's own abilities, but can also rely on equipment. At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang in his ear, followed by voices that kept echoing without leaving. Jiang Ping, hide. Hearing this, Jiang Ping was extremely panicked. Who on earth is talking? At this moment, a young girl glided to his side and caressed his face. "They're coming. Hide. They've arrived." Just like that, a group of Sky Fox walked straight into the room. It was 5:40 a.m. What they saw was Jiang Ping sleeping soundly in his dorm bed. Immediately, this Sky Fox revealed its cunning smile. "Is it him?" Without hesitating another second, it raised its hand, ready to strike. "Are you ready to die, kid?" Just as those claws were about to swing down on Jiang Ping, it suddenly stopped when it saw the sleeping young man drooling. He's even drooling in his sleep. Watching the young man sleep without any change in expression, this Sky Fox was still a bit suspicious. No fluctuation in mood at all. If this good-for-nothing had escaped the net, he would definitely be fighting for his life. And he couldn't sense any aura from yesterday's ring. At this moment, the Sky Fox behind him suddenly spoke up. "Your Highness the Prince, why don't we kill him? This guy wakes up early to run every day, but he didn't today. There must be something strange about this." But that prince was very certain. "It's not this kid. He's just a worthless piece of food. Don't waste food so casually like that." Faced with this aura, the ones behind him immediately bowed down respectfully. It wasn't until Jiang Ping opened his eyes and woke up again that he let out a sigh of relief. His hand went up to caress the ring that was too dangerous. "It almost scared me to death. Time to take the ring off. I completely forgot that I wake up early to run every day. Luckily, I ordered my body to force itself to sleep, otherwise I'm afraid my weakness would have been exposed." But speaking of which, I think I heard Su Jingyao's voice earlier. Could it have been a hallucination? Staring at the ring in front of him, what was Jiang Ping feeling so sentimental about? "I have to get stronger quickly to avenge Jing Yao." Pulling up his pants in order not to arouse the suspicion of the Sky Fox, it's best to pretend to live normally for now. Stepping outside, the students' voices suddenly rose in discussion. "Did you hear the patrol team next to our school today found a body that was cut in half? Moreover, that body was the notorious Black Star, the #1 assassin in Pearl City. The previous city lord was severely injured by him. In the end, his old wounds reopened, and he died young." Hearing these words, Jiang Ping was a bit stunned. Cut in half. Could it be referring to that man in white? Even the #1 assassin was easily killed. Luo Shiyu's strength is indeed unfathomable. This time, by revealing the identity of the corpse, are they trying to warn any forces that want to oppose the Sky Fox to know their place? They will definitely increase their vigilance in the future. I must quickly find some protective equipment. I'll take a trip to the blacksmith's forge after school. Stepping outside, Jiang Ping immediately appraised the Sky Fox blacksmith in front of him, but it failed. It seems all the forges in the city are controlled by these mutated beasts. In the end, I'm afraid there are no humans left around. Suddenly, the system's voice unexpectedly rang out. "Appraisal successful. Appraisal successful 100 times. Elementary appraisal skill has been upgraded to intermediate appraisal skill. I can't believe that after upgrading I can even appraise the opponent's growth value. Mutated beast Sky Fox race. Mutated fox growth value. 1 star, mutated beast, rank, intermediate level 15. Talent cognitive distortion can adjust the perception of the target creature and force the target not to detect abnormalities faced with this Sky Fox's invitation. Jiang Ping just casually waved his hand to refuse. I have no need to enter the shop. The urgent matter at hand is to find a shop that isn't controlled. Walking down the street, Jiang Ping suddenly heard someone talking continuously. This is my best high-grade item. Look at the pattern, it's so magnificent. It seems you're having a hard time too. If you agree to buy it, can I reluctantly give you the lowest price? Faced with these words from the slick young man in front of him, the old blacksmith just casually smoked. What are you talking about? Are you saying my daughter is waiting for me to have dinner? Seriously, old man, are you deaf? But before he could finish his words, the young man was startled when a teenager came out of nowhere and picked up the sword. At that moment, Jiang Ping used his appraisal on the sword. This action alone was enough to make the other guy grind his teeth in anger. You stinking brat, you dare to snatch my stuff! Ignoring what the other person was saying, Jiang Ping just held the sword in front of his eyes. Don Thu's sword. Ordinary quality, a useless-looking weapon damaged and poorly repaired. Seeing these stats, Jiang Ping couldn't help but frown. Wait a minute, this sword, it's going to break. As soon as he touched the blade, the thing broke in two. The blonde-haired guy looked furious. You've ruined my good business. Do you know who I am, you brat? Without another word, the blonde-haired guy exuded a powerful aura and ripped off his clothes, revealing his bulging muscles. I'm the direct disciple of Grandmaster Ma at the Xingyi Martial Arts Hall. And now you brat, watch this move in a palace heavy strike. He struck the ground so hard it cracked open your eyes and watch you little punk. Immediately after, the blonde-haired guy somehow multiplied into 1, 2, 3, 4 more identical copies of himself, and they all charged straight at Jiang Ping, preparing to attack. But facing these show-offs, Jiang Ping was extremely calm. With one swing of his hand, he shattered the opponent's illusion in an instant. Stop posing so obnoxiously, it's an eyesore. If you don't have any real strength, then stop showing off, you ugly dude, with just one extremely gentle move. The opponent was now lying on the ground holding his face with his butt in the air. You young people really bully the weak with your strength. Ignoring the opponent's words, Jiang Ping quickly activated his appraisal on this guy. Attribute panel, Liu Baogor, race, human growth. Value 1, star awakened class. Elementary level 1, talent, heaven-shaking, invincible, raging, primordial. Key only when a move is used can it be seen. Overuse will cause the user to become immersed in their own world and unable to break free. Holding his face with one hand, Liu Baogo pointed straight at Jiang Ping and cried, "Next time you go out, you better watch yourself, you hear?" Just as Jiang Ping turned to walk away, this brat Baoquok rushed up and clenched his fist. This was the golden opportunity for sneak attackers. But he was out of luck. With the next punch, the brat Baoquok was officially lying flat on the ground. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, why be so cowardly as to sneak attack? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "I haven't been out for long, and the shop is already so noisy. Will you get lost on your own, or should I see you out?" Seeing this muscular woman, Baoquok was scared out of his wits. Just as Jiang Ping was about to go to another shop, he instinctively broke into a cold sweat when the woman blocked his path. "You stop right there. Let's talk first. What on earth does this woman want?" Seeing the woman pinning him against the wall, Jiang Ping started to sweat. "It's the first time we've met. What the hell is there to talk about?" At these words, the woman moved her face closer to Jiang Ping's. "I'm a weak girl struggling to survive every day. On top of that, I have to take care of my uncle, who is distraught because his daughter suddenly disappeared without a reason. I also see that you, Jiang Ping, have a good physique and your personality isn't bad at all. How about you stay here and be a blacksmith? As long as you're here, the job is very simple. Take care of old man Liu Tifeng and help watch over this shop. Of course, room and board are included, and you even get a salary. Isn't that tempting?" Burying his face in the chest of the girl beside him, Jiang Ping felt a bit embarrassed, but didn't resist. If I can learn blacksmithing skills here, I can save a lot of money on equipment in the future. Moreover, this shop doesn't seem to be controlled by the Sky Fox like the other places. If that's the case, then it's perfect. I will become the king of blacksmiths. Seeing the kid's determination, the woman was so happy, she burst out laughing and slapped him so hard, his phone probably broke. Very good kid, you're worthy of being the one I chose. It was only then that Jiang Ping painfully realized he had to survive her hands first, otherwise his dream of becoming a blacksmith king would just be a name. A few days later at the Seoul Iron Forge, the girl's voice was still ringing non-stop. Use a little more strength, my dear Jiang Ping. Sister Cho Qiang, are we really okay like this? Don't worry, sweetie, no one will come. Very good, it doesn't feel bad at all. Watching the half-naked young man in front of her diligently learning blacksmithing techniques, Cho Qiang was extremely satisfied with him. The lesson she taught him today is the unique technique of this forge, the fusion forging art, which is like kneading dough, allowing the materials to completely blend together. After saying these words, Cho Qiang turned around to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Jiang Ping, just wait here a bit. I'm going to the warehouse to get the mold. Before leaving the room, Cho Qiang still reminded the young man behind her, pour the fuel into the barrel next to it. Definitely don't let the fire go out. After the woman walked out the door, Jiang Ping fumbled with the blazing thing in front of him. Are all these things around here fuel? There's red smelting serpent scale coal, but I'm doomed. The fire is about to go out. What should I do? Without further hesitation, Jiang Ping used both hands to carry the slowly extinguishing orb in front of him to the other side. I'll just put it all in first and figure it out later. He used both hands to drop the iron orb into the furnace below to continue heating it. Because of this action, a large flame erupted in front of Jiang Ping. The hot energy blew out fiercely, engulfing his entire body. When he opened his eyes again, Jiang Ping was enveloped in a very strange space. I about to die. I accidentally caused a big explosion just now. I wonder if Sister Cho Qiang will punch my face in. Suddenly, a very strange little mouth appeared on Jiang Ping's chest, and it just sucked in all the dark energy around him. After that, a pain that reached his very bones seeped into every fiber of Jiang Ping's being, causing him to scream in agony, his whole body feeling like it was being burned alive. By the time he startled awake, Jiang Ping had filled the entire forge with the smell of smoke. His breath was still heavy after the shock. Why did the fire go out? And now the spot on his chest where his heart was suddenly felt an incredible burning sensation. Having no other choice, Jiang Ping activated his appraisal ability to check what on earth had tormented him like that. Immediately the system's voice rang in his ear, executing appraisal attribute panel. Summoned beast, Jiang Ping. Master, Jiang Ping. Race human level. 3 growth value. 4. Stars strength. 16. Infinite mental power. Ability 15. Agility 18. Talents contract gemstone level 3, elementary night walker with dark night vision. Unbelievable, the growth value increased again this time. Could it be based on the previous situation? If I'm not guessing wrong. Awakening a new talent increases the growth value while upgrading an old talent, like the appraisal skill, consumes growth value. As long as I keep awakening new talents, then my growth value will be infinite. But I remember that other people's growth values are limited. Could it be that only I can awaken many talents? As the system displayed his previous talents, one by one, Jiang Ping was suddenly startled to realize a new talent had appeared. Among them elementary fire eater. It can be converted into fire elemental energy by swallowing flames and fire elemental energy and stored in the body. It can also release energy at any time until the fire elemental energy storage is depleted. Current fire elemental energy is 100 alons, 100. Was it the fire eater that absorbed the fire from before? Anyway, I've already leveled up to level 3, swallowing the level 3 gemstone. Why is the gemstone's effect only activated at night? Could it be a necessary condition while he was lost in his thoughts? Chao Qiang suddenly walked in from outside and was shocked. What happened? Why is the room like this? Before Jiang Ping could react, she charged straight at him. "Wait, you didn't put the red smelting serpent scale into the furnace, did you? That thing will explode. It's my fault I forgot to tell you." At these words, Jiang Ping was a bit hesitant. "I'll be responsible for the cost of the damage in this room." "But what are you talking about? It's great that you're okay. Cho Qiang won't hold it against you. But I just want to know how you put out the fire. The fire caused by the red smelting serpent scale isn't that easy to extinguish." Still in shock, Cho Qiang's jaw dropped at what was in front of her. Such a well-fused material. But this requires the highest temperature to achieve this effect. "Kid, you're really talented. The school really misjudged a talent. With your current performance, you could easily get into the 3 major organizations." At these words, Jiang Ping also spoke up. Everyone always considers the patrol team and the investigation team to be among the 3 major organizations. So what is the 3rd organization? Dipping the hot iron into the water. As far as Cho Qiang knows, there is indeed a 3rd organization in Pearl City, but no one knows its name or what it does. "Oh right, little brother, Jiang Ping, you wanted to buy equipment before, right? If you don't mind, take this." Holding the item that Sister Qiang personally made for him, Jiang Ping felt a bit emotional. Such a good dagger, it must be very expensive. Beauty's tier good quality made of cold iron, it can easily cause damage to intermediate level mutated beasts from level 10 to 19 and below. Based on the materials on the market, this dagger must be worth about 100,000. Hearing this number, Jiang Ping was completely stunned. Then in total shock, can someone with a monthly salary of 3,000 like me receive such a precious item? Consider it a reward for your progress. I have a mission now, so I have to go first. But are you really okay not going back to school? Don't worry about this, Jiang Ping kid. I've already completed the graduation procedures. Although this forge isn't open for business and isn't noticed by the Sky Fox, the commotion just now was too big. It's hard to avoid attracting their attention. While it's dark, I have to use Nightwalker to patrol around a bit and see. That night at a ruined area, a small child was swinging on a small swing. But don't be fooled by its appearance. It's a genuine Sky Fox level 3 4-star growth value. This is the first time I've seen such a low-level Sky Fox. It's also level 3 like me. I have enhanced equipment, so I should be able to beat it. Although the patrol team in the city has been completely taken over, the patrol outside the city probably hasn't been affected yet. If I just hand over the corpse of a Sky Fox to them, I might even be able to attract the attention of the higher-ups. But before he could do anything, Jiang Ping's shoulder was suddenly frozen. "Are you preparing to attack a child? Don't move, or I will kill you. Retract your intention to attack." At these words, Jiang Ping just stood still without speaking. He was afraid this girl was at a much higher level than him. My Nightwalker talent, plus the assassin's ring, and she still detected me. At this moment, the figure of a girl glided to Jiang Ping's side and whispered, "If you don't want to die, find me at the orphanage's martial arts school." As soon as these words were spoken, the ice immediately vanished without a trace. It seems this person isn't on the same side as the Sky Fox, otherwise I would have had to say my final goodbyes. I grew up in an orphanage, and when I was a kid, I practiced the King's 8 Fists at the nearby park. That's why I named the park the orphanage's martial arts school. Could that girl know me? Otherwise, how would she know my secret? Not only that, she was also watching me, which is why she stopped me when I was about to act. She led me here, there must be a reason. At this moment, from a dark corner, a dark foot stepped out. I can't believe there's a mutated beast in the woods. In that case, let's start the appraisal. Appraisal successful. Mutated beast. Armored poison-tailed. Rat race. Mutated rat potential. 2. Stars rank. Elementary mutated. Beast level 5 talent. Deadly poison tail. It has a poison sac in its body and can release deadly poison through the bone. Spikes at the end of its tail. This poison-tailed rat is a full 2 levels higher than Jiang Ping, but it's relatively cautious. If I slowly retreat, I should be able to escape its pursuit. But retreat, no, I can't if I don't deal with it right now. The orphans who come to the park to play tomorrow could be killed after all. It's just an elementary-level mutated beast beauty's tear. With the equipment Sister Qiang gave me, I will definitely win, without thinking further. Zhang Ping immediately rushed towards the beast in front of him. In my past life, I read a lot of power fantasy novels. The main characters were all incredibly skilled in combat right after awakening, which is illogical. Although I don't have combat experience, I can order my summoned beast Zhang Ping to fight. Before he could even act, Zhang Ping flinched as something shot towards him. I can't believe that stinking rat has this move. He brought his dagger up to block the mutated beast's ultimate move. Defending with all his might, but facing this overwhelming power. Zhang Ping struggled. The sharp dagger scraped against the sharp spikes of the rat beast. Its exterior is too hard. Beauty's tear can't cut it. I have to use my head instead of strength. At this moment the rat tore its mouth into 3 pieces, gathered some energy, and then shot it straight at Zhang Ping. Just like playing a game, Zhang Ping now had to control himself to dodge that attack, up and down rhythmically, forward and backward, then somersaulting. Its eyes are its weak point. That's the only spot not covered by armor, but it's a bit difficult when it curls into a ball to defend. I have to find a way to break its defense. Looking at his flaming hand, the corner of Zhang Ping's mouth curled up. I've got it elementary fire eater. I can convert swallowed fire into fire elemental energy and store it in my body, and I can release the energy at will until the stored fire elemental energy is depleted. Current fire elemental energy is 100. In that case, I have to give the order first Pearl Fist, chase the rat. I never thought the Shao Pearl Fist from the history books would be so useful. This move relies on physical advantage to crush smaller enemies. Dodging the mutated beast's attacks, Zhang Ping brought one hand back and spun his dagger. I have to lure it first. You stupid rat, take this. Just like that, Zhang Ping decisively held the dagger with one hand and stabbed straight into the thick skin of the rat that was curling up and charging at him. Unlike last time where he was a bit shocked by the attack, he has now learned from experience and is very confident. With one hand holding the dagger to block the curled-up rat, Zhang Ping revealed his cunning smile. Keep burning. Don't be mad at me, baby. Then he threw a fireball directly at the little rat. Finally taking advantage of its lowered defense, he breathed fire onto the sharp blade and decisively stabbed it, directly attacking its weak point. A loud explosion rang out as if to blow everything away. After that beautifully executed finishing move, Zhang Ping couldn't help but laugh, with joy level up from 3 to 4, strength from 15 to 16, power from 15 to 17, agility from 18 to 19 A's. Expected real combat levels you up much faster than normal training. Furthermore, this poison-tailed rat's appearance is a bit strange. Besides the sky fox in the city, could there be other mutated beasts? While he was still hesitating, dark auras appeared from behind Zhang Ping, wrapping around his body and pulling him down. After a terrified scream, Zhang Ping fell freely into a strange place that he was completely unfamiliar with. At this moment, a brightly glowing hand reached out in front of him. At these words, Zhang Ping immediately recognized the familiar voice. It was the voice of the girl from before. At this moment, a girl with a very strange appearance holding a sword, pointed straight at him, appeared. I'll give you 5 minutes to prove that you are human. Prove I'm human. I am a genuine human, 100% real, not mixed with anything. Why do I have to prove anything? Is this girl really okay? Prove I'm human. Could it be that this girl also realized there are mutated beasts hiding in this city, but she just doesn't know how to distinguish them? That's why she's asking me to prove I'm human. When I was about to attack that sky fox, she probably got suspicious. At these words, Zhang Ping forced a smile. Can you give me a hint? That poison-tailed rat wasn't her testing me, was it? But in the face of Zhang Ping's words, the girl remained completely resolute. 4 minutes left. Not only that, even his appraisal skill was useless against her. Appraisal failed 999 times. Intermediate appraisal skill, upgrading to advanced appraisal skill. Can appraise target's faction. Appraisal successful. The moment the other person's attribute panel appeared before him, Zhang Ping's jaw dropped in astonishment. This is too strong. Name Liu Xishan, race, human faction. The cleanup crew. Growth value 5. Stars rank Advanced Awakened. 1 level 28. Talent Water Element. Control can store water elemental energy by drinking water, and can also freely control the water elemental energy around and within the body. No wonder it was so hard for Jiang Ping to appraise her. Even Nightwalker and the Assassin's Ring are useless against her. Her faction is the Cleanup Crew. I've never heard of that name before. Could it be the third major organization besides the patrol team and the investigation team? While Jiang Ping was silently thinking, Liu Xishan's voice suddenly snapped in anger. 1 minute left. It made him jump. Wait a minute, what's the rush? Let's get straight to the point. You call this small park a martial arts school, so you must also be from the orphanage like me, right? But in my memory, there's no one named Liu Xishan at the orphanage. If she really came from there, she must have changed her name. While he was lost in thought, a name suddenly slipped out of Jiang Ping's mouth. Are you Liu Turan, or Liu Yishou, Liu Xuesheng, Liu Xingyu, or Liu Sisi? At these words, Liu Xishan suddenly pulled out an ice sword and held it to Jiang Ping's handsome face, threatening him. This is not something that can prove you are a genuine human, not a fake. Look at that shocked. Aren't you based on that reaction? It seems you are indeed Liu Sisi. She's a full 3 years older than me when I entered Pearl Academy. Liu Sisi had already graduated and joined the patrol team. If only she and I know this move, heaven collapsing, earth shattering Sisi's invincible fist. I have to learn it well. In a flash, his childhood memories resurfaced, and Jiang Ping burst out laughing. First form, second form, third form, heaven collapsing, earth shattering, Sisi's invincible fist. Seeing the other person blush from his teasing, Jiang Ping laughed loudly. Are you really Sister Sisi? Ignoring Jiang Ping, Xishan sheathed her sword and continued. Second question. According to the Academy's records, your ability is the contract gemstone. Because it can't meet the activation conditions, it was rated as a useless grade. So what the hell have you been doing all this time? About 2 weeks ago, I ate my own contract gemstone. I then became a summoned beast, and I am only controlled by myself. Therefore I can be immune to the illusionary arts of mutated beasts and see through their disguises. According to my recent research, there is currently a large number of sky fox hidden in the city. I suspect a pack has infiltrated Pearl City. Their species' innate talent is cognitive distortion. Hearing this, Xishan couldn't help but be startled. She grabbed the shoulders of the person in front of her and confirmed once more, are the words you're saying the truth? Luoyi Street, the owner of Wanshang Breakfast Shop, the owner of Juan Furniture, Longzhou Road, the 3 blacksmiths of Longshang Weaponry Ward, and also the Sky Fox. You stopped me from attacking. They are all extremely cunning fox demons, but they are just low-level mutated beasts. You can go verify what I'm saying yourself, Xishan. At these words, Liu Xishan turned and walked away. You stay here. I will be back soon. Jinbo, is this information reliable? After whispering into the purple stone in her hand, Liu Xishan's voice could be transmitted to her teammates elsewhere. According to this brother Jinbo's confirmation, the first thing that can be certain is that this type of mutated beast, called Sky Fox, has never been detected around Pearl City. But this cognitive distortion ability has appeared before, which also matches Jiang Ping's description. Jinbo has sent people to secretly capture the 2 closest ones. They should be back soon. As soon as these words were spoken, a loud explosion from behind rang out, attracting Jinbo's attention. Seeing someone running towards him, he managed to ask, "What on earth is going on?" At this moment, while running to avoid the attack of the woman chasing him, a young man spoke in panic. It's the owner of the breakfast shop. As soon as she was taken out of the city, she went crazy, struggled free and attacked us. Before the other person could finish, the owner of this eatery jumped at Jinbo, intending to attack. But with his combat experience, he quickly reacted, pulling his hand back and clenching it into a fist. Does this wench want to die? Immediately after, a punch went straight to the person in front of him. After taking this hit, the person in front was no longer intact and lay scattered on the ground, truly overestimating your own strength. Immediately after, that body instinctively dissolved into dark smoke, finally revealing its true form, a fox spirit. It seems the information was true. They finally know what the enemy really is. Without hesitating another moment, Jinbo quickly ordered his subordinates, inform the other organizations, directly eliminate the targets. Don't let them escape. At Pearl Academy, lying on a swinging chair and enjoying herself, this woman suddenly sat up in alarm, startling the person next to her. "Your Highness, what is it?" Ignoring him, she floated into the air and flew straight outside, dazed. "Yueju is dead. Someone killed Yueju outside the city." Sensing that her subordinate had perished, this sky fox became extremely angry. Her whole body radiated a furious aura, and her purple eyes lit up. Another one died on Luoy Street. They were able to kill quickly and immediately conceal their aura. How could they avoid my detection? How hateful! Who on earth is it? Who is so bold? This time I'm really furious. In the dark room, Jiang Ping, who was waiting, suddenly saw Sishan turn her head to look back. "Have you finished verifying?" Of course, but they couldn't confirm it. Suddenly, Jiang Ping possesses the ability to see through the Sky Fox's tricks. Of course, but they couldn't confirm it. Suddenly, Jiang Ping possesses the ability to see through the Sky Fox's tricks. "From now on, I will secretly protect you. If you discover anything new, you can contact me at night." Hearing this, Jiang Ping cracked his shoulders. Protection plus surveillance. "All right, as long as we can deal with the Sky Fox, I agree to all the conditions." Suddenly, Liu Xishan threw something to him. This jade pendant is a pair. One piece is called the cold jade, the other is called the warm jade. If you encounter anything life-threatening, just cover the cold jade with fire, and the warm jade in my hand will also heat up. I will immediately know you're in danger and can provide support right away. But I still suggest you strengthen yourself. After all, no one can guarantee your safety 100%. At these words, Jiang Ping just scratched his head and smiled. "I've also thought about finding a martial arts hall to learn boxing, but I can't afford the tuition." Understanding Jiang Ping's intention, Sishan just casually walked away. "I will apply for funding. You can look for a suitable martial arts hall in your free time." In the past few days, the number of Sky Fox has decreased a lot. They must have been dealt with by the cleanup crew. Sishan didn't tell Jiang Ping her identity, so it seems she still doesn't trust him much. If his appraisal skill hadn't leveled up to be able to identify a target's faction, he still wouldn't know she was a member of the cleanup crew. But how did they know from the beginning that Pearl City was infiltrated by mutated beasts? Oh well, as long as it helps deal with the Sky Fox, that's fine. Besides, they're paying 10,000 Pearl coins for the job, which is quite generous. At this moment, a girl came from nowhere handing out flyers about martial arts. Jiang Ping walked over and took one for himself. "This tuition fee isn't cheap, and I don't know if it's suitable for me." Hearing this, the girl smiled brightly and said, "This course is absolutely worth the money, or Beast King Fist martial art is quite famous in Pearl City. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate a little for you to broaden your horizons." Without another word, this girl stood in front of Jiang Ping and took a stance. The first three forms of the Beast King Fist are divided into the Ape King form, the Giant Alligator form, and the Phoenix Claw form. Looking at this posture, whether it's the footwork or the moves, this Beast King Fist is much more formidable than the Ming Fist. From the first form, second form to the third form, it's truly a decent collection of martial arts techniques. The movements of the Ape King form are ever-changing with no fixed pattern. It's just that she's not proficient enough and can't fully demonstrate the power of the Beast King Fist. Just as he bent down to help the girl up, two tall guys had already walked up to Jiang Ping and shouted, "Who allowed you people from the Beast King Fist Hall to hand out flyers here?" At these words, the girl just smiled and scratched her head. "I'm so sorry, I didn't know we weren't allowed to hand out flyers here." Suddenly, a blonde young man walked up to the two of them and spoke. "What's so great about this low-level Beast King Fist martial art? I advise you to come to our Xingyi Fist Hall instead." But before he could finish his words, the young man was so enraged by Jiang Ping that he was practically steaming. Flashing lightning 5 kneel. It's supposed to be flashing lightning 5 hit. You brat, you're the one who should be kneeling. Last time we talked in the forge, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Today's a good opportunity. Get him, seeing the opponent intending to bully him. The girl immediately stood in front of Jiang Ping to block them. I won't allow you people to bully him here. So what? Look at these muscular guys tearing their shirts off to show off. Aren't you scared? Look closely, little lady. These muscles are enough to make you suffocate. At this moment, Jiang Ping had also just appraised these two men. Name: race, human strength. Xingyi, martial arts, hall growth. 1, star awakened class. Elementary level 4, talent. Physical enhancement. Intelligence is reduced by 70% in exchange for a certain level of physical enhancement. Skill maximum. Physical strength is 30% A's for Xiongda race. Human strength. Xingyi martial arts. Hall growth 1 star. He is an elementary level awakened 1. Level 4. His talent is also physical enhancement, just like his younger brother. Looking at the girl in front of him, Xiong also warned, "You wench, get out of the way, or I'll take care of you too." Seeing that attribute panel, Jiang Ping was suddenly surprised. Trading intelligence for physical enhancement. Are you sure this is a talent? And this girl, Huang Zeming race, human strength beast. King martial arts hall. Growth 7, stars elementary level awakened. 1 level 3, talent diligence. Makes up for lack of intelligence. Learning ability is reduced by 99%, and any skill can be improved through persistent training. With each day of persistence, the growth rate of the same type of exercise will increase by 10%, up to 1000%. I can't believe this girl has such a high growth value. Is Huang Zeming a hidden master? But with her current strength coming out to help me, isn't that just asking for death? Suddenly throwing a stack of flyers to Huang Zeming, Jiang Ping pulled her back by the shoulder. "This is my business. It's better to let me handle it myself. But there are 3 of them. You'll be at a disadvantage if you fight them alone." "It's okay. Didn't you just demonstrate the Ape King form? It's a good time for me to practice on them a bit." At these words, one of the 3 guys rushed straight forward, intending to stomp on Jiang Ping. "But this time you've picked the wrong person, you brainless brute. First form a palm strike to the neck. Second form a palm strike to the stomach." Just as the blonde guy was about to use the flashing lightning 5 hit, Jiang Ping calmly sidestepped to dodge the blow. Third form quail cracks the egg. Looking down at the blonde guy who was holding his shattered tea set in so much pain he couldn't stand up, Jiang Ping just laughed. What a pity. If he hadn't brought those 2 with him, the flashing lightning 5 kneel he was so proud of would have turned into a 3 kneel. After saying this, Jiang Ping pulled Zeming's hand and left. "Take me to the Beast King Fist Hall to register." Seeing the young man agree to register after just 1 look, Huang Zeming found it incredibly hard to believe. "Do you really want to register? You really have a good eye. You're amazing. You learned the Ape King form after watching me do it. Just once. Truly a talented young man. So in the future, if there are any moves I don't understand, can you teach me?" The moment Jiang Ping agreed, Zeming beamed. "With you helping me, I can definitely get stronger quickly. You have a 7-star potential. In the future, at worst, you will be a high-level awakened one. You could even become a peak-level awakened one. Maybe in the future, I'll be the one looking for her help." Over here at the Beast King Fist Martial Arts Hall, the male students panicked when they heard the instructor was about to return. "Isn't it supposed to be in 2 days? What do? We haven't even finished learning half of the ape form." Not only that, but someone has already ascended to meet their ancestors. From the looks of it, everyone seems to be very afraid of the instructor. Even Zeming was scared. Their instructor, Bai Day, is famously strict. Anyone who doesn't complete their tasks will be severely punished. Not only that, Zeming is confident she's the one who gets punished the most in the martial arts hall. It's been over a month, and she still hasn't even met the standard for the introductory fist techniques. Pathetic, isn't it? As she was speaking, a figure suddenly appeared and pushed open the door, startling all the students into lining up. Everyone stand at attention. Incorrect posture punishment is 50 laps. And at this moment Jiang Ping had also just scanned the other person's attribute. Panel by Derace, Human Strength Beast, King Fist Hall, Growth Value 1, Star Talent Form Eating Supplementation. Changes body shape accordingly by eating food. The number of storable forms is related to level. So far the running wolf form and the berserker lion form have been stored. This old man is also too strong. Judging by his rank, he seems to be comparable to even Sishan. And at this moment, Baide had also noticed a stranger in the room. You're the kid who helped teach those Xingyi fist freaks a lesson today, right? Kid, watch this. Thinking the old man was going to punch his face in, Jiang Ping actually managed to easily dodge every one of his fist techniques. Teacher, you're being too unreasonable. You attacked a newcomer like me without saying a word. Newcomer. How come I heard that you kid learned the Ape King form after seeing it only once? Instantly, a fist swung right up to Jiang Ping's face, making him panic, thinking his face was done for. Luckily, Baidi had a conscience and just ruffled his hair. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Your perception isn't bad at all, kid. It's a pity the person who demonstrated the King Fist for you was a novice. Her footwork was 1,000 miles off. I'll correct it for you later. As for you lovely students here, get ready for an inspection to see if you've been slacking off. Everyone line up. Come up one by one for a check. Anyone who doesn't meet the standard will have to do 500 push-ups and carry weights for 10 kilometers. At this moment, Zemming lightly touched Jiang Ping, a bit embarrassed. The instructor doesn't teach me much, so after the teacher corrects you later, can you teach me? Of course, no problem. After you're done learning, come back to the Soul Iron Forge with me and I'll practice with you. This girl's talent is really meant to torture others, isn't it? Diligence makes up for a lack of intelligence. No wonder Instructor Baide doesn't want to teach her much. A few days later at the Soul Iron Forge, Zemming has made the same mistake 1,000 times with just one move. Jiang Ping broke down the moves of the Ape King form into smaller movements for her to practice one by one. Only then was there barely some effect. But this King Fist really has its methods. After practicing for just a few days, he could vaguely feel his level showing signs of increasing. At this moment, Sister Cho Qiang's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Let me go out and check, Zemming, you keep practicing. Leaning against the table, Cho Qiang was a bit annoyed. This time was almost a failure. The wild beasts and mutated beasts outside have also decreased a lot. We couldn't go deep into the northern forest, and in the end we ran into a pack of wolves, and they were all windblade wolves. But I'm fine now. We used earth burrowing to escape. That wolf pack couldn't find its prey, so it went to attack the users nearby. I took the opportunity to benefit from the chaos and got something good from them. This is the Wind Gemstone, a rare quality, an extremely rare and hard to find biological crystal. It can be used to store wind elemental energy, and through spiritual guidance, the energy can be released to form attacks, like wind blades and windstorms. Seeing Jiang Ping take the item while still looking dazed, Cho Qiang laughed loudly. You really know how to tell things apart. Even a child can use this to perform magic, like wind blades and windstorms out of thin air. Suddenly, a voice rang in Jiang Ping's ear. Hey mister, it's daytime. This isn't good. Don't take it off. Let go of my hand. Fan family, Saber, first form. Saber, Chi rampages. Show me birds in the trees are in pairs. Green waters and green mountains. Bring smiles. Yueshaya is to blame hateful humans. Today I must eat 2 more. Immediately after Jiang Ping's attribute panel appeared, his current level had increased to level 4, and he also possessed the elementary level Wind Talker ability. The user can randomly hear loud, emotional voices within a 10-mile radius and cannot actively control them. Instinctively, a voice rang in Jiang Ping's ear. Yue Liu. Besides Huang Ziming, there's still a boy in the shop. That boy seems to be the one who harmed us in the dormitory, causing us to be punished by His Highness. The smell seems fine. Let's eat them for lunch. I'll eat that brat, and Huang Ziming is for you. I can't believe it. Have I been targeted? Over here, having just taken a refreshing shower. Sishan's warm jade turned red. Jiang Ping is in danger. It's been so long, why hasn't Sister Sishan arrived yet? It feels like these 2 Sky Fox are getting very impatient and will come in at any moment. Two intermediate level Sky Fox. Even with Sister Qiang here, we can't completely win. Oh right, Sister Qiang, you just got back and haven't seen Uncle Liu yet, right? How about you go upstairs with him, and I'll go buy some food to make dinner for you two. I'll take Huang Zeming and leave this place now to avoid involving Sister Qiang and Uncle Liu. In the backyard of the forge, while Zeming was practicing, Zhang Ping immediately walked over and pulled her hand. But before they could take another step too, Sky Fox suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their way. Where are you two little ones going? Just as Zeming was about to walk past her parents, Zhang Ping spoke up to stop her. Even if you say they are your parents. Look, those two. Sky Fox 1 is level 15, the other is level 16. How can they be your parents? Min, who is that next to you? Why does he seem so afraid of his parents? Just as Zeming was about to introduce Zhang Ping, a space suddenly appeared and enveloped both of them. The dark room space. Great. Seeing the two of them about to disappear, the two Sky Fox immediately revealed their true forms and charged. But don't mind them, hold on to me tight. Just like that, facing the claws of the two Sky Fox. Zhang Ping was unfortunately hit by one of their moves and fell backwards. When the space became quiet again, Zeming sat up worried about him. But don't worry, I'm still okay. And now Zeming was even more shocked. My parents. No, they're Sky Fox. I can't believe this brat can see through our disguises in that case. I definitely can't let you live, as the mutated beast charged straight at him. Zhang Ping quickly drew his sharp dagger to block its claws, but its speed this time was too fast. He couldn't dodge it at all. Is this the difference in levels? Over here, the other Sky Fox had also walked up to Zeming, revealing its blood-red eyes. Mommy's good girl. Seeing his companion being mesmerized by the beast, Zhang Ping on this side couldn't sit still. I'm doomed, I'm about to collapse. Suddenly, Sister Sishan's voice rang out. Zhang Ping, get out of the way. Just like that, a large ribbon of ice spread out and pierced through these two mutated beasts. No matter how much Zeming begged, she still attacked mercilessly, directly, tearing the two monsters apart with a single blow. When it was all over, Zeming screamed in pain. Why did you kill my parents? And you, Zhang Ping, don't lie to me. They are clearly my parents. Hugging the frantic Zeming, Zhang Ping looked at Sister Sishan and asked, why aren't the Sky Fox revealing their true forms anymore? There might be a king-level Sky Fox in the city, enhancing the community's illusionary talent. Therefore, even low-level foxes can hide from high-level awakened ones. The ones we knew about before were all outside the city, which is why their true forms were revealed. That also means only I can expose their disguises. Huang Zeming, these two mutated beasts killed your parents and then disguised themselves as them. This is the truth. Seeing that the bodies in front of her were no longer her parents, but mutated beasts instead, Zeming was shocked, speechless. How can this be? 9 of our kind have died this week. It seems the humans have found a way to break our illusions. Your Highness, let's just kill all the humans and take over this city. Faced with the arguments of her subordinates, this female fox spoke to calm them down. A bunch of idiots. Killing the humans is not practical, and it's a waste of food. The urgent matter now is to lure those guys out from the dark corners and eliminate them one by one. I wonder if the Vice City Lord has any countermeasures. According to the guy next to him, they can attract other species to stir up trouble in Pearl City, and then focus on eliminating some of the strongest human experts. The 3 major organizations, besides the patrol team and the investigation team, there's one more. At that time, the City Lord was severely damaged by the king and fled injured. He suspected that he was hiding in that organization. He's very clear that Guy won't leave the city. He must be waiting for an opportunity when we show a weakness. At this moment, a female fox spoke up. I think bringing other species into the city is not a bad idea. But the king is still in a deep sleep now. Although you helped our race, if you dare to make any small move, I will kill you, Vice City Lord. I hope you understand your position, Huang Zeming. Kneeling on the ground and vowing his loyalty to that female fox, he had dedicated his whole life to Pearl City. Unfortunately, the City Lord was useless. Pearl City was so slow, it couldn't develop. He did this only for a future where Pearl City would be ruled by someone strong. Over here, looking at the pool of blood in front of her, Zeming tremblingly reached out. Repeatedly apologizing to her parents, If I had realized sooner, it wouldn't have been like this. Even if you had discovered it sooner, what could you have done? At these words, Zemming seemed to scream. In the end, it's all my fault. I'm too weak. A person like me can't even learn the simplest fist techniques. Why did this kind of thing happen to my parents? Why wasn't I the one who died? Seeing Zemming crying in despair, Jiang Ping suddenly walked over and hugged her to comfort her. Listen, this is not your fault. He and Zemming are the same. He also had someone very important who was killed by the Sky Fox of the patrol team. He can't help but think if he had stopped her from going to the patrol team that day, would this situation have happened? But he knows in his heart that even if he went back in time, the outcome wouldn't change. Joining the patrol team was her dream and no one could stop her. No one can change fate, so your family being killed is not your fault, but you can change the future, protect other important people. I believe that your parents' spirits in heaven will definitely be happy for you. As for the monsters in the city, trust me, I will definitely eliminate them one by one. But before he could finish comforting her, Jiang Ping suddenly spat a mouthful of blood onto Zemming's face and finally collapsed. It must be because he had ordered his own body to hold on. He didn't expect it could only last for such a short time. By the time he woke up again, Zemming and Xishan were standing right in front of him. How long have I been sleeping? Don't move right now to avoid making the wound open up wider. And Jiang Ping, Zemming has thought about it. I want to become stronger and then go with everyone to destroy the Sky Fox. At this determination, Xishan on the side also added, your home is no longer safe now. I suggest you come here to stay temporarily. If you two are together, I can keep you both safe. Suddenly strange voices transmitted through the space again. King, he is still in a deep sleep. Clarify Huang Zemming's position. Your subordinate dares not. This sound signature belongs to Luo Xiyu. Immediately Jiang Ping reported to Sister Xishan, I have intelligence from the Sky Fox's side. After a moment, Xishan also understood Huang Zemming. He is the Vice City Lord of Pearl City, appearing in a conversation with the Sky Fox. Moreover, he referred to himself as a subordinate, which clearly means he has likely defected. As for the king, he has enough illusionary magic to enhance the entire community, at the same time making it so that even peak-level awakened ones can't see through it. He must be the king among the Sky Fox. If their king is asleep, then now is a good opportunity for us to counterattack. At Jiang Ping, we need your cooperation to distinguish the Sky Fox. Meanwhile, both uncle and niece Cho Qiang were still waiting for Jiang Ping's dinner, starving but still trying to wait for him to bring food back. That kid should be back soon. At the cleanup crew's base, before you told me to activate the secret chamber, now you want to open the sky curtain. Mani sees that Cece really knows how to order people around. Walking into the room, Mani and Chen Luowei had already had their coffee. This is going to take a while. If you're ready, then let's the three of us begin. Stepping onto the seal, Shujai brought her two hands out and then chanted the spell, Sunlight, Energy Fusion, Complete Light and Shadow Illusion, Disappear, Complete. Immediately after, a black curtain enveloped this city illusory light sky. Curtain activate covering the entire city. Jiang Ping thought to himself, after this period of cooperation, the cleanup crew finally revealed some information to me. They are the most mysterious organization in Pearl City. Their identifying insignia is a fox. Their mission is to protect Pearl City from danger, to clean up the trash in the city. As the ace in the whole of Pearl City, the cleanup crew often has to act in secret. Two of them are Jin Bo and Liu Xishan. According to Liu Xishan, the barrier team has three important members. Team leader Man Ni, whose ability is the Black Curtain. She can create a black barrier that covers the entire city. The dark room space that I entered many times before is her creation. Shujai, whose ability is the Sun's Charge, will absorb sunlight and then provide energy for her teammates to continue fighting. At that time, her body will glow. As for Luo Wei, her ability is Illusory Light Transformation, which allows her to hide by changing the color of the light on the surface of objects. The three of them combined can activate the Illusory Light Sky Curtain, which can pull creatures below the king level into the dark room space. It can be understood that there will be a barrier covering the position that the three of them want. They can also arbitrarily change the surrounding scenery to deceive the opponent. This is the strongest move of the barrier team. If the Sky Fox use silent cognitive distortion to take people's lives, then we will use their own methods to retaliate. In the bustling city, UAE and UAE were walking on the street. UAE suggested, "How about we catch a few people?" UAE replied, "It's not safe in the city lately, so it's better to be careful." UAE teased, "What's wrong, are you scared?" The two of them walked right through the dark room space barrier without even knowing it. Not long after UAE suddenly stopped, UAE turned his head to look at her. UAE looked up and asked, "Don't you feel that something is wrong?" UAE replied, "I think you're just being scared." Suddenly, UAE's eyes widened as he looked around. She said, "But where is everyone?" At this moment, the crowded street was left with only UAE and UAE. A punch that tore through the air was suddenly thrown. It went straight for UAE and UAE. The punch hit the ground hard, followed by a bright yellow streak of light. Jinbo stood in the thick dust and he said, "It's a pity I can't kill you with one punch." UAE cursed, "Damn it, was it you who has been killing our kind in Pearl City lately?" The two of them immediately took a defensive stance and secretly used the power of the Sky Fox mutated beast. UAE asked, "How dare you attack us so blatantly? Aren't you afraid we'll call for reinforcements?" Jinbo clenched both his hands and yellow lightning shot out in all directions. He was activating the golden blood skill. Jinbo smirked and challenged, "Then try calling." He secretly calculated, according to the information from Jiang Ping, the level of these two is 25. "I think I can handle it because I'm currently level 32. Yi cursed arrogant, and the two of them immediately rushed towards Jinbo. Yue reached out to him, but Jinbo spun around and dodged. And yet she still managed to scratch a line right across his chest. Next was Yue, who cursed just food. Jinbo's expression changed when he saw her yellow energy appear right on his shoulder. He secretly worried. I clearly blocked it. Yue and Yue simultaneously attacked, Jinbo repeatedly forcing him to raise both his hands to block the blows. Yue mocked, "Is that all you've got? I really don't understand how our kind could be killed," saying that she let out a vicious smile. But immediately after Yue took a full punch from Jinbo, she was sent flying. Jinbo replied, "Now you know." Yue angrily lunged forward, raising her hand high and roaring, "Damn you, I want your life," behind her. The invisible Sky Fox mutated beast was also raising its claws. Jinbo looked at Yue's hand, reaching right in front of him, and exclaimed, "So that's how it is." Finishing his words, he accurately grabbed the wrist of the mutated beast, making Yue freeze. Jinbo said, "Although I can't see it, I have already roughly guessed your form." He twisted the wrist of the beast, Yue, making her entire arm seem to be squeezed. Jinbo disgustedly assessed, "This ability is very strong for sneak attacks, but in a head-on confrontation, it's worthless." She cried out, "Yue, ye save me!" Seeing this, Yue appeared behind Jinbo. He glanced at Yue and said, "And you?" Jinbo threw the beast Yue, sending her flying into the beast Yue, and then cursed, "Join the party." Next, Jinbo leaped into the air, raising his leg high. Preparing for a heel-splitting kick, Jinbo declared once more, "Go," and he brought his leg down. The two of them were kicked hard to the ground, creating a small explosion, and dust flew everywhere. Yue and Yue revealed their true forms as Sky Fox mutated beasts. The two of them lay on the ground, moaning, "Why we can't sense our kind, we've been trapped." And yet Jinbo still raised his fist, the golden energy radiated powerfully, and his eyes flashed. Jinbo said once more. Seeing this, Yue and Yue were terrified. The two of them screamed, "I hate," once more. Jinbo's punch created a large explosion, with yellow lightning shooting out in all directions. He excitedly said, "Judgment." Jiang Ping and Liu Xishan stood on the roof of a nearby building. Jiang Ping witnessed the large explosion and exclaimed, "So strong." Liu Xishan replied, "After all, Jinbo is the leader of our combat team." Jiang Ping grinned with sparkling eyes and commented, Look, it's hard not to think of a superhero." Liu Xishan asked, "What's that?" In the outside world, people were still living their normal lives. Suddenly, someone informed Liu Xishan via radio, "This is Shi Bai. The mutated beasts outside the city are gathering and rioting for some reason. If they enter now, I'm afraid it will increase the burden on the illusory light sky curtain. Go outside the city and investigate the situation. Liu Sishan hesitated, but Situ Shibai interrupted. If you're worried about Jiang Ping, then take him with you. It's a good opportunity to train his practical combat skills. Liu Sishan replied, understood. Situ Shibai continued the Sky Fox that Jiang Ping pointed out earlier. I will arrange for the combat team to deal with it. Liu Sishan replied, understood. Jiang Ping, who was standing nearby and heard this, wondered to himself, the windstorm wolves that Sister Cho Qiang encountered before gathering in a pack, could it be related to this? Liu Sishan turned to leave and called out, let's go, follow me outside the city. I'll send someone to guard the blacksmith's shop. Jiang Ping followed her and curiously asked, was that person just now an important figure? Liu Sishan replied, that was our leader. You'll meet him after the mission is over. Jiang Ping replied, yes. Jiang Ping and Liu Sishan walked out of the city, flanked by dense forests on both sides. He walked up to a purple bush and asked, this is my first time outside the city. What kind of plant is this? He got a little closer to it, but suddenly Liu Sishan grabbed Jiang Ping's shirt and stopped him. Don't go there. As soon as she finished speaking, the bush suddenly spat out a mouthful of green slime. The slime flew into the air and exploded into many small puddles. Those small puddles fell to the ground one by one, Liu Sishan explained. These plants are called acidic flame grass. They are full of hydrochloric acid, which is very corrosive. Now is the time when their fruits are ripe, so they will explode like fireworks. Acidic flame grass uses this method to disperse its seeds. You have to be careful. Also, there's a type of mutated beast that eats acidic flame grass. As soon as she finished speaking, a rustling sound came from a nearby patch of acidic flame grass. Liu Sishan pointed at a white rabbit in the grass and said, it will be your first opponent. I have to go investigate the mutated beast riot. Don't go too far. Jiang Ping secretly commanded appraise. The system scanned the rabbit and reported mutated acidic bullet. Rabbit 3 stars elementary level 9 can shoot acid from its 2 ears. Jiang Ping took out his flaming short sword. He calculated the rabbit looks harmless, but its level is higher than the poison-tailed rat. While it's not paying attention, I'll attack first. And he threw the short sword towards the bullet rabbit. Unfortunately, the bullet rabbit quickly ran away, causing the short sword to stick into the ground. Jiang Ping walked over, intending to block the rabbit's path. He raised his flaming fist and shouted, Ming Fist! And so the bullet rabbit sprayed acid from its 2 ears to defend itself. Jiang Ping immediately raised both his hands to block. He didn't expect it could shoot so far. Several nearby patches of acidic flame grass also shot acid at the same time. Jiang Ping cried out, this is bad. The acidic flame grass has been triggered by it. The blobs of acid exploded in the sky like fireworks and splattered everywhere. Jiang Ping secretly decided dodge the acid, then analyze the situation while my body fights automatically. The acid fell to the ground like rain. Jiang Ping quickly escaped. He assessed this rabbit's senses are very keen and agile. I can't sneak attack it. It also has long-range skills and is immune to acidic flame grass. Finally, it's very cunning. First it shoots acid to prevent me from getting close. Then it deliberately leads me to the ripe fruits. Agile cunning, not easy to deal with. At this moment, Jiang Ping and the bullet rabbit were standing opposite each other, separated by large puddles of acid on the ground. Jiang Ping checked his 2 hands and wondered, why didn't the acid corrode me? I clearly used my hands to block the rabbit's acid bullets. He looked with interest at his hand, which was burning with an orange-yellow flame, and said, oh, is it because of the fire? Seeing Jiang Ping distracted, the rabbit shot countless acid bullets at him and kept squeaking. Jiang Ping swung his hand, creating a stream of fire. The 2 things collided and the acid was immediately blocked. Jiang Ping clenched the fire in his hand. He concluded, as expected, this acid is afraid of fire. It evaporates instantly. No wonder Sister Liu Sishan could rest assured, letting me challenge such an opponent above my level. Seeing that Jiang Ping was still unharmed, the bullet rabbit angrily bared its teeth. It looked at him with its bright red eyes and kept squeaking. The bullet rabbit lunged at Jiang Ping. He cried out, "This familiar feeling, it also has a two-star form." He swung his short sword to block the rabbit's countless attacks. A moment later, Jiang Ping frowned as he looked at his shoulder, which was bleeding from its claws, and muttered, "Even its claws are corrosive. This rabbit." Knowing that long-range attacks are useless against me, it wants to fight in close combat. Right now the rabbit is also very angry. It also has a long slash on its back. Jiang Ping activated the raging fire around him. This was a move that used all his firepower. Fire Eater, flaming battle raiment. He clenched the short sword in his hand and secretly decided, if I don't want to be corroded, I have to let the fire cover my whole body. The system reported reserve fire is at 43,100. Jiang Ping glared at the rabbit. He wanted to deal with it quickly because this fire would be consumed very fast. And so he rushed towards the rabbit, intending to surround it with fire. Jiang Ping said, "Little rabbit, you're not the only one who knows how to set a trap." The two of them began a 300-round battle, I dodge. Not long after, Jiang Ping successfully surrounded the rabbit in a ring of fire. He raised his short sword and said, "Now you have no way to escape. Surrender your life." The rabbit stared at him. The system reported reserve fire is at 3,100. Jiang Ping slashed down with his sword, but the bullet rabbit had already run away. At this moment, the system reported that his reserve fire had reached 0. Jiang Ping looked in the direction the rabbit had fled and smiled faintly because it had done exactly what he wanted. Jiang Ping secretly commanded Activate Fire Eater Absorb Fire. The system immediately reported repeatedly, fire reserve at 4 to 100, 9 100, 13 100, raging flames surrounded him. He muttered, "Let's see how you escape in mid-air." Jiang Ping swung his hand and he suddenly shot a fire arrow at the bullet rabbit, causing it to scream in pain. Jiang Ping looked at its figure falling to the ground and let out a breath, then exclaimed, "That was exhausting. My attributes didn't increase, so that rabbit must still be alive. I need a few more slashes." And so he gave it a few more slashes. After the rabbit ascended to heaven, the system immediately reported all attributes leveled up by 2. Jiang Ping happily said, "As expected of a level 9 monster, dealing with 1 can increase all attributes by 2 points. It's a pity my rank still hasn't increased. The higher the rank, the harder it is to level up after training and fighting monsters to gain experience. It's very common to only level up attributes, but not rank." The system reported again. Total fire energy has reached 1,000. Fire Eater has upgraded to Intermediate Reserve 300. Jiang Ping delightedly said, "The Fire Eater has leveled up too. The harvest is not small." Suddenly Jiang Ping startled and glanced behind him. He saw countless bullet rabbits slowly approaching him. They were looking at him with bright, angry eyes. Jiang Ping couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm doomed." At this moment, Jiang Ping's system appeared. Fire Eater is dispelling the flame to 100. He was immediately terrified. "I'm doomed. That attack just now used up all my reserve." Jiang Ping turned to look at the ferocious pack of bullet rabbits. But there are so many rabbits. The leader of the bullet rabbits bared its teeth and roared. Jiang Ping suddenly remembered and reached into his clothes to find something. That's right, this reserve can still activate the jade pendant. Without thinking much, he immediately grabbed the cold jade and turned to run away. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Through the cold jade, Jiang Ping frantically shouted, "Sister Cece, save me." But before he could go far, he was blocked by several bullet rabbits in front of him. There was also a whole pack of bullet rabbits behind him. Jiang Ping immediately panicked. No way! They even know the tactic of pincer attack from the front and back. This time I'm surrounded by them from all sides. This is troublesome. As soon as the bullet rabbits attacked, Jiang Ping sat down and turned his back to them, using his clothes to withstand the first wave of attacks. Before the attack could hit, an ice shield appeared right behind him. Jiang Ping nervously looked back. This familiar water element is... When he saw it was Liu Xishan, he couldn't contain his joy. "It really is you, Sister Cece." She coldly requested, "Stand back." Liu Xishan began to channel the water element. The bullet rabbits are also rioting. A wave several meters high was rushing towards the bullet rabbits. They were quickly swept away by the current. Many of them became panicked and were struggling. Liu Shan snapped her fingers, and all the bullet rabbits were frozen solid in ice. Zhang Ping exclaimed in amazement, "So cool, I had to use all my strength just to deal with one of them." After dealing with this group, she turned around and asked, "I've only been gone for a short while. Why have so many appeared all of a sudden?" He immediately put on an innocent expression and replied, "I don't know either." Liu Shan seemed to sense something slowly approaching. It's not over. She used the water element to create a sword when she saw another group of bullet rabbits approaching. No matter how many there are, it's all the same. But at this moment, Liu Shan had to be confused. Because they had ignored them and were charging towards the biggest one. They're not attacking here. Is it because of that leader? But it should be dead already, right? She got into a fighting stance, completely ignoring what was happening around her, as if she was attracted by something. Liu Shan advanced, and with a few moves, she successfully took their lives. If that's the case, then I won't be polite anymore. One last one. Very quickly, she had dealt with all of them cleanly. Liu Shan slowly approached the leader, which was behind a layer of ice. If I'm not mistaken, the answer is inside the body of the leader rabbit. She touched the ice and shouted, "Release!" The layer of ice immediately shattered into pieces of all sizes. Liu Shan sat down and fumbled around inside for a while. After a while, she held up what she had found and shouted, "I found it! It really is the soul-luring pill." Zhang Ping curiously got closer. "Soul-luring pill? What is this? It smells so good," Liu Shan replied. "This thing was created by some organization. It's a tool used to control mutated beasts." She recounted the beast-taming Zhu family. "So they've finally appeared. I heard the soul-luring pill emits a special fragrance that only low-level mutated beasts can smell." She also combined it with the matter of the bullet rabbits earlier. That fragrance will lure mutated beasts to eat it, unlike your controlling gemstone. And this pill helped the rabbit that ate it earlier transform and become bigger. Mutated beasts that eat the soul-luring pill will lose their intelligence and eventually be forcefully tamed. But how the Zhu family controls these tamed mutated beasts, we still don't know, saying that Liu Shan clenched her fist, crushing the soul-luring pill. "This thing won't be digested. If we just ignore it, there will definitely be mutated beasts that get controlled." It wasn't until the soul-luring pill had crumbled into fragments that she was satisfied and threw it away. In short, the mutated beast riot is probably related to the soul-luring pill. We'll report back to the headquarters. As for whether it was the Zhu family who did it, until it's clearly investigated, you should seriously train with me outside the city. After hearing this, he seriously replied, "Yes." Behind them at this moment there was a strange black shadow. Liu Shan quickly discovered it and attacked that direction. But when the tree broke in half, there was nothing. Zhang Ping wondered and asked what happened. At the base of the tree just now, it was as if no one had ever passed by. Liu Shan reassured her, "It's okay." But in her heart, she was still confused. "Is it my fault?" A week later, at the shelter of the Thien Truong Ho, a subordinate was reporting, "Your Highness, all the Skylong foxes living in Elephant Man Cliff have been summoned here." He rested his chin on his hand and indifferently replied, The Moon Prince frowned in thought. "The riots of the mutated beasts are becoming more frequent. Is Huang Ziming behind this?" "Forget it, I can't completely rely on that person. I must start taking action too." With that thought, he stood up and walked towards his kneeling subordinates. The Moon Prince growled, his body emitting a murderous aura. "I'm sure you all know that humans nearby have found a way to eliminate mind control. It has caused our clan heavy casualties. In the past week, I found that the slain clansmen were mainly located at Elephant Man Cliff. You all live near Elephant Man Cliff. It's very likely you'll be considered the next targets. I want you all to create some commotion together to make the enemy think you've discovered some clue and are trying to escape, thus forcing them to act early." As soon as the Moon Prince finished speaking, one of them hesitantly spoke up this matter. But he quickly interrupted and gave the order, "I, on the other hand, want to see just who the opponent is." Hearing this, the others could only accept the order. Understood. The scene shifts to the forest, the habitat of the bullet rabbits. While they were busy filling their stomachs, a familiar figure rushed over. Jiang Ping quickly attacked a bullet rabbit. The system appeared the pretender buff had expired. He drew his knife and it seemed the bullet rabbits hopping around. After a week of killing, rabbits had also reached level 6. They were continuously spitting acid at Jiang Ping. I've completely grasped their weak points and attack patterns. He quickly created a flame to block the stream of acid. First, neutralize their ranged attacks. Anger them after being provoked, they will cover their entire bodies with acid and get close to grapple. Jiang Ping gripped his knife and charged into a crowd of bullet rabbits. The acid can be ignited, it's just that the burning time is very short and not life-threatening. They were quickly set on fire by him. Jiang Ping took out the scale of a red smelting serpent and threw it at the burning bullet rabbit. If I use the red smelting serpent scale as fuel, the other rabbits saw this and scattered to avoid it. The fire can continue to burn. Jiang Ping finished them off by using his true fire solution, Samadhi True Fire, and made them all disappear. I'll call it, never mind, forget it. He slowly walked out of the flames, ignoring their screams. Jiang Ping turned his head to look at the scene behind him. The serpent scales I've gathered over the past, while I've used them all up this time. The bullet rabbits are gradually turning into burnt, roasted rabbits. Having fought so many monsters at once this time, I should be able to level up, he ordered appraise. A status panel appeared, attribute level up to 7 for defeating many external enemies. The contract gems level increased to 5. After reading, Jiang Ping happily exclaimed, I really did level up. Suddenly, he remembered, wait, the contract gem leveled up too. Suddenly he remembered, wait, the contract gem leveled up too. I used to think the level of the contract gem was synchronized with my own level. This time it's blue, but after I leveled up twice to level 6, the gem's level was still 4. While Jiang Ping was still very excited is the reason, because the contract gem is harder to level up. I wonder what ability I'll awaken from eating it this time. I hope it's a combat type. Then from behind a bullet rabbit he had defeated was emitting a black mist. It opened its eyes wide. As the bullet rabbit was getting up, Jiang Ping, who had just put the gem in his mouth, sensed something unusual. He was stunned to see the bullet rabbit revive. This thing hasn't logged out yet, getting a chance for a second performance. Jiang Ping quickly got into a defensive stance. True Fire Solution Flame Showdown. He looked at it excitedly. It doesn't matter how many times you come, I'm different now. Jiang Ping and the bullet rabbit charged at each other at the same time without any signal. Before it could reach him, he even had enough time to spin his knife in a circle. Oh, you're charging straight at me. Jiang Ping slashed once but missed completely. He flicked his hand back and looked at it with confusion. What is this? Could it be? Because I've dealt with too many rabbits that a vengeful spirit has appeared. Jiang Ping gripped his knife tightly and slashed. A vengeful spirit is fine. A monster is also fine. He slashed across the bullet rabbit's body and successfully took its life disappear for me. After that attack, the bullet rabbit was left as a bare corpse. Jiang Ping looked at it with confusion. Since when did bullet rabbits have this skill? He sat down and used his knife to dissect the bullet rabbit's body to investigate, could it also be controlled by a soul-luring pill? When Jiang Ping took out a strange object, it also turned from white to green. There really is something, but it doesn't seem to be a soul-luring pill, right? He picked up the object and repeatedly appraised it, but it always failed. Appraisal failed. When he tried a few more times and it was still appraisal failed, he became tense. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a hard-to-appraise item. Waiting for the system to display nether fog essence consuming the essence within will cause unforeseen events. Jiang Ping seemed to have seen something, a yang treasure. Jiang Ping was sitting and trying his best to appraise. Appraisal failed. He sat until the system displayed appraisal successful. Nether fog essence consuming the essence within will cause unforeseen events. Through the system, Jiang Ping was able to replay the scene. Replay scene. In the replayed scene, he saw a mountain goat standing in front of other beasts. That mountain goat quickly charged forward, and the other beasts, seeing this, also rushed forward. Among them 3 stood out: a western spirit goat, a rushing wild boar, and a whooshing crane. The rushing wild boar charged but couldn't touch the spirit goat. It was even counterattacked by the spirit goat. The goat rushed towards the rushing wild boar. Taking advantage of the wild boar's distraction, it bared its teeth raw. All the black mist from the spirit goat entered the rushing wild boar through its nose and mouth. As soon as the black mist killed the rushing wild boar, the spirit goat also perished. Jiang Ping sensed mutual destruction. I have a feeling this bead is similar to the wind gem, a rare item. He hesitated, looking down at the nether fog essence. But how can I activate the effect of this gem? Touching it directly has no effect. Unlike the previous awakening, do I really have to swallow this thing? At this point, Jiang Ping couldn't help but darken his face. The problem is, this is the thing from that black mountain goat. It's indeed a bit nauseating. Suddenly, he remembered a past event. Jiang Ping thought to himself, "Goodbye, Tu Tindao." Then he got angry at himself. "You're weaker than an ant. What right do you have to be picky?" Without hesitation, Jiang Ping put the nether fog essence into his mouth. His eyes suddenly widened. In pain, Jiang Ping clutched his head and screamed, "Ah, ah, ah." He fell to the ground, holding his head tightly with both hands. Jiang Ping squinted, and memories came flooding back. Su Jingyao's words kept replaying in his head. "Jiang Ping promised me no matter what failures you encounter, you must keep on living." Jiang Ping gritted his teeth and promised himself, "Su Jingyao, rest assured, before I slaughter all those foxes, I absolutely will not die." The system appeared, appraisal, successful. Then it continued to display his status panel with a 3-star increase in growth value and the appraisal panel for the item from before nether fog. Physique can convert the fear of living beings into mist. For control mist storage, 20, 100 maximum 1001 point of mist is equivalent to 10% attack and defense. He looked at the mist power manifesting in his hand with surprise. This time the talent is a combat type with full offense and defense. It seems the rules are related to the amount of mist consumed. Jiang Ping looked at the system panel in amazement again. The growth value actually increased by 3 stars. In an instant, is the nether fog physique that strong? He smirked and tears fell, haha, damn it. After what had just happened, Jiang Ping couldn't hold back his tears. Why am I showing this expression? While he was sitting with his head down, telling himself unresigned, happy, tense, uncomfortable, who knows, in short. Soon I'll be able to avenge Su Jingyao, but from behind a group of people was approaching. A kind blonde-haired guy spoke up and asked, Hey brother, are you okay?" The people behind him kept urging him on. "We still have to go. Don't be so nosy, that's right. While there are no mutated beasts around, let's hurry into the city." But he ignored them and decided to call out to Jiang Ping, brother. He also slowly stood up. Jiang Ping turned his head to look at them and replied, But because of the power of the black mist, he looked exactly like a demon." Before Jiang Ping could finish saying, okay, the others were scared and ran for their lives. "A demon, there's a demon." The system immediately registered this fear. Mist storage, 35,100. He held out his hand and felt the increasing amount of black mist. Could it be that I can absorb other people's fear? Transformed into mist, this mist gives me a feeling that it's not real mist. It doesn't even count as energy. Jiang Ping looked at his arm covered in black mist, but the form of the mist can transform according to my will. He used the black mist to create a small knife to test it. I just don't know how powerful it is. Jiang Ping decided to try using 1 point of mist. Let's test the lowest level of damage. The tree trunk was instantly split in 2, stunning him. It's this strong just by using 1 stored point of mist. With that said, he tried using 7 points of mist at once. The wood of the tree instantly split into many pieces, large and small. Jiang Ping felt satisfied, interesting. He then used 10 stored points of mist. It can cut and carve, and it can also defend against attacks. The uses for this type of mist are many. Looking at the pile of wood cut into many small pieces, Jiang Ping couldn't contain his excitement. If used properly, the nether fog physique will be my trump card to deal with high-level mutated beasts. Next, he silently decided, I'll continue helping the cleanup squad first farm monsters and get stronger. From behind, Liu Xishan was running. With all her might, she called out loudly, Jiang Ping. Liu Xishan rushed past Jiang Ping, readying her water element and looking around with vigilance. Did you encounter a mist-mutated beast? Where is it? From behind, he gave a forced smile. This familiar scene, it reminds me of Sister Qiang. With that thought, he spoke up. Sister Xishan, it's like this. After he finished explaining, Liu Xishan was still horrified. What, you ate the nether fog essence? She angrily lectured him. Jiang Ping, are you tired of living? How dare you eat something with an unknown origin like that? Do you know you were almost done for? This made Jiang Ping feel awkward. Liu Xishan angrily turned and walked away, while Jiang Ping could only give a wry smile from behind. It probably wouldn't have come to that. I used appraisal magic after all. He spoke up to reassure her. It's okay if there was really a problem. I could have ordered myself to throw it up. Liu Xishan asked back coldly, what makes you think you can just throw it up? She turned her head and asked probingly, have you ever considered the possibility of it being a parasite? Only then did Jiang Ping turn pale and look bewildered. Sister Xishan, you mean what I ate was actually something very dangerous? Liu Xishan frowned and explained, the mist-mutated beast is a creature of unknown origin. She believes they have no specific form and normally live as parasites on other creatures. The Black Mountain Goat and the Death Bullet Beast you mentioned were probably puppets of the mist-mutated beast. After the host dies, it will crawl into each of the host's organs, waiting for a new host. The key point is that the mist-mutated beast can control the target it infects. Liu Xishan's words scared him so much, his whole body went numb. Then isn't the mist contracted with me? Jiang Ping tried to reason. When I ate the nether fog essence just now, I felt an intense pain. Was it because the mist was seizing control of my body? With that thought, he asked, since I'm okay, does that mean the parasitism failed? Liu Xishan replied, I don't know, you're very special. Perhaps you also have a monster residing within you that destroyed the mist-mutated beast, or perhaps it's because you have absolute control over yourself, so even if you were parasitized, it wouldn't have an effect. She smirked, turned to scare Jiang Ping, and made him so scared he almost cried. In short, if I find out there's anything strange about you, then I'll have no choice but to cut you down. Jiang Ping's voice trembled as he backed away. I was wrong. This action made Liu Xishan flustered. Suddenly a spider appeared before their eyes. It looked at her with friendly eyes. Surprise, motherflyer. The moment Liu Xishan saw it, she froze for a few seconds. Panicked, she screamed while pulling out a sword. Spider, spider. Liu Xishan swung it wildly, like that successfully scaring the spider away. There's a really big spider. Out of fear, Liu Xishan threw herself into Jiang Ping's arms and screamed, quick, hurry up and chase it away. Hurry! He looked at her happily, still scared of insects like that, just like when we were little. Jiang Ping recalled when they were young. At that time he was bringing something to show off to Liu Xishan's sister. Xishan, look what I caught. She raised her head, eager to see. What is it? Let me see. When Jiang Ping brought out an insect bigger than his hand, Liu Xishan waved her hands in fear. Get it away from here. He just watched it fly away with regret. The new friend I just caught, you scared it away just like that. She asked softly, silly. There are so many people in the orphanage, they can all be your friends. Why do you go catching insects to be your friends? Jiang Ping replied sadly, but one day they will leave the orphanage. What will I do then? Liu Xishan then hugged him and comforted him. Sister Xishan promises you, no matter what happens in the future, I will always be your friend. After hearing that, Jiang Ping cheered up. Really, you can't lie to me. Liu Xishan also happily suggested, let's pinky swear. Just as he finished reminiscing, she was also startled to realize she was hugging him. Liu Xishan stepped back and used her ice element to freeze Jiang Ping. Why are you hugging me so tightly? She broke the ice, turned around and seriously lectured him. Jiang Ping, in the wild, any item of unknown origin contains unknown dangers. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Although you were lucky to escape this time, you must not let your guard down when facing such items in the future. Liu Xishan tucked her hair behind her ear with her hand and reminded him again, that matter you must remember it well. He also obediently replied, yes. This attitude of Liu Xishan made Jiang Ping overjoyed. I always thought that after Sister Cici joined the cleanup crew, her personality would become colder, keeping a distance from me. Now it seems she hasn't changed at all. She still cares for me just like before, just doesn't want to show it. Suddenly, Liu Xishan's warm jade rang with an alarm. She quickly picked it up. How can this be? Okay, I understand. After listening to the other end of the line, Liu Xishan turned around and quickly explained the plan. My investigation mission and your special training end here. We have to return to Pearl City. He asked with curiosity. Did something happen? She immediately replied. Team leader Jin Bo was seriously injured by a sky fox. Must return to the city to provide support immediately. Hearing this, Jiang Ping froze. Even him. Wait, why don't we ask for help from the investigation team outside the city or support from other cities? Liu Xishan calmly explained. That would alert the enemy. Besides, the world outside the city is very complex. I will explain it to you on the way. On the way, Liu Xishan and Jiang Ping talked about the situation outside the city. No one knows when it started, but mutant beasts began to run rampant. To survive, humanity had no choice but to build a defensive wall to protect themselves. Due to the traffic congestion, the city could only rely on the investigation team and the Awakeners to explore the map. Currently, according to intelligence from the investigation team, the areas with villages and wildlings have fewer mutant beasts than the surroundings of Pearl City, further away on the other side of the coast. Because there are peak-level mutant beasts in the sea, we temporarily cannot continue our investigation. He didn't know if other cities still existed. He wondered what lies on the other side of the sea. At this moment, Liu Xishan was asking a soldier about the situation in the city. He answered meticulously. For the past few days, we've relied on the illusory light sky curtain to completely control the situation in Pearl City. We haven't detected any abnormalities with the celestial horned tigers until last night. He recounted that a whole nest of mid-level celestial horned tigers emerged from the Craftsman Street, so the team went to engage them. Unexpectedly, it was a trap. The enemy's leader was also there. Jin Bo was severely injured while protecting their retreat. Now his intention is to have Liu Xishan temporarily take over his duties, leading the team to protect Pearl City. Hearing this, she had to accept. Jiang Ping asked while eating, "Do you need my help with anything?" She quickly refused and then told him to go back to the Soul of Iron Forge. "If I have time, I'll come find you." He silently watched her retreating figure, only hoping that both Jin Bo and she could be safe. He stretched his arms and legs, then muttered, "Anyway, I can finally relax. These past few days struggling outside have been tiring enough." Jiang Ping walked past people shopping on the street, curious about how Huang Zeming was progressing with her Beast King fist practice. He suddenly stopped, realizing that the people around him were no longer moving. A person suddenly appeared in front of him and called out, "Brother!" Jiang Ping was startled and shouted, "Who's there?" He sped up his appraisal, but it only succeeded on the 67th try. However, the old man used a technique to conceal his identity. His name and rank were not visible. Seeing his dazed look, the old man spoke up. "Can't see it, can you? Trying to probe my abilities, but I still have to praise you a little. Even an awakener with a high-level appraisal skill can only use it less than 10 times a day, yet you can use it without limit." He had ordered himself to force the appraisal, so of course he could use it without limit. But he didn't understand how the old man knew. He asked warily, "Old man, what do you want with me?" Jiang Ping realized that although the person in front of him looked ordinary, the aura he emitted made people shudder without being cold. There was absolutely no good intention, so he immediately drew his knife. Situ Shibai was not afraid at all, and even teased play with me. He smirked provocatively, what still not making a move. He said seriously, "I have no reason to fight you." He mocked without holding back. "Do you need a reason to become stronger?" Situ Shibai finally reached his limit, so saying you'll avenge Su Jingyao was just empty talk. Furious, Jiang Ping rushed forward and slashed at his neck, then warned Say that again. In front of him, something that looked like a crack in space-time suddenly appeared. He quickly realized something was wrong. That was precisely a spatial skill. In just a moment, the old man had teleported behind him. Situ Shibai gently blocked the punch from him and then commented, "Your speed still needs improvement." Jiang Ping paused for a moment. "Is that so?" He hid his hand behind his back and secretly summoned a flame. He used his ultimate move, True Fire Art's flame chain, to attack him, but the old man's body didn't move at all. Something seemed very wrong. Shibai's figure gradually faded into space. He said in a low voice, "You've been attacking for so long, now it's my turn." Jiang Ping dodged the arrow coming from behind the illusion. He thought with some surprise, "It's a clone, and this time it's a water element." He turned and fled from the attacks. He realized the old man was truly a monster. He didn't know how many more skills he had. He took out his mist reserve to prepare for a counterattack. Right now, Jiang Ping could only try that move. Summoning the shield had already consumed 5% of his mist. Indeed, they successfully blocked Shibai's ice arrows. He came up with the idea of attacking to create an opening. Jiang Ping waved his hand, throwing 13% of his mist towards him. He took that opportunity to use Nightwalker for a sneak attack. Shibai just smirked slightly. "Quite smart, but unfortunately, your strength is still not enough." He was stunned, his eyes wide open. A faint golden light emanated from the old man, simultaneously pushing him far away. He fell head over heels onto the road. Shibai didn't hesitate to praise Jiang Ping, but to have such strength at your level is already considered rare. Currently, he couldn't move. He silently cursed the old man for cheating by also having psionic power. The old man called him to talk. Only then could he move. He groggily sat up, unable to help, but feel terrified of the old man's power. "He went through so much trouble to test me. His strength far surpasses even Jin Bo and Liu Sishan, and he knows how to become invisible. Such a powerful expert in this city is probably only the leader of the sweeper squad." Jiang Ping obediently bowed his head to Shibai and asked, "How should I address you, sir?" He chuckled and replied, "Playing tricks. A name is meant to be called by others. You can call me whatever you want. Do you really not know who I am?" Jiang Ping wasn't too surprised that the sweeper squad knew all his information, but he didn't know the purpose of Shibai's meeting with him. He hesitated and asked, "Senior Situ, your visit. This time is for..." He took a sip of tea and then reminded him, "Before you can block the ability to read others' thoughts, you shouldn't think too much." He said cryptically, "After me, it has been 200 years since an infinite-class awakener has appeared in Pearl City. Tell me, how could I not come to see?" Hearing this, Jiang Ping was utterly terrified. "You mean I'm infinite class? What is infinite class? Isn't the highest talent and rank for humans, peak level?" Shibai took some time to explain to him, no matter how strong the ability is, an awakener can only achieve one in their entire life. But infinite class is different. It can break the limit on the number of talents, and can continuously generate new, awakened talents. There was one thing that made him extremely curious. He wondered if his infinite class Kailin's Path talent could replicate his infinite class Gemstone contract talent. Shibai spoke in a low voice. "Of course, I'm not conducting a useless experiment. No matter what the result is, I will also give you a gift. Furthermore, I will answer all of your questions." Jiang Ping asked wonderingly, "So can I refuse?" He presented an extremely exquisite golden bracelet and replied, "Of course you can, but why don't you look at my gift first?" This bracelet is called the Golden Hoard. It's an equipment he often used in his youth. It stores a skill called reserve. I'm sure you know what that means. He excitedly reached out to take it. After all, a storage space was exactly what he needed. He even pretended to praise the old man. "Senior Situ, you are truly too generous." He asked him to hold out his hand. As soon as Jiang Ping's hand was raised, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped it. Shibai remained silent and said nothing more. Finally, he let out a soft sigh. Jiang Ping asked curiously, "So it's over?" He didn't deny it either. "I cannot copy your ability. Even that generated talent failed to be copied. It seems you are extremely special." Finally, he pushed the box containing the golden bracelet towards him and said, "All right, from now on, it's yours." He quickly thanked him. Jiang Ping picked up the bracelet and appraised it for a moment. That ability allowed him to replay the creation process of this bracelet. It seemed there was a woman tied up tightly there. A few people poured a large amount of a strange yellow liquid onto her body, causing her to scream in pain. As expected, these special equipments were all exchanged for human lives. He frowned, feeling that act was truly cruel. He looked up and questioned Shibai Sr. "Situ, is the creation process of all special equipment this cruel?" He took a sip of tea, then began to answer. "It was like that 200 years ago. even though it's forbidden. Now there are still criminals who use people for artifact sacrifices in the shadows. I originally wanted to destroy this item, but if you can use it properly to punish evil and promote good, then the spirit of this artifact can also rest in peace. At this point, Jiang Ping curiously asked him, what was Pearl City like 200 years ago? Was human life treated like dirt everywhere? He did not deny it. He recounted in a low voice 200 years ago, the beast-taming Jew family ruled Pearl City. Everyone there was a slave to their Jew family. There was no future, no hope. Men toiled day and night for meager food. Women with some beauty would be chosen as servants for the Jew family, becoming playthings for the dandies. All the children were gathered in one place, indoctrinated day and night with the ideology of dedicating themselves to the Jew family. And the elderly who could no longer work were used as livestock feed for the mutant beasts raised by the Jew family to eat. At that time, once someone became an awakener, if they weren't controlled and tormented, they would become materials for crafting equipment. It was precisely because the beast-taming Zhu family had committed so many evil deeds that capable and righteous people secretly gathered their strength and finally cooperated to overthrow their rule. After hearing these things, Jiang Ping stood up and poured a cup of tea for Situ Shibai. The old man wanted to know if he had any more questions. He quickly raised a question. Senior Situ, you are so powerful, why don't you deal with the Moon King Prince and liberate the city once again? It's not that he wouldn't act, but that he couldn't. He activated his encrypted communication talent and then continued. You might misunderstand and think that Pearl City's defenses are very weak, that you didn't even know about the Celestial Horned Tiger invasion. But that understanding is wrong. In fact, Pearl City's defense system is relatively perfect. In the outskirts, the investigation team conducts investigations and drives away mutant beasts. Around the city gates, the sweeper squad specializes in dealing with mutant beasts in the shadows. Besides those in the city, there is also the royal artifact, the Sun Moon Pearl, within the range of the Sun Moon Pearl. All creatures are reduced to level 40 or below, that is to say, even if a king-class mutant beast invades, it will be downgraded to peak level. Furthermore, Situ Shibai is without a doubt the strongest at the peak level, but now things are different. Jiang Ping hastily stood up and speculated, Senior Situ, you mean there's a traitor in the city? He praised him with one word, smart. He said after the city lord went missing, besides myself in Pearl City, only the remnants of the beast-taming Jew family know how to craft the divine artifact. He suddenly understood. They shut down the Sun Moon Pearl and then released the Celestial Horned Tigers into the city. The recent gathering and rampage of mutant beasts is also related to them. Why weren't those people completely wiped out back then? Situ Shibai just sighed. After overthrowing the rule of the Jew family, everyone has always been trying to purge the remaining remnants of the Jew family. But since they are weeds, how can they be completely eradicated? Perhaps because they have existed in Pearl City for 100 years. Their roots underground are unfathomably deep. Hearing this, Jiang Ping felt that this celestial horned tiger infiltration had too many suspicious points. He wanted to know more about what the beast-taming Jew family had, whether the city lord was alive or dead, now the cause of the mutant beast rampage, and what abilities the king of the celestial horned tiger clan possessed. These questions had no answers. Situ Shibai had to be extremely cautious when making a move. Otherwise, if he fell into an enemy trap and died in battle, Pearl City could no longer be saved. Just like the wars in his past life, nuclear weapons are only a deterrent. They cannot be rashly used until a critical moment. Even if the Moon King Prince continuously provokes and kills people, anyone can be provoked except for him. Situ Shibai turned to leave, not forgetting to leave a message. Although I cannot copy your abilities, we need you. He extended his hand and asked Brother Jiang Ping, are you willing to join the sweeper squad? He looked at Jiang Ping with some anticipation. Finally, he resolutely took his hand. He declared firmly, I agree. At this moment in the soul of Iron Forge, Huang Zeming was wondering, asking Chou Qiang why she was suddenly repairing equipment. She replied softly, I was free today, so I'm doing a little work. Huang Ziming sat leaning on a chair, unable to resist muttering. "It's been a few days already. I wonder when Jiang Ping will be back." Cho Qiang playfully teased her. "What, you miss him already? No wonder you've been looking so absent-minded these past few days." She blushed beet red and vehemently denied it. "No, not at all. It's just that these past few days there's been no one to teach me how to practice my fist techniques, so She was worried, wondering how he was doing outside the city. Did he encounter any danger? Cho Qiang smiled, leaned in and joked, "Look at yourself. Don't you look like a little bride? And you still say you don't miss him." Huang Ziming immediately covered her ears, continuously denying it. Finally, Cho Qiang also went back to work, no longer teasing the person behind her. She dipped a small knife into a basin of water and comforted her. Actually, the villages outside the city and the areas without dangerous mutant beasts have all been marked as long as Jiang Ping doesn't barge into those places, he will basically be safe. Hearing that, Huang Ziming asked in surprise, "There are still villages outside Pearl City?" Cho Qiang replied with a light laugh, "Of course there are. Those villages are often closed off, backward and xenophobic. They even have many strange mutant beasts that they worship as deities. If you go to the wilderness in the future and encounter a village, it's best to avoid it and move on directly. Otherwise, if you get caught by them, it's very likely you'll become a slave or a sacrifice." Huang Ziming exclaimed in disbelief, "We are all human, so we should be able to communicate, right?" Cho Qiang curled her lips into a sly smile and told her, "Basically, they are not considered human. In the wilderness, the most dangerous thing is not the mutant beasts, but those wildlings." She continued mysteriously, "They have people who like to wear grotesque masks, appearing silently behind you." Just then, a real wisp of black mist suddenly appeared behind her. Huang Ziming was so scared she screamed in terror. "Sister, say what you said, is it like that?" Cho Qiang, as if not understanding what was happening, turned her head to look at what was behind her and then nodded. "It's quite similar." Suddenly, a grotesque mask was pressed right against her face. The stranger gradually emerged from the thick fog, scaring Huang Ziming so much that she fell down. Cho Qiang quickly kicked the person opposite her in the crotch. In that moment, Jiang Ping felt as if his whole body was paralyzed. Time slowly passed, minute by minute, second by second. He could only pretend nothing happened, struggling to speak. "Sister, see that move. That move of yours is too vicious, isn't it?" Cho Qiang remained vigilant and questioned, "Who are you?" The mask on his face gradually disappeared. He covered the area that was throbbing with excruciating pain and whispered, "It's me, Jiang Ping." Both Huang Ziming and Cho Qiang looked at him speechless. Cho Qiang quickly walked over and put Jiang Ping in a headlock, then scolded him, "You brat, you didn't even give a heads up when you came back, and you even pretended to be a ghost to scare us." He tried to justify himself by saying that when he just got back, he heard them talking about the wildlings and villages, so he wanted to add a bit of atmosphere for them. He didn't expect her to turn around and give him a kick. She grabbed a coat from the wall and asked with concern, "Does this mean your training is over?" He nodded slightly. "Next, I will stay in the city to further strengthen my abilities." She put on her coat, muttering softly, "Then that's perfect timing. I just found a clue related to Shanshan today." Cho Qiang said she was preparing to go out of the city for a trip. "I'm counting on you for old Liu." Jiang Ping didn't expect her to leave so hastily. She left casually, not forgetting to leave a remark. "It's not like someone is waiting for you day after day like a lingering ghost. I won't bother you anymore." Embarrassed, Huang Ziming quickly ran out, using the excuse that it was getting late to return to her room to rest. But when she reached the door, she unconsciously paused. She called out softly, "Jiang Ping." She smiled brightly and said, "It's great that you could return safely." Jiang Ping was deeply moved. He had been in this world for so long, and this was the first time he had the feeling of being home. Just then, Liu Tifeng suddenly spoke from behind him, teasing, "She's already gone back to her room. What are you still standing there smiling foolishly for?" The old man gently instructed him to go find Cho Qiang early the next morning, tell her I'm seriously ill, and ask her not to leave the city. Seeing Jiang Ping stammering his name, the old man hit him on the head with his cane and scolded, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not stupid and I'm not sick. I'm just pretending." He rubbed his head. He was about to ask more when the old man interrupted him. Shan Shan has been missing for so long, she most likely met with some misfortune. Chokyang wants to investigate Shan Shan, but with her strength, I'm worried she'll also run into danger, so I can only pretend, so she won't have time to go take risks. He looked at the old man with some worry. The old man interrupted again. That girl is very sentimental. Once something weighs on her mind, she will definitely overthink it. She won't easily accept risks. Zhang Ping could only wave his hand and comfort him. Uncle Liu, you've worked hard. Liu Tifeng lightly tapped his pipe. He knew that Zhang Ping was very talented in the field of forging, but Chokyang didn't know how to teach. And she doesn't pay much special attention to forging, so there are quite a few mistakes. In the next few days, I plan to teach you the true flame forging art. Although their technique isn't considered a top secret or anything, it's still the exclusive skill of the Liu family, so I demand that you learn it with your heart. Zhang Ping clenched his fists to show his determination. Yes, I will definitely not disappoint Uncle Liu's expectations. At this very moment, Su Jingyao's voice suddenly rang out, startling him greatly. Zhang Ping, it's me, keep it up, I'm waiting for you. After that, Chokyang did as Liu Tifeng wished and did not go outside the city. The old man pretended to feel the risk of lung cancer. She immediately got angry and scolded him to stop smoking. He also secretly taught Zhang Ping the flame forging art. He applied the forging art to the mist, and the mist transformed into a more precise form in a way it could be considered as becoming stronger. Huang Zeming successfully mastered the first 3 moves of the Beast King Fist, and that evening Zhang Ping was certain that he had heard Su Jingyao's voice. That feeling was like something he had experienced before. So that night he asked the sweeper squad to find evidence. He quickly sent a message to Situ Shibai, Captain, is there a disguised celestial horned tiger near the forge? I just heard it very clearly. He immediately denied it. Zhang Ping, we've long since cleared the area where you live. It's impossible for there to be a celestial horned tiger. He was extremely confused. If it wasn't the phonograph that could hear it, then what was it? He tried to think of another possibility. Could it be that Su Jingyao was not yet dead, but living in another way for revenge? And also to find the answer, he had to personally remove the mask of the celestial horned tiger Su Jingyao. 3 days later, in an unfamiliar residential area, a figure was moving furtively. Zhang Xiaofan used an iron rod to pry open the door and enter. He went to the bed of a sleeping girl. He revealed a lecherous expression, whispering with delight, sleeping like the dead like this. It seems I successfully drugged her today. He quickly pulled the blanket off her, his voice full of desire. I've long heard that the young lady of the Su family has a plump figure, smooth skin, and a beautiful face. Zhang Xiaofan reached out and touched her fair arm. Today, I will have a fresh taste and see if it's true as everyone says. But at this moment, a wisp of black smoke slowly drifted over, calling his name. He was startled, turned around and shouted, "Who is it?" A strange voice came from the mist. Zhang Xiaofan, nickname Teddy Shortlegs, height 1.5 meters, vulgar and base appearance, unpopular with girls, gradually became twisted and perverted in his heart. In the last 10 years, he has killed countless girls. I'm not wrong, am I? Hearing this, he became even more frightened. His mouth kept shouting, Who is there? Who the hell are you?" Zhang Ping said in a low voice, "I am here on orders to take your life." Terrified, Zhang Xiaofan ran away. He was confused and didn't understand. Clearly, the entire Su family had been knocked out by his sleeping drug. He couldn't figure out if the thing chasing him was a person or a ghost. The mist turned into an arrow and pierced through his calf. He stumbled and fell to the floor. The more fear, the larger the mist reserve, he threatened in a cold voice. Still want to struggle? Zhang Xiaofan cried out while holding his leg. You stay away from me." His face grew darker and darker. Zhang Ping saw that he not only wet himself, but also fainted disappointed. He kicked his leg, and I thought a serial killer would be some vicious character. With this, his first mission after joining the squad was considered complete. Once it's done, I probably just need to take him back and hand him over to someone else to deal with. He raised his hand, removed his mask, and began to appraise him. His attribute panel immediately appeared. Zhang Xiaofan, no affiliation. 2 growth points is a mid-level awakener talent, apothecary proficiency, can analyze whether items have medicinal properties and use them to concoct drugs. Peach Blossom Mask is the mask he wears when doing evil deeds. After reading it, he clicked his tongue. Such a good awakened ability, yet he uses it to be a villain. What a degenerate. He began to see the previous scene. A mother was crying and begging him to release her daughter. Zhang Xiaofan kicked her squarely and cursed, "You drank my drug, and you're still being this dishonest. If you want to blame someone, blame your husband. If he hadn't left earlier, I wouldn't have set my sights on you two." A mere grunt in the patrol team, always spouting nonsense about swearing to protect Pearl City to the death. Isn't this a real death now? How ridiculous. He laughed despicably, but I should also thank him for leaving you two for me. Next he grabbed the daughter's hair, stuck out his tongue to lick her face. He wanted to play with her and then send her to meet her father. He had murdered countless people and even treated them as his playthings. After watching Zhang Ping's face darkened with fury, just then Zhang Xiaofan also happened to wake up. He took advantage of Zhang Ping's inattention and flicked some powder at him. He even shouted angrily, "Where did this brat come from ruining my fun? That amount of drug is enough to take down a large mutant beast. After you fall asleep, I'll torture you thoroughly." But he couldn't be happy for long. Zhang Ping gradually emerged from the hazy smoke. He forcefully crushed the mask in his hand. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaofan was extremely panicked, not understanding why his drug had no effect. Could it be because of the rain? He lightly raised his hand, and immediately a slash was launched towards him. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. Zhang Ping began to summon the mist and then cursed in a guttural voice. "This blade is for the mothers who use their lives to protect their daughters." The killing intent within him gradually went berserk. The second blade strikes him on behalf of the girls who would rather die than submit. The third blade is to commemorate that hero of the patrol team. The fourth blade is in memory of that righteous scout. The final blade is for that nameless awakener. Zhang Xiaofan was beaten to a pulp, his blood pooling on the courtyard floor. His mouth still muttered curses at him. Zhang Ping appeared and disappeared in the mist, speaking firmly, "With current technology, if treated in time, you can still be saved. I'll give you a chance." He pointed to the main door and set a condition: as long as he could walk out of there, he would spare his life. In truth, he wanted to return the despair he had brought to those he had murdered multiplied. Zhang Ping appeared with purple flashes of light around him. He looked at Zhang Xiaofan and said, "Remember, this is your last chance." He lay flat on the ground and suddenly broke into a sinister smile. Zhang Xiaofan thought to himself, "Wait until I've recovered. I'll definitely make you pay. I'll chop you into 100 pieces. Cough, cough, cough." He suddenly remembered his beautiful prostitute and told himself, "I can't die here. This world still has so many pretty girls that I haven't had enough of." Xiaofan began to drag himself across the cold ground to get closer to the door. He told himself, "Just a little more." Xiaofan raised his hand, preparing to push the door hard. He thought to himself, "I just need to open this door." He still tried to stretch himself up to push the door, "as long as I can get out of here." But no matter how hard he tried, Xiaofan was still some distance from the door. Clearly there was just a little bit left. Unable to open the door, he punched it repeatedly in hatred. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Zhang Ping walked up from behind. "You won't be able to open that door in this lifetime." He raised one hand, gathering his power into a ball. "I gave you a chance. You didn't know how to cherish. Zhang Xiaofan, you have failed." Xiaofan screamed, "No." A bolt of lightning struck down just as Zhang Ping used his immense power to attack him. Scum. In pain, Xiaofan could only groan a few times. Immediately after, a notification appeared on the system panel. Due to killing a higher level opponent, all attributes increased by 1. Zhang Ping suddenly fell into deep thought. Her thought: "I originally believed that killing the celestial horned tiger would restore peace to Pearl City and save everyone." Ignoring the rain, he looked up at the sky and wondered, "But people like this, do they really deserve to be saved? What the hell am I saving? Scum who deserve to die don't need me to show saintly compassion." Zhang Ping's face grew dark. Suddenly a voice rang out, "You're certain? At Hanai Academy, today is a special day." He looked around as if searching for something, and the same voice continued, "Find a chance, take it away." Jiang Ping wondered what another Zheng Xiao fan. He held the Leng Yu in his hand. Jiang Ping brought it close to his mouth and said, "Captain, I've completed the mission regarding the rapist. Also, I heard through the phonograph about the situation near Hanai Academy. It seems they want to take something away." At the sweeper squad headquarters, Bide heard Jiang Ping's report and asked Hanai Academy. Mani told him, I can't sense the situation there. Someone has set up a barrier. If even I can't probe it, then it seems this person is no ordinary individual." Bade told him, "Jiang Ping, you go there first. Report the actual situation. I will contact Liu Xishan immediately." He ordered him, "Don't act rashly until reinforcements arrive." Jiang Ping immediately obeyed, "Yes, sir." A moment later, in an abandoned building surrounded by a barrier screen, 3 people were moving deep inside the building. One of them was Zhu Zejun, he said with a scowl. "Damn it, we've been searching for 15 minutes. Where the hell did Chen Xueling hide?" Another one was Huang Erhe, said, "Boss, this is not good. Someone has entered the barrier." Huang San immediately became flustered. What could it be that our actions have been discovered? Hearing that, Zejun immediately scolded him. "Nonsense with town, Dragonstone and the Night Oriole Lantern protection. Here there's no way anyone can detect us." A thought appeared in his mind. If that's the case, the one who entered the barrier. If they startle Chen Xueling, it will be troublesome. Even if we hide our aura, we can't just take her away right in front of him. Just like that, the 3 of them went deeper into the building. As they walked, Zejun said to them, "Hurry up, there's not much time left. No matter what, we must find her." They immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Outside, Jiang Ping was standing at the foot of the building. He glanced at the utility pole wrapped by a dragon model. Jiang Ping thought to himself, "What is this appraise?" But 2 consecutive appraisals failed. Only on the 3rd try did the system panel announce success. Looking at this dragon model, the system introduced town, dragonstone qualities that form a barrier to cover and destroy barriers. Jiang Ping thought to himself, "It's actually an epic grade item." The system showed him a replay of people screaming in agony as their life force was sucked into this town dragonstone. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ping thought worriedly, the town dragonstone was also created through human sacrifice, but this thing has long been banned for public use. Staring at the building, another thought occurred to him. They don't seem like people from the other 2 organizations either. Could it be the remnants of the Zhu family? Jiang Ping began to analyze everything about the Zhu family. He thought to himself, the beast-taming Zhu family, the masterminds behind everything. The Zhu family lured the celestial horned tigers, gathered mutant beasts outside the city. What is their ultimate goal? Jiang Ping started to open the door and enter the building. He thought, perhaps I can find a clue from their actions this time. From Jiang Ping's perspective, he heard a noise by the window and thought to himself, it seems something is coming out. I should hide first. The system displayed Nightwalker is effective. From the opponent's perspective, the 3 members of Zejun's group cautiously stepped out of the window. When he saw that the town dragonstone was no longer glowing red, he thought the person who just entered the barrier seems not to be here. Looking around, Zejun said, "It should be fine. Turn off the lantern. We have to save the last bit of energy to use when necessary." He said, "I'll go put away the town dragonstone. We can't leave any traces." Inside the building, Jiang Ping secretly appraised. He whispered to contact his teammates. Confirmed the enemy is from the Zhu family. 1 is level 20 with appraisal ability. Another is level 17 with psionic ability. And 1 is level 15 with hypnosis ability. The other end replied, "Understood." The system notified appraisal complete. He looked at the lantern the 3 of them were holding. Night Oriole Lantern conceals aura smell and information, currently at 16100. Seeing this, Jiang Ping thought, no wonder I couldn't see them just now. So they use this thing to conceal their aura, but it seems its energy is about to run out. Suddenly he thought, this girl is she, their kidnapping target. The system displayed information. Chen Junting Human Affiliation, Hanai Academy. Other information followed 12 stars. Mid-level Awakener level. 13 uses Sacred Blood. to make herself more friendly to creatures with her own blood. Those who drink it cannot use their abilities and encounter much misfortune. Zhang Ping continued to think her growth value is unbelievable, and her ability is truly an upgraded version of the gemstone contract. His eyes became incredibly sharp and cold. Does the Zhu family want to control someone through her? I absolutely cannot let the Zhu family achieve their goal. Zhang Ping watched the three of them carrying a girl out of the building. No matter what, this girl is innocent. Suddenly, the figures of the four people vanished in an instant. The system immediately announced an interruption. Zhang Ping rushed out to find the four of them. They've run off. Mani, where did they go? Can you find them? At the sweeper squad base, Mani searched frantically while telling him, I've sensed them. Those people are heading towards the outskirts of the city at this speed. Tutu probably won't be able to catch up. Zhang Ping's tone was firm. I will hold them off. Suddenly, Bade spoke up. Wait, Zhang Ping, don't be rash first. You must ensure your own safety. He told him, the Zhu family is the mastermind behind all of this. We absolutely cannot let them escape. Although I can't beat them, I can use the dark mist to hold them off and buy time for Sister Tutu. On the other side, Zhejian's group of three was running in the rain. Suddenly, Zhejian noticed something. A monstrous beast suddenly rushed out with a roar. Looking at it, Zhejian wondered, a dark mist mutant beast, why is it appearing in the city? That wolf beast was Zhang Ping's transformation. He thought to himself, thanks to the flame, forging art the dark mist's disguise is quite good, but I must be careful not to be detected by that level 20 appraiser. Zhejian activated his appraisal while pondering, this wolf looks very strong. What level is it? But unfortunately, the appraisal was interrupted because the wolf had already lunged to attack them. Zhejian cursed under his breath. Damn it, it got interrupted. It raised its hand full of sharp claws, ready to make those guys eat dirt. That wolf ran very fast towards Zhejian, but it ignored him and kept running. He shouted, Huang-san, hypnotize it quickly. Obeying him, Huang-san rushed out to block its path. He began to hypnotize the beast, stay still. Just like that, the wolf was hypnotized by him. When he saw it was completely hypnotized, he said, good, it's working. Zhang Ping was inside that beast. He thought to himself, my spiritual power is infinite, so I'm immune to all mental control. I can take advantage of this. Huang-san continued to hypnotize. Stay still, stay still. Zhang Ping already had a plan in his mind. Pretend to be controlled to close the distance. Huang-san's hand got closer to the wolf, stay still. Taking the opportunity, Zhang Ping in the wild wolf's body rushed forward quickly. He thought to himself, right now, surprise attack. Huang-san quickly dodged its attack. Why is it moving? The wolf beast, Zhang Ping, opened its mouth full of fangs and attacked them. Huang-san was immediately attacked. He could only groan a few times. Huang-san was pinned down by that Zhang Ping wolf, causing him to scream loudly. Boss, help! Help me! Zhejian shouted his name loudly. Huang-san. Huang-er, carrying the girl on his shoulder, was also angry and prepared to use a move to save Huang-san. You dare! Huang-er struck the Zhang Ping wolf with a blow, sending it flying. Get lost. The system displayed information, level up to 9 attributes. Powell has 1 current attributes, 20 spirit, infinite, strength, 31 agility, 31 contract, increased to 6. Zhang Ping in his wolf guise stood to one side thinking, success. Next I just need to hold off the other two. The people outside immediately used their move psionic power supergravity. Inside the dark mist, Wolf Zhang Ping was so surprised he froze. His outer wolf form was attacked by the power of those people, causing it to just stand still, unable to retaliate. Inside, Zhang Ping silently cursed, damn it, I can't move. In a moment, Zhejian successfully appraised him, but the report said, name Zhang Ping level 9. Beginner Awakener, affiliated with Soul of Iron Forge and Sweeper Squad abilities unknown. Zhang Ping inside the wolf was surprised. Suddenly, Zhejian's face became extremely sinister. So you're human and a level 9 rookie at that. You still dare to act like a hero. He said to Zhang Ping in his wolf form, since you are one of Situ Shibai's men. He thought to himself, Situ Shibai also used this supergravity move on me last time. Zhejian shouted, then, I can't let you live, hearing this. He told himself, I have to stay calm. I must think of a way to escape. The rain grew heavier and lightning flashed continuously. The men of the beast-taming Zhu family were using their power to overwhelm Jiang Ping, but without success. Although this appraisal user didn't have any attack skills, his special weapon was also a bit hard to deal with, and it's even epic grade. Jiang Ping transformed back into a human. It seems the Zhu family's main strength relies on their equipment. He frowned and thought, luckily even though my body is suppressed, it doesn't affect my ability to activate the mist. Immediately the mist spikes surrounding him shot straight at the group from the beast-taming Zhu family. They quickly dodged the attack. Jiang Ping was confused. Why isn't that psionic user attacking me back with his psionic power? Suddenly Zhu Zejun flew into Jiang Ping's blind spot and shot a powerful arrow at him. Jiang Ping was immediately hit. He drew his bow preparing to shoot a second arrow and said, I guess your ability consumes energy, right? Let's see how long you can resist. Hearing this, Jiang Ping thought, perhaps it's not that he doesn't want to fight back, but that he can't fight back. Seeing him sitting there dazedly, Zhu Zejun was dissatisfied, dazed. As soon as he finished speaking, the second arrow shot out with a whoosh. Its power seemed even greater than the first time. Jiang Ping decided to try a new move to counter this attack. Immediately his mist transformed into shurikens and shot straight at them. But Zhu Zejun easily blocked them. He mocked, still want to struggle. Suddenly the psionic power on the bow he was holding weakened. Both of them were stunned. Jiang Ping spoke up, you don't retaliate against my attacks because you need to aim at the target to activate your psionic power. Huang was stunned. What? Jiang Ping dashed towards Huang like lightning while thinking to himself, just as I predicted, I just need to lock down this guy. The psionic power will lose its effect. And Zhu Zejun couldn't react in time to his speed, only managing to call out Huang Er's name. Jiang Ping transformed the mist into a dagger and stabbed it into Huang Er's abdomen, seemingly immobilizing him. He tried to use his own psionic power to free himself. Jiang Ping was surprised. He actually released psionic power on himself. Huang laughed triumphantly and said, you almost got your way. Luckily, I forced control over my right hand to escape the binding. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Jiang Ping's right hand. Zhu Zejun also chimed in. This must be your last bit of energy, right? Huang smirked. Just crippling my hand isn't enough. You have to be completely crippled too. Relying on this kind of attack is basically impossible. Suddenly, Jiang Ping used the True Fire Art flame chain, which lit up the entire sky. Huang panicked and pushed him away. Damn it. He was knocked back and hit by another arrow. This is not good. They continued to mock him. You have quite a few tricks, and he didn't expect their clothes to be fire-resistant either. Then they took a stance preparing to finish off Jiang Ping. It's about time to end it here. He slowly stood up and said, there's not much time left. Zhu Zejun smirked. You mean the time until you die, right? Number Jiang Ping said while glancing at them. It's the time I've held you guys back for. Unexpected currents of water suddenly appeared around him and rushed straight to attack them. Before Huang could get his bearings, he was pierced through the abdomen by that stream of water. As for Zhu Zejun, he was lucky enough to dodge in time and simultaneously shoot an arrow at me. He roared in anger. You're about to die, yet you're still running your mouth. Jiang Ping strained his eyes to dodge the attack to the right, but the arrow still grazed his shoulder. Liu Xishan suddenly appeared from behind them, finishing off one of them with a single move. Zhu Zejun was stunned. There are reinforcements. He couldn't believe it. This girl finished off Huang with just one move. She charged straight at him, launching fatal blows. He struggled to block them while shouting, "Who the hell are you?" She remained silent, continuing to unleash terrifying blows towards Zhu Zejun. As for him, he kept retreating further and further back, only able to frown because he had been worn down too much by Jiang Ping. He was forced to use his final move. He took out a golden ring and put it on his middle finger. Liu Xishan paused for a moment, slightly surprised by his action. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from him. Liu Xishan shouted, "Stop!" But it was too late. That ray of light struck down between them like a lightning bolt, sending earth and rocks flying everywhere. Liu Sishan managed to pull Zhang Ping to a safe place in time. Luckily, he was okay. Unsurprisingly, after launching that attack, Zhu Zejun fled. She felt a bit regretful that she couldn't capture the remnants of the Zhu family alive. As for Zhang Ping, he lay in a heap, completely exhausted. Liu Sishan suddenly received a signal through her communication device. Tutu, bring Zhang Ping back quickly. She was surprised. What's wrong? The other end reported the illusory light sky curtain has been broken. Liu Sishan was stunned after hearing that sentence. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu was standing on the rooftop of a building. Huang Ziming said politely, "Your Highness the Prince, I wonder why you have summoned me back." She asked, "How is the matter of the mutant beasts gathering outside the city?" He replied, "Your Highness, the preparations are complete." Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, drawing everyone's attention. Luo Xiu frowned. What was that sound? Huang Ziming thought to himself, "This is Myriad Thunder guidance. Is Zhu Zejun in trouble? Just let the fox notice." With that thought, he hesitated and replied, "It's probably just the sound of thunder." She turned back and asked him, "Did you see any abnormalities?" She was actually the Moon King Prince, inhabiting the body at this moment. He could only mumble, "No, I didn't." "Then what are you so nervous about?" A terrifyingly oppressive energy poured out from him. Huang Ziming knelt down trembling and said, "Your Highness, since I was a child, your subordinate has been afraid of thunder, so..." Hearing this, he just snorted, "Useless." He thought this sound came from within the city, but I can't see anything now. It's exactly like that time. At that time, that person was seriously injured, undoubtedly dead. But just at a turn, he disappeared without a trace to be able to escape from my sight so openly. He said while jumping down from the building, "It seems now it's just a type of high-level illusion technique. Human illusions cannot affect my clan, but something else can be used to indirectly obscure my vision. Perhaps this entire Pearl City is a fake. It's truly just as planned." The Moon King Prince suddenly deployed his domain. An extremely powerful energy erupted from his body. Liu Sishan stood stunned, looking up at the sky. Where did the female student from Hanai Academy go? Although I don't know what happened, the sky curtain is indeed disappearing. Zhang Ping was struggling to get up, calling out Sister Tutu. He pointed towards the lantern that Huang Er was carrying. Liu Sishan was puzzled. The Night Aureole lantern. He urged her, "Hurry, go." The Moon King Prince's energy seemed to be enveloping the entire city. Eyes suddenly appeared within those streams of energy, continuously glancing around, as if searching for something, and finally he found that rat. At this moment, Zhu Zejun was fleeing while carrying the Holy Maiden. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "It's so late. Is there someone still leaving the city?" Huang Ziming felt a chill down his spine. "We're done for. It's found us." He tried to shout to stop him. "Your Highness, wait!" He didn't care, and shot towards the target like a flash of lightning. He was furious. "It's ruined. I can't stop it." The rain continued to pour through the communication device. Zhu Zejun reported urgent intelligence. The sweeper squad hiding in the city also has an assassin named Zhang Ping. Our operation tonight was foiled by him. Huang San and Huang Er are dead. In the end, the sweeper squad's reinforcements arrived, had no choice but to use the Myriad Thunder guidance. After hearing the news, Zhu Zemin was stunned. "You mean that Zhang Ping is still alive?" Zhu Zejun reported, "That's right, but I've checked his information. Besides the sweeper squad, he's also at a forge called the Soul of Iron." Zhu Zemin replied, "Understood, but the urgent mission now is for you to quickly get the Holy Maiden out of the city." Suddenly, from the other end of the line, Zhu Zejun's terrified scream was heard. "Luo Xiu, why are you here?" And then his cries for help echoed throughout the city. Zhu Zemin could only continuously ask through the communication device, "What happened? Answer me quickly, Zhu Zejun." Just in time, Huang Ziming arrived. He scolded, "You fool, stop calling. The plan has failed. Zhu Zejun has been killed by the fox." Furious, Zhu Zemin threw down the communication device. "Damn it, have all our years of effort come to nothing?" Huang Ziming calmly said, "No, the Holy Maiden is still alive. She is the nemesis of the celestial horned tigers. The Moon King Prince, realizing he cannot kill her, will definitely take her back to the City Lord's mansion." One of them asked, "Then what do you suggest we do? Without the Holy Maiden, how can we control those foxes anymore?" He replied, The City Lord's mansion has a secret passage that leads straight outside the city. Currently, only I know about it. You all bring the mutant beasts through that secret passage into the City Lord's mansion. It will create trouble for the fox. I will take advantage of the chaos to get the Holy Maiden out. Ju Zemin snorted. You make it sound easy. The Moon King Prince is defending the City Lord's mansion, just relying on the mutant beasts we've gathered. What can we do? Huang Zeming smiled, revealing the dark thoughts in his eyes. That's why we must use that assassin Jiang Ping from the Sweeper Squad. Right now, the Moon King Prince is monitoring the entire city. Any situation that arises, he will handle it himself. We just need to send our elite troops to the forge to attack Jiang Ping, which will attract the Moon King Prince and the Sweeper Squad. While the two sides are fighting, we will control the mutant beasts to attack the City Lord's mansion, catching them completely off guard. Ju Zemin wondered, but if we do that, it would be equivalent to completely turning against the Celestial Horned Tigers. Therefore, we can only succeed, not fail. Furthermore, when you act, do not reveal my identity. One of them spoke up. All right, you are indeed the heir to the Zhu family's bloodline. We will help you act out this play of the Vice City Lords. The Holy Maiden is all up to you now, Ju Zemin. The first person Jiang Ping saw after opening his eyes was Liu Xishan. You're awake. How are you? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? He looked around bewilderedly and wondered, where is this? She immediately explained. This is the Sweeper Squad's base. The situation earlier was urgent, so I could only bring you here first. A moment later, Jiang Ping's gaze shifted to the nearby hospital bed. Team leader Jin Bo is injured so severely again. I heard it was Luo Xiu's doing. She didn't hesitate to act herself. It seems she has realized our existence. Suddenly Xu Jie pushed the door open and entered, waking up so quickly. It seems your recovery is not bad. Having just entered, she already questioned him. How did you manage to deal with 3 opponents, 10 levels higher than you by yourself, and even kill one of them? Logically speaking, overcoming a 5-level gap should result in an instant kill. He silently thought, I'm a newcomer, it's better to be humble. Meanwhile, Liu Xishan answered for him. Xu Jie has introduced herself before. Her ability is to replenish solar energy. Your wounds were treated by her. Jiang Ping smiled and said, it was just my luck. You could say it was a blessing in disguise. This time it was also thanks to Sister Xu. Without all of you, I don't know how many times I would have died. I heard Sister Xu is strict, but she doesn't seem like it. Xu Jai continued, it's just a small matter. Besides, I don't have to maintain the sky curtain now. All right, that's enough with the pleasantries. If you're awake, go meet everyone. Regarding last night's events, we need more comprehensive information. At this point, Jiang Ping thought sorrowfully, I take back what I just said. While Luo Wei was sound asleep, Manny was busy non-stop. Why is there always endless work? She couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Captain, I'm submitting my resignation. Luo Wei suddenly raised her hand. I agree. Hearing her response, Manny's eyes lit up. So little Wei is awake. Help me share some of the work, please. Luo Wei then fell back asleep without paying any attention to her. Manny immediately prepared to punish Luo Wei, but she managed to dodge all of her attacks. When Situ Shibai entered the room, he saw the two of them sparring. Faced with this scene, he immediately corrected their behavior. There's no other way. The headquarters is short-staffed right now. Just bear with it. Xu Jai then entered and helped salvage the situation. Captain, you're here. Xu Jai offered, let me help you share the work. Hearing that Manny immediately hugged her tightly, Sister Xu still cares about me the most. Aditi Situ Shibai cut in. Let's get straight to the point. We previously speculated that the Zhu family is allied with the Celestial Horned Tigers to eliminate the forces that once opposed the Zhu family. But now I believe their relationship is not a true partnership. It's not hard to realize the Zhu family has set up a barrier. They must know about the existence of the illusory light sky curtain. But they didn't inform the Celestial Horned Tigers about this, which indicates they want to use the sky curtain for something. Submitting to others is not the Zhu family's style, but with their current strength they cannot confront the Celestial Horned Tigers. Therefore, the girl they brought out from Hanai Academy last night is probably the key to resisting the Celestial Horned Tigers. Xu Jai continued, the master of Hanai Academy. Chen Shuilei only has one son, Chen Haowen. Records show he went missing 14 years ago. He never married in the same year. Chen Shuilei suddenly announced to the public that she had a granddaughter named Chen Junting. According to our investigation, this Chen Junting is not from the bloodline of Pearl City. It's very likely she comes from the villages outside the city. Furthermore, Chen Shuilei seems to love this granddaughter very much. For the past 14 years, she has not allowed her to have contact with anyone. Her citizen record is as clean as a blank sheet of paper. There's absolutely no record of whether she has awakened or what her awakened ability is. Suddenly, at this moment, Zhang Ping revealed a shocking piece of news. I know her ability. I used my appraisal skill on her before. Her ability seems to be called Sacred Blood. Situ Shibai immediately came up with a speculation. Outside the city, a holy maiden. Could it be the sacred ancestor village? However, he quickly denied it. No, it can't be such a coincidence. Zhang Ping explained, the effect of this ability is... At the city lord's mansion, Chen Junting and Luo Xiyu were having a meal together. The little girl enjoyed her cake and asked curiously, "This place is so big. Do you live here all the time? You don't look very well. Is there something bothering you?" She quickly denied it. "No, there isn't." Chen Junting stood up and happily poured tea for her. "I know," Grandpa said. "When you're not happy, you should eat a little more. Please have some tea." Luo Xiyu immediately erupted with intense killing intent at the dining table, her crimson eyes filled with menace. However, at this moment, Chen Junting remained seated, as calm as if nothing was happening. Although she scared the little girl still smiled and offered the cake. "Sister, why aren't you eating? I just tried this cookie, it's very delicious." In the end, Luo Xiyu had to accept and eat the cookie. Chen Junting happily asked, "It's delicious, right?" It was Chen Junting's optimism and innocence that made Luo Xiyu hesitate. Even she couldn't understand herself. She suddenly felt a little ashamed of her action of attacking the child just now. Wait, why do I feel ashamed in front of a human? When she tasted the unpleasant tea, the little girl frowned. "It's awful. This tea uses poor quality water. The person who brewed it must be an idiot. No wonder you're not happy." Luo Xiyu thought dejectedly, "I'm an idiot." So Chen Junting held the teapot and scurried away. "Let me go. Brew another pot. Wait for me for a bit, okay?" As for Xiyu, she was currently tormenting herself. "This isn't right. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel guilty? As the prince of the Celestial Fox clan, I can't have problems. The problem lies with this human. Who is she really even?" She was now curious about Chen Junting's identity. At this moment in the Sweeper Squad's training room, Liu Xishan and Zhang Ping were facing each other. "Your dark mist and my water element are quite similar, for example controlling them with your mind and freely changing their shape. But there is one fundamental difference, that is you cannot turn solid dark mist back into illusory dark mist. My water element can be recalled and reused. But your dark mist is a one-time consumable. If the dark mist could switch back and forth between the three states of gas, liquid, and solid like water, it would be much more practical." Zhang Ping swung his sword like a storm, neutralizing each of Sikian's relentless attacks in the nick of time. For him, the current state was already very good. The dark mist not being a solid also had its advantages. For example, not needing to carry a gourd for storage. She suddenly rushed in front of him. "Pay attention!" Immediately, Zhang Ping was sent flying far away like a leaf in a gale. But he managed to brace himself in time, using all his strength to maintain his stance. Luckily, I can use the dark mist to absorb the shock. However, Sikian had no intention of stopping. She immediately soared into the air, summoning a fierce blizzard. Fortunately, you can absorb the fear of creatures to transform it into dark mist, which to some extent compensates for your lack of endurance. Sharp ice spikes fell like a meteor shower, but Zhang Ping still nimbly dodged each one. I can still dodge attacks of this level. The ice shard suddenly shattered, turning into a liquid that covered the ground beneath his feet, while Zhang Ping was still disoriented. That wave of water suddenly transformed into ropes, tightly binding his limbs. Not good. The water melted from the ice. I was too focused on the ice cones above me just now. Liu Xishan had grasped Zhang Ping's weakness. If your opponent isn't afraid of you, your dark mist will quickly be depleted. However, he was still extremely confident. Even so, as long as my attack power is strong enough, I only need one shot to eliminate the opponent. Indeed, Zhang Ping was not bragging. His dagger was already close to Liu Xishan's head. As the blade descended with lightning speed, she immediately summoned a wave of water to block the blow. Then show me how strong your attack is. The wave of water quickly transformed into a protective sphere, completely enveloping her to withstand the fierce attack. But unexpectedly, the dagger still pierced through the water layer, as if nothing could stop it. It even broke through the water prison. This move from Zhang Ping had broadened Liu Xishan's horizons. Sister Tutu, you've lost. This move from Zhang Ping had broadened Liu Xishan's horizons. Sister Tutu, you've lost. Perhaps the Dark Mist mutant beast is a descendant of a king-class mutant beast, inheriting some special characteristic. Therefore, the Dark Mist has the ability to damage peak-level opponents. But you still lack combat experience. If this were a life-and-death battle, you'd be cooked by now. Hearing this, he was a little confused. Cooked. And then Zhang Ping was literally cooked. So hot. Why is this water boiling? Siqian didn't forget to give him a necessary reminder. Understanding the characteristics of your own ability is very important. If there's nothing else, you should think more about it. For example, water transforming into ice, hot water or steam. These things can create surprising effects in battle. To apply the theory just mentioned, Zhang Ping immediately started practicing. Like this Sister Tutu, she was originally very afraid of spiders, so in a panic, she splashed water straight into his face. Spiders. Get away quickly. Who would have thought that Zhang Ping would accidentally swallow her water? Seeing this, Siqian suddenly froze and stared at him blankly. Next, she shook him repeatedly, like a roly-poly toy. Spit it out quickly. My water element is pure and highly toxic. Even if you're not poisoned to death, you'll be choked to death by me. Finally, things calmed down. Zhang Ping apologized to her and then said, "But my state is a bit strange now. I feel my body is soft and I can't control it." Suddenly, Zhang Ping's entire lower body turned into water. It didn't stop there, his upper body also began to transform. My hand. Could it be that I've awakened a new ability, Appraise? The system panel displayed the attributes of the summoned beast Zhang Ping, with a 6-star potential, level 9, with infinite spiritual power and many other talents, has a 10% chance to absorb a special physique when swallowing a special item, and the ability to create a layer of pure water to block physical attacks. Zhang Ping was surprised. The effect of the level 6 gemstone this time has awakened 2 abilities. This pure water body is quite easy to understand. But what exactly is this anomaly eater ability? Meanwhile, his entire body was about to turn into water. Liu Xishan panicked. "Zhang Ping, what's wrong with you? You're not melting from being poisoned, are you?" Zhang Ping calmly reassured her. "I'm fine. I'm sure I can return to normal. I just need a little time to get used to it." If the dark mist body and the pure water body can have similarities, then it should be similar to the transformation ability of the dark mist. I just need to feel my body carefully. The next second, Zhang Ping had turned into a puddle of water success. Following that were the shapes he transformed himself into success. And so Zhang Ping had truly mastered this ability. A moment later, he transformed back into his human form. "Sister Tutu, look, I'm back to normal." Liu Tutu suddenly blushed. She reminded him, "You should put on some clothes first." Only then did Zhang Ping realize he was stark naked. Turning her back, she asked, "What exactly happened to you just now?" He pulled up his pants and explained the situation. "It seems that by accidentally drinking the water you created, I awakened the pure water body." She seemed to be hearing it for the first time, so she was a little unfamiliar. Pure water body. Zhang Ping's growth speed is too fast, especially the pure water form. It is indeed the ability that water element users earnestly dream of. He awakened it so easily. Is this infinite class? She suddenly turned her face, startling Zhang Ping. The two of them were flustered at that moment, not daring to look at each other. "Sister Tutu, are you okay, Liu?" Xishan replied, "I'm fine." Suddenly at that moment someone came looking for Liu Xishan. She immediately asked into the communication device, "What's wrong?" Reporting, "Captain, the soul of Iron Forge is under attack. Requesting reinforcements." Faced with such an urgent situation, she couldn't delay any longer. Tell the nearby teammates to provide support immediately. I'll be right there. The other end replied, understood. At this point, Zhang Ping also realized something was wrong. Huang Ziming and the others are in danger. I want to go too. Liu Sishan immediately refused. You can't go. This is very likely a trap. However, Zhang Ping was not worried at all. Don't worry, I just happened to awaken the pure water body today. If there's a problem, I can turn into water and escape. If that was the case, Liu Sishan had no choice but to let him follow. I really can't stop you. Stay close to me. Zhang Ping agreed. Okay. At the Soul of Iron Forge, Siqian asked in a panic, why are there so many assassins here? Then she turned and ordered one of them, you lead a team to search for survivors. Then turned back to the person standing next to her. You lead a defensive force. Be on guard against the remaining assassins. She also quickly complied. Yes, ma'am. At this moment, Zhang Ping was outside calling out loudly. Uncle Liu Huang Zeming, Sister Se Chokiang, was standing in a small corner replying softly, Zhang. She moaned and said Zhang Ping. The person who saw her, Zhang Ping, immediately ran over Sister Si. Chokiang pointed forward and urged quick Uncle Liu and Huang Zeming. She continued in pain. They are all injured. At this moment, Siqian suddenly ran out from the house. I'll go check it out. You stay here and take care of her. Zhang Ping bandaged one of Cho Qiang's injured arms. He stammered, Sister, say your arm. She replied strongly, it's fine. I won't die from losing an arm. Suddenly at this moment, a group of people approached. Siqian quickly instructed them, take the injured to be treated. Zhang Ping looked worriedly at the person lying on the stretcher, Huang Zeming. Siqian saw this and immediately comforted him. Don't worry, they were just injured and fainted. It's nothing serious. Everyone quickly moved the injured outside for treatment. Although Chokiang was injured, she still didn't forget to remind Zhang Ping. If you two are fine, then I'm relieved. On the contrary, you also have to be a little careful. Those assassins are all targeting you. Zhang Ping, have you offended some big shot recently? Hearing this, he quickly reassured her. It's nothing, sisters. You don't need to worry about me. Just focus on recovering well. Siqian spoke up. The city is no longer safe. The sweeper squad will take them to a safe room outside the city for treatment. Zhang Ping blamed himself. Damn it, it's all my fault. He showed a determined expression. The beast-taming Jew family. In this Pearl City, the ones who want me dead are most likely them. Siqian replied, I will arrange for someone to investigate immediately. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The energy fluctuation just now came from here. Many of our kin died around here before. Could it be related to those two? Hearing this voice, Zhang Ping thought to himself, this sound, it's Luo Xiyu. This phonograph is very clear, she's nearby. That voice continued to echo. Now is an unusual time. I'd rather waste food than overlook any threat. Hearing this, Zhang Ping immediately turned to look up. He quickly pulled Siqian to the side. Be careful. Xu, standing high above, saw them shatter her attack and exclaimed, interesting, you could actually sense my attack. Zhang Ping quickly asked with concern, are you okay? Siqian replied, I'm fine. However, this operation was kept secret. Why could she be here at this very moment? He voiced his speculation. I guess she's been monitoring the whole city. Hearing this, Xiyu glared at him. She asked Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping politely greeted her sister Luo, long time no see. Then he calmed himself down, appraise, and then appraised Xiyu. At this moment, Siqian used her power, and green streams of energy appeared around her body. Siqian shouted, you run quickly, I'll hold her off. Zhang Ping was still in the process of appraising. Siqian quickly used her blizzard attack on Xiyu. Zhang Ping looked at Xiyu flying high above and thought with frustration, damn it, the appraisal range is not enough. Xiyu flew high above and black holes appeared around her, sucking in Siqian's blizzard. She thought to herself, she used a killer move on me without hesitation. It seems my identity has been exposed. Then she spoke, the recent events are indeed related to you. Suddenly, Siqian noticed a black hole behind her. It quickly attacked Siqian. She also immediately used a snowflake to block its attack. Siqian jumped high and thought it actually broke through my full power defense with one blow. Xiyu continuously calculated. It doesn't matter if my identity is exposed. She can't see through my illusions anyway. She's just judging my attacks based on the changes in the cold air around her. She jumped high and shot out her tails towards Sikian. Let's see how you defend yourself this time. At this moment, Sikian was surrounded by Shiyu's tails. She released cold air, looking around in confusion. This side, this side, this side too. Suddenly, Jiang Ping shouted a reminder, "Sister Tutu, be careful above and to the left." Sikian thought with relief. Luckily, Jiang Ping is here, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to resist. He continued to remind her direction 3, 7.9 o'clock, direction 4, 8.10 o'clock, direction 1, 2, 11 o'clock, direction 5, 12 o'clock. Thanks to that, Sikian managed to dodge Shiyu's attacks and sever those tails. At this moment, Shiyu looked confused. How did Jiang Ping know? Could it be? Suddenly a tail appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Ping turned his head to look at it and thought to himself, full power dodge. Shiyu stood high above, watching Jiang Ping dodge her attacks. She couldn't help but speculate. As expected, every time I attack him, he can dodge it precisely. It seems Jiang Ping is the one who can distinguish our clan's disguises. Shiyu shouted loudly, "I should have killed you directly back then. Let's see how long you can dodge." At this moment he thought in a panic, "This is not good. I can't dodge and report the position to Sister Tutu at the same time." Jiang Ping used his ultimate move, 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right. He created a ball of air with his technique Mist Trap, covering him and Sikian. Seeing this, she looked surprised, Jiang Ping, and he was secretly happy, just in time. Then he sarcastically asked, "Sister Luo's anger is a bit much. Is it because you've been heartbroken recently?" Xiu exclaimed, "Interesting." She went berserk and flew up Jiang Ping. "You hide it deep enough. So many times I've probed and you've always managed to deceive me." Then she charged straight towards Jiang Ping and Sikian, "But this time you won't escape disaster." Xiu manifested thousands of tails to attack the sphere Jiang Ping created. "You can defend against 3 tails, but what about 3,000? Sikian was worried. Its attack power is too high. At this moment he was struggling with all his might against Shiyu's terrifying power. His mist reserve was also gradually decreasing from 50% to 30%. Xiu smugly smoothed her hair. "If you can hold on for 1 second, I'll count it as your win." The mist reserve had now dropped to 10%, 8%, 5%, and finally 0%. Jiang Ping was in despair. "In just a moment I've released 100% of my mist, and I still can't hold on. Could it be that I really have to die here this time?" Suddenly Situ Shibai's illusionary clone appeared. "Kid Jiang Ping, you've held on. Well, I can only create 1 chance for you." He glanced at the illusion and thought to himself, "It's the captain's clone." With Shibai's help, the sphere of the 2 of them was covered by a yellow line of power. Seeing this, Xiaoyu wondered, what is this Shibai's clone reminded him? "Kid Jiang Ping, now is the time." He immediately replied, "Got it." Then he shouted loudly, unleashing a surge of power that sent Xiaoyu's tails flying. Jiang Ping quickly grabbed Sikian's hand, and taking advantage of the surrounding dust, they both fled. "Tutu, let's go." Seeing this, Xiyu gnashed her teeth, trying to run. She summoned a monster and ordered, "Break it for me." When Xiyu looked back into the chaos, she could no longer find Jiang Ping and Sikian. The monster immediately ordered the other monsters standing below, "All of you, listen up. Pursue Jiang Ping with all your might." A moment later, at the sweeper squad's safe room outside the city, Chao Qiang spoke up. "That is to say, now you are a member of the sweeper squad, and Pearl City has become the domain of those stinking foxes." Jiang Ping replied, "Yes, although they don't dare to act rashly, the city is still not safe." He said sadly, "I'm sorry, it's all because of me." Chou Qiang quickly comforted him. "It's all right, it's just 1 arm, I won't die. Besides, you still want to thank me for saving Uncle Liu and the others." Jiang Ping showed a determined expression. "I will definitely find a way to take back the forge. Before that, I can only let everyone suffer a little and hide outside the city for a while." At this moment, Sikian recalled the moment Jiang Ping skillfully pulled her to escape from Shiyu, and thought with admiration, "He has matured without me realizing." Chao Qiang reminded him, "That girl is still waiting for you. You go do your work first." Hearing that, he also glanced towards Sikian. Jiang Ping wondered, "Tutu, are you looking for me for something?" Hearing that, she crossed her arms and asked back, "What did you call me?" He answered flusteredly, sister, Tutu, he thought to himself. It's all Sister C's fault, always calling her that girl. It made me call her the wrong name. Jiang Ping was embarrassed, but it's true. Before it was okay to call her sister Tutu for social reasons. After getting to know her better, it feels a bit awkward for better or worse. I've lived 2 lifetimes, so I'm not much younger than her. At this point, Sikian also didn't bother arguing with him anymore. Forget it, it's just a form of address anyway. Call me, whatever you like, follow me. This made Jiang Ping a little flustered after hearing it. Sikian continued, your identity has been exposed. I'm afraid you won't be able to enter Pearl City for the time being. Wait for the captain's arrangements. She took out a solution and handed it to Jiang Ping, saying, the intelligence you provided about the Holy Maiden earlier was very useful. Plus, you perfectly resolved the rapist mission, so this is the Sweeper Squad's reward for you. He took the vial of solution, this is golden blood, and showed a doubtful expression. It can't be that royal gold blood, can it? Sikian confirmed. It is indeed Jinbo's royal gold blood. He needs to draw blood periodically for storage. This blood is normally used to treat teammates or to extend the lifespan of some meritorious elderly people. Try using it in the training room to see what kind of ability you can get. She explained further, that's right. This royal gold blood is a type of bloodline ability, so it's possible it will be passed down to the next generation. It's best if you prepare yourself mentally. Be careful of being targeted by lawless women. Jiang Ping looked at the vial in his hand and thought to himself, it's just a probability of inheritance, not 100%. Besides, I'm not even sure if I'll have a wife in the future. Why think so far ahead? Then he decisively drank all the solution in the vial. I hope the anomaly eater can be effective. The dark mist body and the pure water body relied on it before. Seeing him finish drinking, Sikian asked curiously, how is it? Did you get any ability? Jiang Ping slowly felt his body and replied, it seems nothing has changed. Suddenly, a red liquid flowed from his fingers. He thought to himself, a praise. Then he wondered, success. The heteromorphosis has started now. The notification panel appeared pure blood body. The body can merge with the target's body, quickly recovering wounds. Jiang Ping silently wondered, is the anomaly eater also an infinitely upgradable skill? He felt it seems this pure blood body can accurately sense the target's state. At this moment, Sikian saw the red liquid flowing from his hand and asked worriedly, your hand, what's wrong? From Jiang Ping's perspective, he saw a wound on Sikian's face. Tutu, you have a wound on your face. She raised her hand to push up her glasses and replied, don't mind it, Jiang Ping thought to himself. It seems there's a story behind her wound. Sikian asked with concern. So besides this, are there any other changes? He quickly replied. In this state, I can sense the life state of all living beings. I can also fuse with the opponent's body, recovering all the wounds on their body. Of course, that scar can also be removed. Hearing this, Sikian showed a joyful expression. Then you also have a way to recover Cho Qiang's severed arm. Jiang Ping clenched his fists with determination. As long as there's enough blood theoretically, even if a person only has a layer of skin left, I can restore their body again. Then he thought to himself, the pure water body can dodge, and the pure blood body can heal others. Sikian quickly urged, then you should go treat Cho Qiang quickly, he replied cheerfully. Okay, then I'm off. Then he glanced at her and suggested, Tutu, can we talk when we get back, not as teammates, but as old friends? Sikian was silent for a moment and then agreed, okay. The scene shifts to a wilderness where wild animals are drinking by a stream. Suddenly, a flock of birds took flight, their loud cries making the drinking deer look up at the sky in confusion. The monsters suddenly ran over at this moment. Along with the mutant beasts, they also came howling. Mani glanced at Shibai, who was doing something. She asked, the file of the sacred ancestor village captain, why are you looking at this? He explained, I don't know if you still remember, but although the Zhu family did many cruel and inhumane things, when they were in power from the very beginning, the beast-taming Zhu family was also a heroic clan. As he spoke, he envisioned the hero merged with a peacock to bring light and warmth to humanity. To confront the eastern cold natural disaster at that time, the head of the Zhu family, Zhu Qiyang, and the sun god Crow merged into one body, continuously flying in the sky every day, bringing light and warmth to humanity. He persisted like this for 10 years until he finally died of exhaustion. Shibai continued, I know. After Juchi Yang died, he was buried in the Sunset Mountain Range outside Pearl City. The survivors outside the city, out of gratitude, protected his tomb. Many years later, those people intermarried and had descendants. Gradually, a village was formed, which is the sacred ancestor village. Manny wondered, but what does this have to do with the sacred ancestor village now? He continued to explain the sacred ancestor village gives birth to a holy maiden every 100 years. The holy maiden's bloodline can protect the village, making it immune to any attacks from mutant beasts. After hearing this, she looked horrified. Could it be that Chen Junting is the holy maiden from the sacred ancestor village? Shibai calmly replied, the Zhu family intends to use the holy maiden to control the celestial horned tigers. Mani speculated, but why did the holy maiden appear at Hanai Academy? And with such a thing happening, there's no trace of the sacred ancestor village at all. He voiced his suspicion, what if they did it on purpose? Using the excuse that the holy maiden is imprisoned in the city, the sacred ancestor village can wage war on Pearl City at any time. Mani wondered, why would they do that? Shibai revealed what he knew 100 years ago. Pearl City also had a tyrannical city lord. To avoid repeating the mistakes of the Zhu family, the sweeper squad listed her as a fugitive and issued a warrant for her arrest. Then, in collaboration with the current city lord, they successfully expelled her from the city later. It's unknown how she did it, but she became the leader of the sacred ancestor village. He frowned. Perhaps she has never stopped thinking about Pearl City, just waiting for the right opportunity to return and invade. The safety team built many safe rooms in the wilderness. Those safe rooms are extremely secret. Some are built in rock, some are hidden underground or in trees. Safe room No. 03. Hearing the movements outside, Sikian thought to herself, this commotion, could it be the Zhu family up to their tricks again? I must go out and investigate. She looked at the people lying on the beds and worried silently. But if this place is discovered, the injured will all be in danger, leaving Jiang Ping here, just relying on him. Then she looked towards Jiang Ping. Is it okay? His figure picked up a lantern and shouted loudly, success. While Jiang Ping was dancing around with the jar, Sikian asked wonderingly, what's successful? Isn't this lantern out of energy already? He replied cheerfully. It has no energy, but I felt it was a bit of a waste to just throw it away, so I tried to see if I could recharge it. Then, holding the flaming lantern in his hand, he executed his ultimate move, True Fire Art Flame Chain. Then he used another move, Dark Mist Body. The table immediately turned into a blue flame. Then he used another move, Pure Blood Body. The lantern turned into a red flame again. Jiang Ping used one more move, Dark Mist Body. It turned into a purple flame. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared. The ghost lantern can conceal smell information within a certain range. Jiang Ping quickly put the lantern down. Finally, by infusing mist, it lit up again, and it even achieved a stronger effect. Jiang Ping exclaimed, it's truly a case of a dog catching a fly while yawning. Then he and Sikian went outside. He spoke up by using the lantern to conceal the safe room. We can go out and investigate with peace of mind. Scene changed. The mutant beasts continuously howled as they ran forward. At this moment, Sikian and Jiang Ping were observing them from a distance. He wondered, this is too many. Since when did the Zhu family control so many mutant beasts? Sikian immediately replied, this is Liu Xishan at headquarters, near room number 3. An estimated 10,000 mutant beasts are heading towards Pearl City. Their ranks are not high. The most numerous are the forest wolves and the purple bullet rabbits. Jiang Ping looked at the running herd of mutant beasts and felt something strange. It's odd. Why are these mutant beasts running so frantically? It doesn't look like they're going somewhere, but rather like they're running. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. Jiang Ping pointed to the side and said, Tutu, look over there quickly. Sikian immediately looked in the direction Zhang Ping was pointing. Far in the distance, something made Sikian exclaim. She immediately reported correction. There is also a large number of zombies heading towards the city. Sikian quickly estimated the number of zombies. The number is probably around 50,000. At this moment, they were also continuously moving forward. Scene change. After hearing this news, Shibai slammed his hand on the table. 50,000. He thought worriedly, 10,000 mutant beasts, 50,000 zombies. And in the city, there are still the celestial horned tigers and the remnants of the Zhu family. Right now the team is understaffed. It's simply impossible to confront so many enemies at the same time. Then he silently thought of a way. Can I only handle this myself? Suddenly Shibai thought of another way. No, there's still one more way. He called out Mani Chen Lele Shujie, prepare to activate the sky curtain again. Mani wondered, but isn't the sky curtain already? Shujie asked. Captain, what do you mean? Shibai immediately replied, yesterday while covering Zhang Ping, I temporarily suppressed the Moon King Prince. His numbers are not yet sufficient. He frowned. Although we can't rely on the patrol team and the investigation team, there are still quite a few strong strategies in the city on our sky curtain. We will carve a message notifying the entire city of the impending zombie attack. At this moment, the zombies had already begun their attack. Shibai directed, wait for the awakeners in the city to gather. Then we'll sneak back in, protecting Pearl City while also avoiding the surveillance of the celestial horned tigers. Let's move quickly. Everyone present shouted in unison, yes sir. Shibai arranged switch to the multi-person line. Liu Xishan Zhang Ping, I order you to stop as many mutant beasts and zombies outside the city as possible. Buy time for the personnel in the city to gather. Everyone received the order. Yes sir. At Safe Room No. 5. Chen Ming also quickly received the order. This is the branch captain, please give your instructions. Shibai transmitted quickly approach Safe Room No. 03 and provide support to Liu Xishan. He shouted, understood. Shouzhong shouted loudly. Charge Chen Ming led the way and said with determination, let's go, it's our turn to go into battle. At the City Lord's mansion, Zemin walked and thought the raid on the forge must have been a success. He held a glowing object in his hand. Indeed, the Moon King Prince is not in the City Lord's mansion. We can proceed to the next step. Suddenly, a voice came from the object in Zemin's hand. I'm sorry, we've encountered some trouble. Hearing that, he immediately questioned, what trouble? The person on the other side reported a group of unknown people suddenly appeared outside the city. The mutant beasts are very scared, so we can't control them for a moment. We don't know who is responsible, Zemin shouted angrily. Stop talking nonsense. Deal with it quickly. If the plan fails, we won't survive. Then he thought angrily, I really can't rely on this bunch of idiots. There's no other way. First I must find the Holy Maiden, and then when the time is right, immediately take her away. At this moment someone suddenly walked towards him. Zemin turned to look behind. It turned out that the people approaching belonged to Patrol Team No. 1. He thought to himself, the captain of the patrol team, Linka D. What is he doing here? And he brought so many people with him. Zemin asked with a fawning expression, isn't this Captain Lin? Why do you have time to come here today, since the City Lord hasn't returned yet? If there's anything you can tell me first. Keddy walked forward in silence. His whole group ignored Zemin, making him panic and think he's completely ignoring me. Could it be that he's discovered something? Keddy slowly opened the door in front of him. Zemin looked towards the door and thought to himself, this is... Inside the room, there was melodious music and couples dancing with each other. Seeing this, Zemin wondered, what on earth is this? Suddenly, Chen Junting smiled and approached, extending her hand to offer, another friend has joined us. Let's play together. Keddy leisurely drank a glass of wine. He held the wine glass in his hand and thought to himself, why am I here? His Highness the Prince seemed to have instructed something. Then he remembered and spat out the wine he had just drunk. Right go catch Zhang Ping. Chen Junting suddenly approached and teased, this uncle is really too careless. He looked at her and thought to himself, did she call me here to play? Keddy looked at her and felt a sense of familiarity. This feeling, It's like my own royal clan. Junting used a napkin to wipe the spilled wine from his shirt. Grandpa said, "No wasting." Suddenly Keddy knelt before Junting understood, "Your Holiness, the Holy Maiden." Hearing this, she asked, "Why do you call me that? I clearly said we are friends." Then she didn't care and pulled his hand away. "Forget it, let's go dance." Zemin stood from a distance, hearing their conversation, and wondered to himself, "Holy Maiden, the Holy Maiden can only influence mutant beasts. Could it be that Linka D has also been replaced by a celestial horned tiger? Why didn't that fox tell me something so important? It seems she doesn't trust me very much." He observed Junting and Keddy dancing, and secretly speculated, looking at this situation, there are probably no living people left in the patrol team. Even everyone present could have been transformed by the celestial horned tigers. A plan suddenly formed in Zemin's mind, but it seems they are already controlled by Chen Junting, and she herself hasn't realized it yet. If I can persuade her to work for us, then the plan can move directly to the next stage. He pretended to be cheerful and approached to ask with concern, "Little sister Chen Junting, are you having fun?" Junting, unsuspecting, smiled and replied, "At first I just wanted to find a few new friends. I never expected Sister Luo to organize such a grand dance party for me. By the way, why hasn't Sister Luo returned yet?" Zemin made up an excuse. Maybe she still has some unfinished business. Then he thought to himself, "This stinking girl, she's clearly the one who lured these people." Then he grabbed Junting's wrist tightly. Your uncle know a place that's even more fun. Do you want to go play with me?" She decisively flung his hand away. "I don't want to." Then she continued to refuse. "I haven't had enough fun yet. Besides, I don't know you." Junting questioned, "But how do you know my name?" At this moment, the atmosphere in the room seemed to change, becoming more somber. Everyone's eyes in the room were focused on Zemin, near safe room No. 3. At this moment, Sikian was using her moves to attack the herd of mutant beasts. Jiang Ping also quickly cooperated with Sikian. He urged Tutu, "I've gathered them together. Freeze them quickly." She agreed and replied, "All right." Sikian quickly froze the herd of mutant beasts. They saw the frozen mutant beasts in front of them. Then they continuously ran and knocked over the frozen mutant beasts to charge forward. Seeing this, Sikian shouted worriedly, "Oh no, there are too many of them." Jiang Ping immediately ran forward. "Let me go stop them for you." He charged forward. Behind him, streams of energy were transforming into mutant beasts. Jiang Ping thought to himself, "These mutant beasts will accumulate a lot of fear energy for me, so now I can use the dark mist at will." At this moment, the dark mist just gained 100 points. Jiang Ping used all his strength. His dark mist lost 100 points, and then gained another 100. He thought to himself, next another 100 dark mist will appear continuously, but then it will drop by 100. Jiang Ping used his move, Dark Mist Art Wolf Transformation. He thought to himself, I must wait for the reinforcements to arrive. At this moment, the mutant beasts trembled before Jiang Ping's power. The department released information. Zombies and mutant beasts are invading Mingyu, a city from 3 sides. The Moon King is sound asleep. The Moon King Prince patrols the city. The Celestial Court remains inactive. The family prepares to enter the City Lord's mansion to act 20,000 zombies and 3,000 mutant beasts are divided into 4 directions to attack the sacred ancestor village. After Jiang Ping used the Dark Mist art to summon the wolf transformation, the giant shadow dragon spread its massive wings, covering the entire sky, emitting an incredibly terrifying aura. Jiang Ping controlled it to look down at the herd of mutant beasts. He saw the dark mist energy stream and the endless experience points flowing above their heads. Jiang Ping excitedly controlled the dragon to continuously swing its tail, attacking each mutant beast, one by one, tearing their bodies apart. The sound of accumulating points rang out with each slash, because each hit would add 10 experience points. Jiang Ping silently calculated, hitting a few hundred of them should probably allow me to level up my attributes or rank. The leader of the mutant beast herd roared, ordering its underlings. They split up and ran swarming the dragon. The herd of mutant beasts immediately heard the command. They split into two groups and ran around to the dragon's back. Jiang Ping observed that the mutant beasts had the ability to think and exclaimed, "Oh, they're still very smart. These mutant beasts are just trying to escape. They basically have no intention of fighting." However, Liu Xishan did not let them escape. She shot out ice piercing through their bodies. The mutant beasts were still unaware of the lurking danger. They roared in joy. Roar, roar, roar. "Brothers, there's no dragon in front of us. We're safe." Liu Xishan quickly shot out ice piercing through them. They roared in pain. "You tricked us." She ignored them and only cared about informing Jiang Ping that she had arrived to deal with the mutant beasts that had slipped through the net. Hearing her voice, Jiang Ping turned to look back and said joyfully, "Tutu, well done." Liu Xishan shouted back to him, "Don't get distracted, they're coming again." Seeing the herd of mutant beasts continuing to charge at the dragon, Jiang Ping thought, "It would be great if there was a system that could record how many monsters I've defeated." Unable to escape the mutant beasts, switched to attacking the dragon. Jiang Ping shouted impatiently, "Damn it, still not done." He raised his dragon claws, intending to counterattack them. From behind a rock with two fire and ice orbs suddenly appeared and shot towards the dragon's face, hitting it. Jiang Ping was stunned and confused, letting out a sound it hit. One side of the dragon's face was scorched. Jiang Ping tried to maintain his balance. He glanced behind and wondered what was happening. Behind him was a horde of zombies gathering elemental powers. Jiang Ping was surprised to see them using magic. He thought zombies only knew how to bite. He exclaimed, "As expected, I can't impose stereotypes." Then Jiang Ping turned on the appraisal function. The information panel for the zombies also appeared. Their current physical strength level was Sacred Ancestor, Village at Beginner Rank, Level 6. Looking at the Sacred Ancestor Village rank, Jiang Ping looked puzzled while he was distracted. The zombies climbed onto the dragon and started biting it. Jiang Ping thought to himself, "I must quickly find an opportunity to sync this intelligence with headquarters." So he controlled the dragon to flap its wings, powerfully struggling to shake off the zombies. Jiang Ping silently calculated, the zombies are fearless. If this continues, the dark mist will sooner or later be used up. Liu Xishan shouted loudly at Jiang Ping, "Keep your distance from them." Then she shot water at the zombies. Jiang Ping replied, "Got it." He grabbed the zombies clinging to the dragon and shouted loudly, "Try this move." The dragon then flapped its wings, powerfully soaring into the sky. Jiang Ping controlled the dragon to squeeze the zombies tightly. He said to them, "My fire is a bit strong. You guys bear with it for a moment." The explosion was so loud that it earned him another 40 experience points. Next he shouted, while throwing them down, "Go go Tang Shi, fire bomb." The burning zombies quickly fell to the ground, the fire spreading everywhere, incinerating everything. Jiang Ping received another 60 experience points, and all his attributes were also increased by 2 points. His current attributes were almost double that of a bronze-level awakener. At the same time, from Liu Xishan's side, each gust of icy wind carried a freezing breath that swept across the mutant beasts and zombies, tearing them apart. Liu Xishan used her two-blade flower sword style. She skillfully executed each sword move, gracefully dodging the zombies, twisting and weaving through them, and then piercing them one by one. Suddenly, from behind Liu Xishan, a terrifying roar was heard. It was a ferocious zombie horde, carrying sharp knives and swords, with the leader holding a giant mace, intending to attack her. Seeing the situation was not good, Liu Xishan quickly turned to dodge. Jiang Ping also controlled the dragon to advance and assist her. The dragon stomped on the zombies. He proudly shouted, "Take this heavenly ice and earthly fissure, Cece's invincible kick." Liu Xishan, seeing him dare to use her name to joke, coldly asked, "What are you talking about?" Jiang Ping retracted his aura and stammered, "No, nothing." After a while of fighting, the battle finally ended. Jiang Ping circled a few times in the air to check, then reported back to Liu Xishan. "The first herd of beasts and zombies has been dealt with. The number is about 1,000. The second time we fought about half as many as the first time." Then he controlled the dragon to land near Liu Xishan. The dark aura gradually dissipated, revealing Jiang Ping's real body. He asked her, "Speaking of which, how do these zombies still know how to use their abilities?" Liu Xishan replied, "I'm afraid they were all awakeners when they were alive." Hearing this, Jiang Ping showed a serious expression and said, "Such a despicable method. Could it be the Zhu family? But just now I appraised that the zombies belonged to the sacred ancestor village." Just as Jiang Ping had just appraised, Situ Shibai had previously confirmed with Liu Xishan that although the Zhu family was cruel, but beast taming was a kind of faith to them. They disdained the use of shortcut methods like controlling zombies. After my preliminary reasoning, this matter is very likely related to the sacred ancestor village. Jiang Ping's appraisal further proves this point. Liu Xishan was extremely shocked at that time when she heard Situ Shibai mention the sacred ancestor village. Thinking back on that matter, she fell deeper into silence, not realizing that she was gradually being surrounded by a green, poisonous gas. Liu Xishan mumbled to herself. In other words, it was that person who did it. Her memories replayed the image of the woman with a powerful platinum hair. It was none other than the matriarch of the sacred ancestor village, Li Aoxu. Liu Xishan suddenly snapped out of it. She realized the poisonous gas around her had caused her to hallucinate. She immediately warned Jiang Ping and covered her nose and mouth. "Hold your breath, this gas is poisonous." Jiang Ping immediately held his breath. He observed his surroundings and lightly touched the green poisonous gas. He felt as if he had smelled this scent somewhere before. Then he instantly realized it was the smell of rotten eggs. Hydrogen sulfide, H2S. When he was in the rescue team, he had encountered a serious fire caused by hydrogen sulfide, H2S. If a gas contained hydrogen sulfide, it would ignite. Jiang Ping took a step forward to shield Liu Xishan. He warned her to be careful of an explosion. Liu Xishan retreated and asked him what he wanted to do. Jiang Ping said, "No time to explain. Trust me." Liu Xishan softly hummed in agreement. He extended his hand from the tip of his index finger. A flame gradually spread that was the true fire art flame chain. As soon as the flame touched the poisonous gas, it created a shocking explosion, sending rocks flying everywhere. The notification sound echoed. Fire Eater's flame reserve is gradually increasing. The water sphere enveloping Liu Xishan also began to melt. Jiang Ping, as if sensing something, immediately informed her. "Prepare for the second wave of zombies, it's coming soon." Liu Xishan was a little surprised. "Didn't you just say there was still half an hour left?" At this very moment, something was approaching from within the hazy dust, making Jiang Ping exclaim, "Wait, what is that?" Then he immediately used his appraisal to check. The system immediately appraised the person in front. It was an old man sitting on a huge, strong body. His eyes shone brightly, and he stroked his beard while evaluating them for a moment. "You actually broke my corpse poison. You two rascals have quite some nerve, don't you?" Jiang Ping stroked his chin, thinking strange. The appraisal of the captain earlier was successful, yet this time it failed, just like with Luo Shiyui's. It because I haven't practiced enough that I can't appraise high-level targets from a distance. And then he thought of a way. In this case then, command appraise all the zombies within visual range on the field. Very quickly, all the information of the zombies appeared one by one, too numerous to count. They all belonged to the sacred ancestor village and had different ranks. Jiang Ping's eyes flashed. His appraisal skill had been upgraded from advanced to strategic, greatly improving the detection range and success rate for targets above level 30. After a successful appraisal, a series of attributes of the leader on the other side appeared. His identity was Zuo Xiangming of the fallen zombie race, with a peak-level awakener rank and a mutation talent. A thought appeared in Zuo Xiangming's mind. "Although I really want to handle this myself, I have more important things to do now." Next, the old man ordered his subordinates, "Go bring them over to me regardless of whether they are dead or alive." Jiang Ping turned to Liu Xishan and said, "The appraisal shows this guy is a level 39, Fallen 122. What does Fallen 1 mean?" After a moment of surprise, she explained, "It means an awakener's ability will gradually change according to their usage habits. Eventually, it will become the form that best suits the user. But if an awakener's spiritual power is not strong enough, they will be backlashed by their own ability. Eventually becoming a slave to it, we call such people fallen ones. After explaining, she didn't forget to remind him. Furthermore, the strength of fallen ones is extremely powerful. Jiang Ping realized the zombies had arrived and said, "They're here." Liu Xishan sighed. This is going to be troublesome. A zombie suddenly lunged forward to attack, but unexpectedly Jiang Ping swiftly cut it in half with a single slash. Seeing this, Liu Xishan let out a soft "oh" and then moved forward to block the giant zombie that was charging. He swung his axe fiercely at Liu Xishan, intending to send her to her grave, forcing her to struggle to block it with her ice sword. Seeing that this guy was not easy to deal with, Liu Xishan retreated to maintain distance and reported headquarters. "This is Liu Xishan." Then she recounted everything. "A fallen one has appeared. He's riding a giant zombie. My strength is no match for it. This guy is leading a large number of zombies towards the north of the city." Finally, she emphasized his rank is 39, extremely dangerous. Jiang Ping had successfully appraised that zombie just now. This was a zombie from the sacred ancestor village of high rank. It stood tall before the two of them, its eyes blazing with murderous intent. Jiang Ping silently calculated, "First, let's try to control it." With that thought, he activated his move with his fists, and the dark mist immediately appeared. And then he shot a chain straight at the zombie, binding its entire body. However, the zombie just stretched and easily broke free from the chain's restraint. Jiang Ping immediately sensed trouble no good. This zombie is on a completely different level from the previous one. Suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted from the city, shaking the nearby forest. Jiang Ping and Liu Xishan's faces changed drastically. This sound is coming from inside Mingyu City. Has the enemy already entered the city? On this side, at Pearl City's north gate, a group of people were welcoming the herd of mutant beasts and zombies that were swarming towards the city gate. A man with a full beard was clenching his fists. Immediately after, he punched an enemy, sending them tumbling backwards. Then he introduced himself as the master of the Beast King Fist Dojo, Feng Lai Xian. He paused to take a deep breath to gather his inner strength and then declared loudly, "Today no one shall pass through here." Suddenly, Feng Lai Xian turned to the left as if he saw something. "Oh, what's that?" And the group behind him charged forward aggressively. "Let's advance together. We absolutely cannot let these beasts get any closer." They took down the advancing zombies one by one. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a very strange zombie was gathering power in its hand, and then charged. Fortunately, Feng Lai Xian managed to block its blow in time. "Stop. I didn't notice just now. Your movements are completely different from the other zombies." The terrifying strength made his hands tremble, and blood seeped out. That zombie seemed to be thinking about something. Then it changed its attack stance, its hands relentlessly punching straight at its opponent. During the intense battle, Feng Lai Xian vaguely realized this move is it the Beast King Monkey King style fist technique. He shouted, questioning, "Who are you?" The zombie didn't care at all and directly executed its fist technique. A thought appeared in Feng Lai Xian's mind. Could it be my foolish junior brother? Feng Lai Xian ducked to dodge a move from Lin Ben Shi. Taking advantage of his opponent's unfinished move, he glanced and saw an opening. He grabbed both of Lin Ben Shi's shoulders and lifted him up. This is the ultimate Beast King fist technique, the Taoti Firm Peak style. Lin Ben Shi was lifted high up, and then he was slammed to the ground by Feng Lai Xian. The move left a long trail of fire in space. Lin Ben Shi lay motionless on the ground, while Feng Lai Xian, after landing, immediately circulated his internal energy, a blazing ring of fire surrounding him. Along with that, his blood was also continuously regenerating. This skill is called the Crimson Emperor's Immortal Phoenix's Superspeed Regeneration. Lin Ben Shi lay motionless. Beside him was a glowing token. Feng Lai Xian bent down, picked it up, observed it for a moment, and then muttered, "Did this fall from that zombie? It looks so familiar." When he saw the name Lin Ben Shi written on the token, he exclaimed, "This is the Elder Brother's command token." He knows the Beast King fist technique and is also carrying the Elder Brother's command token. He looked at Lin Ben-shi, who was trying to stand up with a suspicious gaze. Feng Laixian asked, "Could this be the elder brother who has been missing for over 30 years? That year you went out to investigate the missing awakeners, and then you went missing too." Lin Ben-shi didn't answer, but quickly rushed towards Feng Laixian. He thought to himself, "You foolish junior brother, hate me, get angry." Feng Laixian frowned, raised his fist and said, "I never thought you would be turned into a zombie ending up in such a situation." And so the two of them continued to fight at close quarters. Lin Ben-shi thought, "Only you can stop me." Feng Laixian asked elder brother, "Are you no longer alive?" He remembered the old days when they practiced martial arts. The elder brother would always beat him up and also didn't forget to encourage him a little faster. Feng Laixian would always be knocked down, but Lin Ben-shi would always instruct him, "Your movements must be fluid, not so stiff." Then Lin Ben-shi would extend his hand to help him up and praise him. "Although Master has never thought highly of you, it's clear that you have improved very quickly. Come on, let's practice more when you've learned it won't that make the old man lose face." The bright smile of his elder brother was still imprinted in his mind. Ending the flashback, Feng Laixian reached out and blocked a punch from Lin Ben-shi. He thought, "Is that so?" Feng Laixian's face was full of tears. He asked elder brother's fist, "Why has it become so soft and powerless over time?" Feng Laixian swatted his hand away, sending Lin Ben-shi flying. He shouted loudly, "How dare you defile the Beast King fist technique? How dare you defile my elder brother like this?" He grabbed his chest and pulled it down hard, revealing a glowing mark on his back. Feng Laixian said, "I don't care who the culprit is today. I must drag him out." The mark was a circle with 3 flames around it. Feng Laixian's appearance also changed. His beard and hair turned orange, and a blazing fire surrounded his body. He was using his ultimate move, Crimson Emperor's Immortal Body, Crimson Emperor's Flame Blood. The system announced temperature 500 physical strength, mana and agility all increased. Feng Laixian gritted his teeth and warned, "The rest of you stand back, don't get caught in the crossfire." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot towards Lin Ben-shi like a blur. Feng Laixian punched his opponent. The punch landed squarely on Lin Ben-shi's chest. Next came a series of kicks. Feng Laixian punched while tears streamed down his face. When Feng Laixian landed his final punch on Lin Ben-shi, a massive wave of fire erupted, incinerating him. Lin Ben-shi fell. Before losing consciousness, Lin Ben-shi silently praised him, "You are very strong, junior brother." He lay on the ground, one arm completely burned away. Feng Laixian stood with his back to his elder brother, muttering, "Rest in peace, elder brother." Suddenly, an old man with a white beard spoke up. "You dare to beat my masterpiece like this? In that case, you can take his place." Feng Laixian turned his head and asked, "Who is it?" He frowned, his eyes blazing. Feng Laixian immediately took a stance, a ring of fire surrounding him as he turned. He questioned, "You're the one who turned my elder brother into a zombie, right?" Facing him was an old man in ragged clothes. He looked at Feng Laixian with bright, flickering eyes, with red streams of energy flying around him. He challenged, "That's right, so what?" The old man lowered his eyes. His eyes were pitch black with blood-red pupils. He showed contempt, "Just relying on a mosquito like you. And you want to stop my army?" That old man stood on the shoulder of a headless giant. At his feet was an army of zombies with twisted faces and eerie, glowing eyes. At the Zhu family Hanai Academy kidnapped the Holy Maiden. The plan failed. The sweeper squad began to investigate the Zhu family. The blacksmith created chaos success. The Moon King Prince was lured out and is now searching for Jiang Ping in the city. Leading mutant beasts to invade the City Lord's mansion failure. The corpse tide was completely cut off from the mutant beasts. Kidnapping the Holy Maiden of the City Lord's mansion failure. A large number of celestial horned tigers have gathered in the mansion. Sweeper Squad headquarters investigating the Zhu family's purpose to lure the celestial horned tigers, use the Holy Maiden to control the celestial horned tigers and rule Pearl City. The investigation revealed that the cause of the corpse tide is related to the sacred ancestor village. Zombie attacks successfully reactivated the Sky Curtain and gathered combat forces in the city. The wave reached the north gate and moved to the west and east gates. North gate. The south gate is blocked by mountains, so there is no risk of invasion. Currently, the North Gate has successfully gathered the Beast King Fist Dojo and the Awakeners. At the sacred ancestor village, everyone is gathering. Yu Chenghai respectfully knelt and reported, "Matriarch, everyone has gathered." Hearing this, Li Aoxui replied with a sound Then she pointed and ordered, "All of you listen up. This operation is coordinated with a large army of beginner-level zombies to disrupt the city's order. You can conveniently plunder some supplies and take the opportunity to proselytize along the way." She continued to speak, "But once the Jiaoshi brothers succeed in receiving the Holy Maiden, you must evacuate immediately. You cannot stay for a single moment." Everyone there heard the order and replied, "Understood." Then they immediately flew off to their mission. Hearing this, Yu Chenghai spoke up, "Matriarch." He expressed, "Your subordinate has a few doubts." Then Chenghai began to explain, "Will the king-class mutant beasts in the city become a destabilizing factor? Another thing is, we've started a war. Why do we have to evacuate after the Holy Maiden is brought back?" Understanding his meaning, Aoxu just calmly replied, "You're talking about that old fox. In fact, he has been awake for a long time and is now waiting for failure to appear in person." Her words made Yu Chenghai worried. "Then if we attack now, won't the army be in danger?" But contrary to that worry, Aoxu just calmly reassured him, "Don't worry." Then she clarified, "Although the Holy Maiden's awakening is not yet complete, the influence she exerts cannot be easily eliminated, not even by a king-class mutant beast." Aoxu imagined the scene of the zombie herd moving and continued, "Before we take her away, the celestial horned tigers will not act rashly. If we want to seize Pearl City, then besides the fox, the only thing that poses the greatest threat to us is the failure of the sweeper squad he is leading. Therefore, I have pre-arranged for the assassin to open the city gates with the purpose of creating enough chaos in the city." She thought of the scene of Situ Shibai casting a spell while recounting her plan. First use the Holy Maiden as a pawn to wage war and let the zombie horde enter the city. And if the sweeper squad wants to completely resolve this large-scale invasion, there is no other way but to activate the Sun Moon Pearl. After failure, then use the Sun Moon Pearl to cleanse all the beginner-level mutant beasts and the zombie horde in the city. According to her account then, a celestial horned mutant beast appeared behind him. Following it was a group of people kidnapping a girl. Then Aoxu continued, "That will expose himself and the sweeper squatters for the reason why we must retreat without the Holy Maiden. We cannot restrain that fox. That way the sweeper squad will be exposed again, and after the fox and the sweeper squad have both suffered heavy losses, if we attack Pearl City again, won't it be easy to capture it?" Hearing the plan laid out in such detail, Yu Chenghai still couldn't shake his worry, but according to the spy's information, the Zhu family seems to covet the Holy Maiden's power. Will they affect this operation? Handu Li Aoxu stood looking into the distance and then calmly spoke. "I have already sensed it. The Holy Maiden is probably still in a state of confusion right now. In this case, the Zhu family cannot persuade her to do nothing for them. The reason I sent the Jiaoshi brothers to receive the Holy Maiden," she looked towards the giant city wall not far away and continued, "is because the sacred blood flowing in their bodies can communicate directly with the Holy Maiden, and perhaps to deceive everyone, the high-ranking members of the Zhu family will not be directly involved in this incident." Li Aoxu remembered the people of the Zhu family and couldn't help but mock. If the members of the Zhu family in the city want to use force to take the Holy Maiden, they will not be a match for the Jiaoshi brothers. That tone also reassured Yu Chenghai somewhat. He replied loudly, "The matriarch is wise." Then she replied cheerfully, "Let's go, we should get moving too." He from behind also immediately obeyed as you command. The scene shifts to a place where a fight is taking place. A person's hand is holding a dagger that emits a purple light, preparing to attack. It turns out Liu Xishan and Zhang Ping are fighting a horde of zombies. Realizing the situation was not good, Zhang Ping spoke up to warn her. "There are too many of them. If it goes on like this, we basically won't be able to complete it." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something and froze for a moment. It turned out a zombie was rushing towards Liu Xishan from behind. Seeing this, Jiang Ping shouted a warning, "Tutu, be careful." At this moment, she also turned around following his shout. Then she quickly reacted and blocked the sneak attack from the zombie. But due to the powerful blow, Liu Xishan was sent flying to the ground. The zombie also seized the opportunity and rushed towards her again, preparing to attack. Seeing this, Jiang Ping also immediately rushed towards her. But because he was blocked by that horde of zombies, Jiang Ping couldn't reach her in time. Dark Mist Reserve. 10-100, damn it, the Dark Mist is almost used up. On this side, the zombie from before had gotten very close. It was preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Seeing this, Jiang Ping felt helpless and shouted with all his might, "Tutu, be careful." Right after that shout, the zombie struck down hard, but strangely, a shield was now protecting Liu Xishan. It turned out someone had arrived in time to help. He said proudly, "This shield of my grandfather's is no pushover." From behind, Liu Xishan saw this scene and couldn't help but be surprised. Then she slowly recognized him. "You are Zhang Shouzhong." Before he could answer, a series of glowing swords appeared on this side and shot forward. Then they plunged straight into the heads of the zombies one by one. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ping couldn't help but be surprised. Illusionary swords. Is it the right team? The zombies were beaten to a pulp. The force was so strong that it sent them flying into the air. Then another person appeared to help. She was continuously kicking away the remaining ones. It turned out to be Chen Zhueji. Then she spoke hastily, "I'm so sorry we're late." After that sentence, someone threw more swords at the zombie that had sneak attacked earlier. The very next second, the swords plunged straight to where it was standing, and it was knocked so far away it was sent flying. The master of the move just now also appeared. It turned out to be Chen Ming. He calmly spoke, "Have you gotten used to the sword art from the front?" Sikian also looked surprised. "It's Chen Ming." But Chen Ming didn't rush to answer, and instead reminded her, "Don't be careless." It turned out the remaining zombies were getting ready to continue their attack. But Chen Ming's recent counterattacks on the zombie had also quickly recovered. Jiang Ping also realized this and said to everyone, "Physical attacks seem to have no effect on it. I roughly know how to take it down now." Then he spoke up and asked Chen Ming for help. Senior helped me restrain it, and he also agreed, understood. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ming leaped forward and continuously slashed at the zombies, catching them off guard. Among them, a large one used its weapon to counterattack him. Taking advantage of its inattention, Jiang Ping appeared from behind, holding something in his hand, preparing to strike. Last time I appraised that fallen one, he used corpse poison to control the zombies, and corpse poison cannot be burned in a normal way. After thinking, he threw the red pellets in his hand at the zombie and shouted, "Take my crimson refined sand scales move." Then he summoned a large purple hammer and thought to himself, "Then the only way is to burn the corpse poison in the zombie's body." At this moment, the system announced Dark Mist Reserve is depleted. Then Jiang Ping thought while slamming the hammer down on it, only this can completely break the control. The very next second, he summoned a flaming dagger to prepare to stab it. The sand scales have entered the body. Next, then Jiang Ping immediately used his move, True Fire Art Flame Chain, to forcefully plunge the dagger into the back of that zombie. The power from that dagger was so great that it created a large explosion, sending the zombie flying 8 meters away, leaving a deep hole in its back. The shocking scene just now didn't affect Chen Zhuejie at all. She stretched her arms to relax and then spoke, "Well, that's settled. This bunch of rascals is quite tough to play with." Jiang Ping, standing beside her, looked at the dagger from before and replied, "No, the really tough ones have already entered Pearl City." Then he added, "Senior, there are still many injured people in safe room, no 003. I'm using an item to conceal their aura now, but I don't know how long it can be maintained." Hearing this, Chen Ming spoke up. "Captain Situ has already told us the general situation. We will be in charge of receiving the injured, and we also saw your ability just now." He continued, "Go, the city needs you. Leave the injured to us." Hearing this, Jiang Ping also agreed. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Senior." With that, he turned and ran off in a hurry. At this moment, Chen Ming turned to the person beside him and said, "Sikian, you should also go back to the city with him. We are enough here." Hearing this, she also complied, understood. Very soon after Sikian caught up with him, she shouted loudly, "Jiang Ping, wait a minute!" The scene shifts to the south gate of Pearl City, where extremely fierce battles are taking place. Feng Laixian was in a combat state. He shouted angrily, "This rabble!" Then he used a series of moves that made the zombies fall one by one. Crimson Emperor's immortal body, super speed regeneration. On Bade's side, he was also fighting. He used a relentless attack that caught the zombies off guard. True form, Phil. Form rushing, wolf form. While fighting, he loudly announced, "The superintendent is in a recovery period. Protect him with all your might." Immediately after, a voice replied, "Retreat." Then from out of nowhere, a fireball shot forward. It turned out that Feng Laixian had taken down dozens of zombies with just one move. Behind them they lay scattered everywhere. Then he shouted angrily, "Is that all the power you have? How many more tricks do you have? If you're so good, bring them all out." But Xiangming on the opposing side just calmly stroked his beard and replied, "Initially, this poison was created by zombies with the highest efficiency, but recently have you accidentally encountered a fire-type awakener?" Then the old man added, "I have indeed been underestimated by you." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Laixian flew over, preparing to give him a sky-shattering punch. "And there's still my elder brother." But Xiangming had no intention of dodging or counterattacking. He just let him punch him hard. However, Feng Laixian was still not appeased and gritted his teeth, continuing, "It's time to end this you." As he was speaking, Xiangming was already severely injured and coughing up syrup. His appearance at this moment was extremely miserable. Feng Laixian continued to swing his punch. The force was so strong that the punch went through Xiangming's body. Explode for me. Immediately after, Xiangming exploded in mid-air. After landing on the ground, Feng Laixian proudly spoke and instructed, "To fight you must capture the king first. Only then will the zombie horde." He suddenly stopped when he saw the zombies still moving normally. Feng Laixian couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? The zombies can still move. He couldn't believe that the very next second, Xiangming had recovered and at the same time punched him in the stomach. What the notification panel appeared, "Zombie Toxin Evil Corpse Reanimation." After coming back to life, he laughed sinisterly. "Do you think you can kill me?" Zhu Xiangming used the zombie's toxin to reanimate the corpse. He jumped up and lunged at Feng Laixian, making him exclaim in surprise, "You're alive again." Suddenly his heart trembled violently. He clutched the wound on his chest. "What do you want to do?" Zhu Xiangming smirked smugly. "You noticed so quickly." At this moment, as Feng Laixian was tightly covering his wound, the old man explained, "It turns out he had directly injected the corpse poison into Feng Laixian's body. Just wait until this poison spreads throughout his body and he will become my zombie." Feng Laixian was furious, his eyes blazing. How is that possible? His entire body was on fire, breaking through to level 2 of the Crimson Emperor's immortal body. Body temperature reaches 1000 degrees Celsius and physical strength also increases rapidly. Zhu Xiangming stroked his mustache, revealing a haggard face and terrifying teeth, and mocked, "Trying to burn yourself to remove the poison, don't waste your energy." While the poisonous corpses were gradually waking up, the old man said, "Burning can only kill the most basic types, and there's more than one type of corpse poison." The old man swaggered over, controlling the poisonous corpses to surround Feng Laixian. According to the old man, the zombies were immortal. The wolves behind him called out worriedly, "Master Feng," but he only replied, "No need to bother." At that time, near Safe Room No. 3, a giant monster seemed to have smelled something. It charged forward aggressively, leaving Chen Ming's group stunned behind. At this moment, when surrounded by the zombies, he shouted loudly, "How long can you last?" Lin Benxi also charged forward, but he was blocked by Feng Laixian. At the same time, he was still asking about the elder brother's whereabouts. He was furious at the continuous attacks, angrily shouting, "I won't spare you!" Zhu Xiangming raised his clawed hand and threatened, "It seems you still haven't figured out the situation." The old man suddenly grew enormous with a blazing red skin. Zhu Xiangming roared, "If you miss your elder brother so much, then just go with him." He wanted to finish off Feng Laixian. But before he could finish speaking, Feng Laixian launched a flaming punch back at him. He was full of momentum, advancing forward, telling himself to win quickly. The two forces clashed, creating a powerful shockwave that sent the zombie horde flying. Feng Laixian gathered his internal energy, gritted his teeth, and struck. And he successfully knocked the old man backwards. He let his arms hang limply, panting from exhaustion. Looking at his hand gradually turning from skin color to purple, he silently exclaimed, "This corpse poison spreads really fast." Before he could rest for a moment, those zombies had recovered and quickly rushed to continue attacking Feng Laixian. Still, not enough. He was worried about this relentless attack. He thought to himself, even if I activate the Crimson Emperor's immortal body, I can't hold on. If this continues, I'll also become a zombie. Looking at his teammates fighting in front, Feng Laixian calculated he is afraid that if he keeps fighting, he will lose. The North Gate will fall if he is defeated. Does heaven want to destroy our Pearl City? Feng Laixian continued to throw his fists at the enemy, ready to fight on. On the contrary, they looked blankly in another direction where the screams came from. Running towards them were Jiang Ping and Liu Xishan, surrounded by hundreds of zombies. While running, Liu Xishan reported the situation. The master of the Beast King Fist Dojo has been trapped. The plan she proposed was to save people first. With that, the two of them drew their weapons and killed these poisonous zombies, breaking through the encirclement. Faced with their appearance, Feng Laixian paused, not knowing who they were. Liu Xishan, waving her hand, beheaded several zombies and encouraged him from a distance. "Senior, keep it up." She then launched an attack on the two poisonous zombies that were attacking Feng Laixian. He also noticed this opening. Taking advantage of that, he prepared to counterattack Fist Beast, 5-fist technique, Jade Axe. Feng Laixian's body successfully created a whirlwind sweeping up this zombie horde. It seemed too much for him. Feng Laixian coughed up syrup. But he still didn't forget to advise Jiang Ping to leave this dangerous place. As for him, he looked worriedly at his wounds and reassured him that he was prepared. Jiang Ping circulated his internal energy and said with a determined gaze, "Let me treat your wounds." At this moment, Feng Laixian still hesitated to refuse. "But this wound of mine..." Before he could finish speaking, a stream of red energy went straight into his wound. To his astonishment, it was a pure blood body. Jiang Ping explained that this was his healing method. Feng Laixian also found this method strange. Seeing his body gradually recovering, not only were his external wounds healed, even his physical strength was restored. He opened his mouth to praise little brother. "You are truly capable." Jiang Ping quickly dismissed the credit. "Unfortunately, I can't completely remove the poison at. Most I can only control its spread." Feng Laixian's fists blazed again. He was even more surprised by Jiang Ping's talent. Being able to control the corpse poison is already a very good thing. He checked his body again. The result was that not only had the wound healed, but his rank had also increased by 200%. His confident demeanor reappeared. Leaving Jiang Ping aside, he decided to eliminate Zuo Xiangming. "I will deal with this creature that is neither human nor ghost." Jiang Ping wearily looked at Feng Laixian, who was appraising himself. "You make it sound easy. The opponent is a fallen one. In case, check the master's strength first." He reminded him to be careful. At this moment, Zuo Xiangming was controlling the zombie horde. A strange green light surrounded his body. "Obediently become my living corpse." The old man shrieked. The poisonous corpses grew more and more numerous, swarming in. It was also the moment Feng Laixian shouted, "You won't succeed." At this moment, his self-appraisal was also successful. He was ready to fight. He roared, "Increase the temperature." A wave of fire erupted, spreading from his side. The ground shook with each of his steps. His attack stats also increased rapidly. His body temperature reached 3,000 degrees. The aftershock of the explosion sent the poisonous zombies flying to both sides. Feng Laixian took advantage of the opportunity, moving quickly to face the old man, Zuo Xiangming, who was stunned. Then he swung his flaming fist at Zuo Xiangming's shoulder. Suddenly Zhang Ping reported, "I've appraised him and found that his life is bound to the nearby living corpses. To kill him, we must also clear out this zombie horde." Zhu Xiangming lunged forward, clinging to Feng Laixian's arm. He laughed grotesquely. "You can't kill me." At that very moment, hundreds of poisonous corpses charged towards the two of them. Feng Laixian continued to increase the temperature to 4,000 degrees. He forcefully threw the old man up, intending to burn him. Each flame danced a fiery red across the sky, surrounding the zombies that wanted to attack him. The flames dissipated, the bright sun shone down from above. Feng Laixian still hadn't eliminated all these pests. He asked, "Brother, is there a way to quickly increase my temperature?" Zhang Ping closed his eyes helplessly. He rubbed his forehead and said, "My fire can't reach the same height as yours, senior. I'm afraid I can't help." But he suddenly remembered something. This thing can help. It's the crimson refined sand. Its giant hand appeared before Feng Laixian's astonished eyes. Zhang Ping reached out and dropped a few scales of the crimson refined sand into his palm. Feng Laixian chided, "Why didn't you take out such a good thing sooner?" He immediately retorted, "You didn't ask at the beginning." Feng Laixian received the good stuff. He immediately threw it all into his mouth. Seeing this action, Zhang Ping finally realized, this is the true fire eater. Feng Laixian stood in the middle of the zombie horde, surrounded by howling winds. He felt the changes in his body. Suddenly, a stream of jade-green light struck the ground. Liu Sishan appeared. She froze a few zombies to use as stepping stones and asked about the situation. The group behind her also looked on blankly. They never expected to see the masters form like that while they were still alive. Bade looked at this stream of light and judged, "It seems this battle is about to end." Feng Laixian appeared with his body enveloped in a blue flame. He had reached the immortal Crimson Emperor body, Yang Flame. His body temperature was 6,000 degrees, and all the poison on his body was healed. Seeing this, Zhang Ping thought to himself, "This form is too domineering. Even the true fire eater can't withstand it." Looking at the zombie horde in the distance, Feng Laixian asked for help. "My brother, this ultimate form puts a huge burden on my body. Please continuously heal me." Zhang Ping didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Feng Laixian turned away. He didn't forget to instruct, "All of you fall back. Don't get caught in the crossfire." The people behind him heard this and ordered each other to retreat into the city. Zui Xiangming's body was now transforming. His distorted face questioned itself. How is this possible? He never expected the corpse poison he had placed in Feng Laixian's body to disappear. He continued to control the red-eyed zombies. Zui Xiangming commanded, "Get him for me." The army of zombies once again swarmed towards Feng Laixian. He channeled his internal energy, breathing out a blue flame called the Beast King's ultimate art, Primal Chaos Chi. This fire had a vast spread and soon covered almost all the zombies rushing towards him. The ones caught in the flames screamed in agony, then immediately shattered and disintegrated. Before the sealed city gate, only Feng Laixian remained amidst the piles of ash, because these 20,000 living corpses had been burned to dust. Liu Sishan was astonished. Her jaw dropped in awe. This power is too terrifying. She silently assessed among the people she knew. Feng Laixian's strength was at least in the top 3. Before he could rest, a soldier rushed out to report to Feng Laixian that the masters of the other 2 martial arts gyms had betrayed them. The West Gate and East Gate had fallen. Feng Laixian seemed to disbelieve it. He glared and asked loudly, "What? How could Ao Donghai and Wu Ruoyu betray us?" At this moment, the arms of the toxic corpses began to sprout from the ground. They had revived right before Feng Laixian's stunned eyes. A loud laugh followed. "Haha, Pearl City has fallen. I don't need to hold you here any longer." It turned out that Zui Xiangming's army hadn't been wiped out yet. He was probably gloating over his successful deception. He acted superior. "This time I'll count it as your win, but I will save a spot for you." As he sat on the back of a giant monster, he continued to taunt, "I hope that the next time we meet, you'll still be as heroic as you are today, invincible." Feng Laixian clenched his fists and swore angrily, "Next time I will definitely kill you." He turned back and commanded, "I've got this place covered. Let everyone go to the city, to the temple." After giving his instructions, he turned and said, "Brother, the toxic corpses have been dealt with. You should go back too." Jiang Ping agreed. With his strength, he thought to himself, "I won't melt now, will I?" The beasts attacked the city, and people ran in chaos, screaming everywhere. "It's the mutated beasts, run help. Quick, organize a defense." Huang Zeming stood on the roof of a building, watching the plumes of smoke rising in the distance. He gave a wicked smile and said, "This is the influence that Pearl City should have had, but lost when they lost our Zhu family." At this moment, two cloaked figures appeared behind Huang Zeming. They approached him. Huang Zeming asked, "How are things going?" Zhu Zemin replied, "About 1,000 embrace. 1,000 mutated beasts have entered Pearl City, and they are all under our control." Huang Zeming praised him happily. "Excellent! Have the mutated beasts attack the City Lord's mansion as soon as possible." Zhu Zemin asked the City Lord's mansion. "Are you kidding? Chen, Junting is in the City Lord's mansion," he reminded. "When the mutated beasts get near there, they will be affected by the Holy Mother's blood in her body." The man standing next to him added, "That's right. Even the heavenly tigers will become her servants. So how are we supposed to take her away?" Huang Zeming frowned and explained, "What do you guys know? Chen Junting hasn't fully awakened yet. Her mind right now is no different from a child's. But she possesses that terrifying pink power, as such she will unconsciously and passively control all the mutated beasts around her. If a large number of mutated beasts approach her, her power will go out of control due to overload. At that point, the City Lord's mansion will fall into chaos. That will be your chance to take Chen Junting away." Right now in the City Lord's mansion, Chen Junting was sitting on the lap of the Moon Prince, while a group of heavenly tigers knelt on the ground below. The Moon Prince licked Chen Junting's face, making her laugh out loud. "Little Bach, don't lick me anymore, it tickles." She rubbed her eyes. Chen Junting saw something and let out a small ah. Below a pack of heavenly tigers was kneeling Chen. Junting asked, "Where did everyone else go?" In her eyes, the heavenly tigers were pure white instead of dark purple. Chen Junting looked at them and muttered, "Why are there so many little backs here all of a sudden?" She looked up at the Moon Prince and saw him looking at her with fiery red eyes. Chen Junting asked, "You look very strange. What on earth are you?" She stood on a high platform and praised the heavenly tigers below. "You guys too, you're very cute." Huang Zeming, watching this scene from afar, whispered in admiration, "It's just as I expected." He hid behind a pillar and said to Zhu Zemin standing beside him, "The approach of a large number of mutated beasts is starting to drive her crazy." Chen Junting stepped down from the platform. She stood muttering by the window. "Why are there so many little backs outside? There are so many." In her eyes were small white specks of light flying everywhere. But something was making Chen Junting uncomfortable. She frowned and whimpered, "Little Bach, don't." Suddenly Chen Junting fell to the floor in fear and screamed, "Don't, Little Bach, don't come here anymore." Chen Junting's scream echoed from the City Lord's mansion. In the city, a little girl was running frantically through the streets, constantly calling out, "Mom, where are you?" A wolf monster was chasing the girl. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, causing the girl to scream in terror. Just then, two hands appeared. It was Jiang Ping, who had arrived just in time to restrain the wolf. Liu Xishan picked up the girl and reminded her, "Get out of the way, quick." As for Jiang Ping, he used both hands to pry open the wolf's mouth and angrily scolded, "You beasts, can you stop running amok?" Fire erupted fiercely from Jiang Ping's hands, incinerating the wolf. A woman ran over calling, "Nu, Nu, are you okay?" The girl happily ran over to hug her. The woman thanked Liu Xishan. She also kindly reminded the mother and daughter to leave quickly. Jiang Ping looked straight ahead. He said, "Ahead is a densely populated residential area. We can't let them advance any further." Liu Xishan replied, "Okay." She gave instructions over the radio. Members of the cleanup team, initiate on-site. Defense members of the cleanup team, initiate on-site defense. The radio responded, "Yes, sir." Then the two of them stood up. Before them was a horde of ferocious mutated beasts. Liu Xishan said, It's hard for me to defend against so many mutated beasts without destroying that building. Zhang Ping added, "Save as many as we can, as long as we have time to evacuate the others. It's fine." Liu Sishan acknowledged with a hum. Suddenly the steps of a white wolf monster halted. This pack of white wolves suddenly let out a long howl. Zhang Ping asked in confusion, "What's wrong with these mutated beasts?" Liu Sishan also received a report. "Captain, the mutated beasts on this side have all stopped." She asked, "What happened?" In the city lord's mansion, Chen Junting's body was floating in mid-air. An aura was radiating from her. Huang Ziming exclaimed, "What is this? Could it be?" His face suddenly changed color. Chen Junting opened her eyes. Her pink energy suddenly radiated densely. The entire city lord's tower was enveloped in that pink energy light. Zhu Zemin said in a panic, "All the mutated beasts in the city have gone out of control." Huang Ziming exclaimed, "What?" He angrily cursed. "Damn it, could it be that the Holy Mother's blood in the Saintess's body has fully awakened?" Huang Ziming lamented to himself, "What bad luck! How could this 1% probability be triggered by her?" She looked down below and excitedly cheered. "There are so many little backs over there." Huang Ziming and his two minions immediately chased after her, but something suddenly made him stop. Huang Ziming glanced behind him and muttered, "This pressure, only a king-level mutated beast could emit such pressure." He wondered, could it be that the Moon King has awakened unaware that the hall was now filled with a bizarre pink energy. Additionally, a fox eye on the ceiling was secretly watching him. Huang Ziming was deep in thought. While he was standing there thinking, two people ran up from behind him. They spoke up and asked, "What are you standing here for? What's wrong?" Huang Ziming quickly requested of them, "Contact the remaining people hiding in Pearl City and go capture Chen Junting together. I still have a few things to take care of." Zhu Zemin quickly replied, "Yes." He watched them leave and began to calculate. The Moon King's awakening means that the Heavenly Fox side has a king-level combatant. Revealing myself now is no different from seeking death. Huang Ziming was like the embodiment of a devil. He always had evil schemes. It's better to stay here quietly and observe the situation, which is relatively more stable. In another place, the leader ordered everyone to mobilize everyone in groups of 3, gradually clean up the remaining zombies. Everyone responded seriously in unison. "Yes, sir." Baidi asked about Feng Laixian's health. "How is the gym master's health?" He touched the healed wound. "I'm fine. Most of my previous injuries were treated by Zhang Ping for me. I'm just a little tired now. I'll feel better after a short rest." Even so, Bai Dai was still extremely angry. He punched a boulder with his bare hand and cursed. "Those damn treacherous gym masters, they're no better than beasts." Feng Laixian patted Bai Dai's shoulder. "Now that it's come to this, we can only quickly clean up the zombies at the south gate." But he was still extremely dissatisfied. "Gym master." He cut Bai Dai off, then returned to the city hall. The two men stood in the middle of the city, a place that was extremely desolate and ruined. Feng Laixian said, "Looking at the situation now, we can only save one person at a time." Suddenly someone spotted something. "Look, there's a group of awakened people to the north." Another person also noticed and spoke up. Could it be reinforcements? At this moment, both Bai Dai and Feng Laixian also looked in that direction. A group of people slowly approached. The person in the lead spoke first. "Restrain all these people for me. No one is allowed into the city." The image of that group of people slowly came into view, causing these people to gradually recognize their identities. Li's Duong Martial Arts Gym. Are they here to cause trouble? That group of people heard their leader's command and quickly obeyed. "Yes, sir." When Feng Laixian saw that man, he became angry. "Wu Ruoyu, you have the nerve to show your face here." He quickly gave orders to everyone. Everyone prepare for battle. Bai Dai also got into a battle-ready stance. Li Duong Martial Arts Gym abandoned the west gate without a care, causing Pearl City to fall. The two men from earlier, who had spotted the people from Li Duong Gym, ran in fear towards Bai Dai and Feng Laixian. "What damn it!" Feng Laixian spoke up and asked Gym Master Ngo, "Why did you betray Pearl City?" The only response he got was laughter. Wu Ruoyu looked extremely smug. "Gym Master Feng, have you ever thought about changing your way of life?" Feng Laixian was puzzled. What kind of life? He began to explain, look at Pearl City. There's nothing left here, just a pile of ruins in a sea of fire. The lights of thousands of homes are bright yet faint. Every year, hundreds of people die from attacks by mutated beasts. We can barely hold on in this tiny piece of land. Have you ever thought that if we exhausted everything to give birth to a king for humanity, what kind of scene would we have? Wu Ruoyu was extremely frantic at this moment, as if he wanted to manipulate the whole world as long as Than to village gives birth to a king, let alone a small city like Pearl. Even to the ends of the earth, all of humanity will no longer fear the random attacks of mutated beasts. Feng Laishen smirked. So that's how it is. The student who was promoting the theory of human king supremacy in my gym before was one of your people. He spread his arms and said emotionally, "That's right, it's a pity you chased him away. Otherwise, you could have become one of us." His disciples also followed suit, laughing loudly and mocking them. Feng Laishan didn't want to hear any more of his crazy talk and quickly got into a defensive stance, preparing for battle, become one of you, and then lead the entire Pearl City to its doom. Both of them quickly got into a battle stance. Wu Ruoyu spoke up before the two of them clashed. Rest assured, this time, we only want to take an important figure so that Than to village can give birth to a king. We don't intend to destroy Pearl City. Of course, if you can stay put and not enter the city to cause trouble, then I won't lay a hand on you either. Of course, Feng Laijian didn't want to agree. What if we don't agree? At this moment, his words were like a fuse, lighting up the battle. Both sides quickly rushed to fight. Wu Ruoyu shouted loudly, "Then you'll have to ask my fists." In the North City Park forest, Chen Junting floated high above while the beasts looked up at her. Jiang Ping and Liu Sishan hid behind a tree in the distance. He observed and then spoke up in confusion. "That's Chen Junting." He looked towards the girl in astonishment. The mutated beasts suddenly stopped moving because of her. He secretly used his appraisal skill. On Chen Junting's side, the girl looked down at the docile mutated beasts and smiled. "So many little backs. You are all so cute." At this moment, Jiang Ping had also successfully appraised her. In the attribute panel, the name Chen Junting appeared, and her race was human. Furthermore, she had a lot of other promising potential. Jiang Ping was extremely puzzled. She had also turned into a fallen one. This made Liu Sishan very surprised as well. How could this be? Suddenly, two figures appeared. She quickly pulled him down into a squat. Someone's coming. It was the two men sent by Huang Ziming earlier. One of them spoke up. "What do we do now? Should we go back first?" Zhu Zemin quickly spoke up to stop him. "What nonsense are you talking about? Our mission is to bring that girl back to the Zhu family at all costs." Jiang Ping and Liu Sishan quickly realized. The man quickly retorted, "But you saw it on the way." He said worriedly, "Now Pearl City is full of zombies. Our mutated beasts are being controlled by that girl. The others have also lost contact." The two of them argued continuously. "Just the two of us can't possibly complete the mission." Zhu Zemin was determined to complete the mission no matter what. "No more talk. Even if we die, we have to risk it." Suddenly a voice appeared from behind them. "I never thought the Zhu family, who always liked to play tricks behind people's backs, still had an upright person like you." Zhu Zemin and the other man were startled and became alert. "Who's there?" The two of them slowly stepped out. "You have more backbone than the Zhu family members we met earlier, so I can consider it." Jiang Ping continued his appraisal. One was named Zhao Yanlong, a human from Than to village. A high-level awakened person at level 25, with quite prominent characteristics. The other's name was Zhao Yanhu, also a human from Than to village. A high-level awakened person at level 22, with a notable advancement skill. Jiang Ping quickly drew his knife. "I've appraised them. They're from Than to village." Furthermore, their abilities are very similar to Chen Junting's. This made both of them extremely vigilant. Perhaps it's a key clue. Let's figure out how to capture them alive to get information. Facing two powerful opponents, the two Zhu family members had no choice but to fight. At this point, we can only give it a try. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Okay, let's risk it. The two Zhu family members immediately rushed forward to launch a preemptive strike. "Let's go together." But suddenly, before they could rush forward to attack, their faces showed a look of horror. Their eyes looking at the two men named Trio gradually blurred. Their entire bodies felt as if they were being invaded by something. The pain was extreme. Zhao Yanlong held out his hand and ordered the two mutated beasts behind him to advance, then calmly warned, "The more you struggle, the faster you'll die." The two men named Chu could do nothing more than tell each other, "Be careful, there's a poison fog." The two frenzied mutated beasts quickly rushed forward to attack, while they could only do their best to defend themselves. Zhao Yanlong calmly walked over. "Your skills aren't bad, but it's a pity you can't last long." At this moment, the two men named Chu, one was coiled tightly by a giant snake. The other was lying on the ground about to be bitten by the approaching tiger. "I advise you to give up your resistance and obediently become a sacrifice." The man coiled by the snake seemed to want to self-destruct and take Zhao Yanlong down with him. "Don't even dream of it." Zhao Yanhu reached out towards his brother. Brother dodged quickly. An explosion erupted from the man named Chu. Smoke and dust filled the air. Afterwards, only two mutated beasts were left lying on the ground. Zhao Yanlong had now fallen down, while Zhao Yanhu was extremely emotional. "I almost went with him. Luckily, the mutated beast took the blow for me." At this moment, Chen Junting looked down from above and wondered, "You two little backs, why are you injured?" The girl quickly used her power to heal the two mutated beasts. Zhao Yanhu was a little surprised to see the girl, Saintess. The girl smiled gently. "Don't be afraid, I'll help you heal." The two trio family members quickly knelt down and paid their respects to Chen Junting. "Greetings, Your Holiness." The Saintess, "We are here to welcome you back." But the girl didn't listen at all, only concerned about the two injured mutated beasts. "There are bad things in your bodies, I will help you remove them." Zhao Yanhu was extremely shocked. "What is happening? Why do I feel like my own saint's blood has lost its effectiveness?" Zhao Yanlong had a similar feeling. Didn't they say the saintess hadn't awakened yet? Why? Chen Junting began to filter out the substance in the two mutated beasts. It was the blood of the two men, named Trio. "This blood caused them immense pain, please." "Stop, Saintess. If you forcibly erase the saint's blood from the mutated beasts' bodies, we will suffer the backlash." While the two of them were in pain, the mutated beasts began to feel better. The two beasts quickly woke up. The girl had now drained all the blood of the two men named Trio from the mutated beasts' bodies. "This is much cleaner." Chen Junting and the two mutated beasts quickly became close. "You don't feel good in this place? Then let's go. I'll take you and the other little backs to another place." The girl left with the two mutated beasts, leaving the two men named Trio behind. This is bloodline suppression. Could it be that the Saintess has reached a fully awakened state? It seems that's the case. We can no longer guide the Saintess back to Than village through the bloodline connection. The two of them helped each other up, planning to return. Zhao Yanlong said in pain, "Damn it, there's nothing we can do. We can only meet with His Majesty the Sect Master first, and then figure things out." Seeing this, Liu Xishan gritted her teeth. The Sect Master of Than village. Could it be that person has also come to Pearl City? Zhang Ping didn't understand and expressed his confusion. "Who is that? Why do I feel like you are?" She quickly answered his question. Her name is Li Aoksu. She was once the second-generation City Lord of Pearl City. Now she is the most wanted fugitive by the cleanup team. Liu Xishan said in a resentful tone, "She killed my master. The scar on my face was also caused by her. She is very strong, not at all inferior to our captain. We must find out for sure if this beast has come to Pearl City or not. Previously we had no way to control Chen Junting, but we can control these two." Zhang Ping and Liu Xishan quickly used their powers. He spoke first, "Chen Junting and the mutated beasts have gone far, so we might have to act now." She also added, "Keep them alive." The two men named Trio were about to leave, but felt something behind them. Zhao Yanlong pushed his younger brother away to dodge the pursuing ice shards, flying towards them. "We're in trouble. There's someone else in the dark." Then Liu Xishan quickly grabbed her ice sword and stabbed it straight at Zhao Yanlong. Thinking that by pushing his younger brother away, Zhao Yanhu would be safe, who would have thought that another person, Zhang Ping, would appear behind him brother. Zhao Yanhu was quickly tied up by him. Zhang Ping warned with his sharp eyes. If you dare to release the poison bones, I guarantee he will die a miserable death. Liu Sishan began to interrogate. What is your purpose for coming to Pearl City? Speak. Has Li Aoxu already arrived? Has Li Aoxu already arrived? Zhao Yanlong acted mockingly, not wanting to answer. There's nothing to say. Not getting the answer she wanted, she slashed him once. At this moment, Zhang Ping acted extremely crazed and manipulated them with his words. You can choose not to speak, but she definitely will. I will be responsible for healing you and will never let you die easily. Zhao Yanlong started to feel a bit scared. You demons, you devils, followed by a scream of pain. The scene shifts to another location. A voice reports, Captain, I've found a very important clue. This side also chimed in. Liu Sishan, what is it? She reported Zhang Ping and I have captured 2 people from Than to village. According to their explanation, one of the purposes of Than to village this time is to take away Chen Junting, the one who has awakened the Saintess's bloodline. And also Li Aoxue is also in Pearl City. This made Man Ni and Situ Shibai pay attention. His eyes became sharper. I know. You two continue interrogating the people from Than to village. If the worst happens, I will personally take action. She immediately replied to him, Yes, sir. Then Situ Shibai quickly stood up and gave an order. Man Ni, prepare the teleportation array. She was bewildered upon hearing that. Captain, are you really deciding to activate the Sun Moon Pearl? Man Ni was worried. The Sun Moon Pearl is hidden in the city square, and once activated, you will be exposed. If by chance the King of the Heavenly Tigers doesn't appear, revealing your identity now would be very dangerous. He didn't want to, but he had to. The original plan was to lure the King of the Heavenly Tigers out first, then let you guys hold him off. This way there would be no obstacles in activating the Sun Moon Pearl. But now the one who has come is Li Aoxu, and her unpredictable behavior will surely bring many variables. Situ Shibai was extremely determined. Right now I can only gamble on this one shot, activate the Sun Moon Pearl, before they can react. This is the only way to save Pearl City now, so it cannot be delayed. At the Memorial Steely Square, there were no people passing by. Suddenly, a magic portal appeared. A group of fierce-looking people stepped out, led by Situ Shibai. He stood in front of the group and spoke. The entire Pearl City is in chaos. This is a change in people's hearts, forming a major situation. He continued solemnly, I can stop the Zhu family, I can stop the wild beasts, but how can I stop this situation of people's hearts? Suddenly a figure approached and questioned Situ Shibai. Do you want to rely on the Sun Moon Pearl to risk your life one last time? Without waiting any longer, a frowning man, Ni stepped forward and spoke. Why are you here? I clearly scouted the square and there was no one here. I clearly scouted the square and there was no one here. Forget it, the plan could never have gone smoothly anyway, but her hot temper won't allow it. On guard, prepare for battle. The person from before was Li Aoxu. She came alone to talk directly. Failure, give up your struggles. From the moment you appeared here to resolve the zombie crisis, I had already won. Situ Shibai sighed and looked at Li Aoxu. Why are you so obsessed with winning and losing? Have you ever considered that your path of the human king goes against the rules of the world? Forcibly modifying the rules of fluctuation will lead to king-level mutated beasts on a global scale. Not to mention you failed to break through to the king level. What will humanity do? Hearing that, she frowned and asserted firmly, I will not fail. Hearing that, his eyes turned red and he questioned her with extreme indignation. When you pointed your sword at the innocent, when you cooperated with Zhuo Xiangming, when you resorted to any means necessary, you had already lost. You are walking a treacherous path, not the path of a king. Li Aoxu still persisted with her strange ideals. The ancients still said, one general's success is built on 10,000 bleaching bones. What's more, how can I walk the path of a king without bloodshed? The path of the devil is fine. The path of the king is also fine. In the end, only the winner becomes king. Situ Shibai shouted at her, your ambition is too great. You will kill even more people. You will even drag the entire human race into a place of no return. But the only response to his words was Li Aoxue's laughter. Suddenly, a horde of zombies appeared behind her. I never hoped I could persuade you, so I brought a few people with me. Liao Oxu secretly schemed. Once the Sun Moon Pearl is activated, it will lure the Heavenly Fox King here first, which is not good. At least I have to wait until I've taken the Saintess away before letting him appear to deal with Shibai. She arrogantly warned, today no one should even think about activating the Sun Moon Pearl. Suddenly, Yu Chenghai appeared and stood next to Li Aoxue, making Situ Shibai extremely confused. Yu Chenghai, you are the current city lord of Pearl City. How could even you? He feigned reluctance. Brother Shibai, the Heavenly Fox is too powerful. Sister Ngao Tuyet is right. Humanity needs a king. We should unite, not be fragmented as we are now. He said to him disappointedly, Li Aoxue is not a wise ruler. She will not succeed. As if predicting he would not agree with this method, Yu Chenghai closed his eyes and held a staff in his hand. Perhaps, but Sister Ngao Tuyet is right. Some things have to be done, regardless of whether the outcome is good or bad. You are on the side of protection. I know I can't persuade you so. As he spoke, both sides rushed forward to attack each other. Please be on your way, Brother Shibai. He also quickly responded to the battle. Then come on, let's use this battle to decide the future of Pearl City. Another place at the residential area of South City Park Forest in the distance from that place was a huge explosion. This explosion caught the attention of Chen Junting and the beasts. What's over there? Why are you so scared? Suddenly there was a strange fluctuation, and both Jiang Ping and Liu Xishan were affected. She turned to look at him and asked in confusion, "This energy fluctuation is..." Chen Junting and the beasts quickly went ahead to see what was happening. Let's go, take a look. He watched the girl leave. Chen Junting and the mutated beasts were drawn there. At this moment, Liu Xishan also suddenly realized, it's the captain. The captain has made his move. The two of them hastily chased after them. Let's go gather there too. Even though Jiang Ping was running after them, he was still puzzled. What about the trio brothers? She quickly replied, I've already notified the branch to take them away. Returning to the group of Situ Shibai and Li Aoxu, they were still fighting at this hour. The two of them fought directly. Whatever move he made, she quickly dodged it. Failure is that all the skill you have of. Even so, he still tried his best. Restraining you is enough. Suddenly, Li Aoxue was trapped in an illusionary cage. She was surprised. What then? She looked down at him and understood. He wants to temporarily bind me to buy time to charge the Sun Moon Pearl. Seeing this, Li Aoxu quickly informed Yu Chenghai. Yu Chenghai, go destroy the Sun Moon Pearl quickly. He also quickly obeyed. Yes. Man Nilo Wei and Shujai quickly stood in front of him to block the charging Yu Chenghai. As long as we have a breath left, don't even think about getting past us. He swung his staff frantically and cursed, then you can all die. That one swing of his staff shattered the ground, forcing all three women to use their hands to defend. At this moment, Jiang Ping and Liu Xishan also arrived in time. Don't get too cocky. Liu Xishan created an ice wall while he rushed towards Yu Chenghai. She asked about Manni, are you okay? She grabbed onto Liu Xishan, who was supporting her. I'm fine, go help the captain quickly. Don't let them disturb the captain. At this moment, Liu Xishan looked up and was extremely surprised to see her Li Aoxu. Then in the distance, she saw Chen Junting and the horde of mutated beasts also advancing towards them. As expected, the Saintess has also arrived. Seeing the girl, Li Aoxue quickly understood Chen Junting. The trio brothers have failed. She observed Chen Junting's current state. Her energy right now is in an extremely unstable state. Could it be that the Saintess's blood has fully awakened and entered the molting period? The girl stared thoughtfully at the golden energy sphere that Situ Shibai was trying to create. Chen Junting reached out, curious to touch it. Is this what makes you feel danger? But why do I feel a strangely familiar sensation? The girl quickly touched the golden sphere. The sphere emitted an increasingly strong golden light. When this sphere flew high up, the entire group, except for the mutated beasts, was more or less affected and collapsed. Li Aoxue was extremely horrified at this moment. How could such a large energy fluctuation be generated? Situ Shibai's face was covered in wounds. He was extremely scared. We're in trouble. Chen Junting is absorbing the energy of the Sun Moon Pearl. The battle was still raging fiercely. Jiang Ping worriedly asked Liu Xishan, "Cici, are you okay?" Chen Junting looked down and said, "I seem to feel my father calling me from a very distant place." Hearing this, Li Aoxue was secretly delighted. Excellent. The energy of the Sun Moon Pearl has helped the Saintess complete her transformation ahead of schedule. Chen Junting quickly left. Before leaving, the girl didn't forget to give an order. "You little backs, come with me." She watched the girl's retreating figure with a calculating look. Once the Saintess transforms, she will surely receive the call from Thun to village. This way she will return on her own without our intervention. Li Aoxu used telepathy to command Yu Chenghai. To conceal the plan, I have hidden the Saintess in the city for over a dozen years. Now the final moment has arrived. Quickly inform our people to escort the Saintess back. Her power will help me become king. He immediately received the order. Yes, sir. After that, she looked up at the sky again. That group of foxes will surely awaken after losing Tran Quan Din's suppression. I'm afraid all of them have sensed the movement in this memorial square. Li Aoxu quickly decided this obstruction could also cause everything to fail. Everything is going according to plan. I must retreat quickly before the Moon King appears. Thinking of this, she smirked and said to Jiang Ping's group behind her, "Failure, I didn't expect you to put in all that effort to charge the Sun Moon Pearl, only to end up helping me. The original plan was for the fallen Saintess to transform into the Holy Mother, then perform the complex ritual in Than to village. But now there's no need, this is my destiny." Li Aoxu was about to leave when Liu Xishan rushed forward. "Again, stop." She shouted with determination, "I must take your life to avenge my master." She calmly watched Liu Xishan's actions, without any hesitation. "Just you." Li Aoxu flicked her hand towards her in disdain. This little girl who doesn't know her own strength. Her power easily sent Liu Xishan flying backwards. Jiang Ping quickly used 10 points of dark mist and rushed towards her sissy. He held Liu Xishan tightly in his arms. She let out a soft groan. Ugh! The two of them were dragged a long distance by inertia. After dealing with her, Li Aoxue left without hesitation. "Failure. See you again someday." Luo Wei watched her retreating back and asked, "Situ Shibai, Captain, aren't you going after her?" He immediately replied, "First let's deal with the crisis in the city." Meanwhile, Man Ni and another person were anxiously running over to ask, "Shouhingxi, are you guys okay?" Jiang Ping forced a smile and replied, "We're fine, just a little injured." Liu Xishan also frowned and blamed herself. "I'm still too weak." After making sure they were okay, Ni looked around in confusion. The mutated beasts and living corpses were clearly taken away by Tran Quan Din and Li Aoxu. So, where did that sound come from? Situ Shibai quickly realized, it's the king of the heavenly tigers on the other side. Ni quickly activate the teleportation array. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed over from the distance. Man Ni was stunned. The patrol team, no, they are the heavenly tigers. Kedi ordered them, "Everyone drop your weapons, otherwise I'll take your lives without reason." They were not afraid of these words and instead got into a fighting stance. Luckily, I had already reported the information about the heavenly tigers to the cleanup team. The enemies rushing towards us now are all heavenly tigers. Everyone be careful of those invisible attacks. But before they could do anything, Situ Shibai spoke up to stop them. "No need. The system appeared. Brainwave resonance has been activated." He suggested I will control them. They are now screaming in pain. Situ Shibai held them off while giving orders, "Everyone leave Pearl City." But Shujai didn't want to go, Captain. Situ Shibai didn't allow them to say much and shouted, "This is an order." Jiang Ping was confused by the situation before him. Why didn't Tran Quan Din take the heavenly tigers with him? Liu Xishan guessed. "I'm afraid the king of the heavenly tigers has activated some kind of concealment. Let's go, Jiang Ping." Seeing them gradually leaving, Situ Shibai frowned and said, "Very good." He started to go all out against them, dealing with the king of the heavenly tigers. "Even with all of you would just be throwing your lives away." After Jiang Ping's group entered, the barrier gate finally closed. Situ Shibai pointed at the group of people and shouted menacingly, "Show yourselves now." He was now so angry that veins were bulging on his face. "Let me see what kind of power you have as the king of this fox den." A figure immediately appeared because of that. You are the strongest human I've ever met. The Moon King with his large body had appeared, but to me that kind of strength is not enough. Situ, Shibai secretly commanded a praise. His system immediately showed heavenly tiger skill, distort perception and overturn. Common sense. After reading it, he was stunned. What kind of skill is this? Situ Shibai, unafraid of death, rushed towards him and shouted, "We'll only know if my strength is enough after we try." He rushed forward using his attack skill. Let's see what happens if I use my strongest attack skill directly. Situ Shibai's attack quickly passed through the Moon King vacuum violence. It melts the inside of its body at high temperatures and creates a vacuum to make it explode outwards. But that attack didn't harm him at all. What a powerful attack! It's just a pity it has no effect on me. No effect. He paused, unable to believe it. Could that be distort perception? Situ Shibai continued to reason while using his clone technique to deal with the Moon King's attacks. That's not right. That's not. Distort perception. I blocked my own senses before the battle. It's not a clone either. It's not a clone either, just like mine. Then why is it harmless? I should know that even if it's a mountain, I can still create a hole with this move. The Moon King smirked and held out his hand. Don't think I can't catch you just because you're using clones. He quickly caught Situ Shibai, making him panic. I know now. This is the effect of another ability called overturn. Common sense, unlike distort perception, it doesn't affect my senses, but shatters the common perception of reality, temperature, gravity, physics. Any common sense about reality has no value to it. He clenched his fist and shouted, "Log out." When he released his hand, the Moon King was surprised again. Situ Shibai was only slightly injured. He glanced at him with a mocking face. Unfortunately, your ability can only break your own common perception. Situ Shibai used his ability and struck back at the Moon King. It has no effect on me. He quickly realized when he saw he was trapped in a strange space. Is this a space barrier? No, this is a time barrier. He happily explained, I'll give you a package time stasis. The Moon King looked with interest at the space that was imprisoning him. So what if you trap me in this space? The Moon King used his hand to rip off Situ Shibai's head. As long as you are no longer here, the barrier you created will also disappear. But he had activated a skill initialize time and space. Death will reset the surrounding time back to the moment of activation. So to his astonishment, he came back to life. What? After understanding everything, the Moon King became very interested. You humans are interesting. This space is bound by time. If you reset the time of this space finitely, I will also be stuck here in an infinite loop. He just kept taking Situ Shibai's life countless times, but because I can break normal rules like time, I won't be reset after time returns. He looked at his half-remaining body, and you won't remember what happened, but I want to keep the memory of taking your life each time. Taking your life and reviving you many times. I won't feel tired or bothered. If I don't take your life, you can slowly torture me to death after you revive. After all, time will heal your wounds anyway. With that, the Moon King blew on Situ Shibai's body to destroy it. Under his gaze, he was now just a skeleton. Humans are truly a terrifying race. Or perhaps the rumors heard from other races are not wrong. As long as they don't stop eating humans, one day mutated beasts might gain the potential of humans. The more he spoke, the Moon King's words became more savage. After that, the Moon King turned and ordered his subordinates, all clan members, immediately quell the chaos in Pearl City and try to keep human casualties to a minimum. After all, we still need them to continue reproducing for our enjoyment. All of them quickly responded, yes. At the southern part of the city, this place has now become very chaotic. Just as Feng Laixian and Wu Ruoyu were about to fight, Kedi appeared and stopped them. Stop. He frowned and shouted, "Let go quickly, Kedi. What are you doing?" Hearing that, he turned to look at him with a disdainful gaze. A great disaster is upon us, and humans are still slaughtering each other. What a bunch of idiots! Feng Laixian angrily accused. He is a traitor. He betrayed Pearl City. Another person from Kedi's group suddenly interrupted. Everyone stop. Be honest with me. Wu Ruoyu immediately looked in that direction with displeasure. The patrol team is here too. If things continue like this, Since I've started, I have to see it through. He clenched his fist and rushed towards Kedi. You should get lost too. But before his hand could touch him, his head was grabbed. If he froze, it felt as if the top of his head was being grabbed by something invisible. With just one swift move, he easily took Wu Ruoyu's head, Feng Lai. Xian witnessed this scene and was so shocked his jaw dropped. Since when did Kedi's strength increase so much? He tossed the head aside before getting to the main point. I really didn't expect that our patrol team was only temporarily protecting the city lord for a few days, and the city has already become this chaotic. Just by looking at his eyes, one could tell that Kedi was not happy. He reminded again, "Everyone drop your weapons, otherwise I'll take your lives without asking." With that, Kedi turned to Feng Lai Xian and suggested, "Gym Master Feng, please come with me for a moment. The events that happened today, I need you to explain them to me a little." He respectfully replied, "Understood." The scene shifts again to safety room number 8. Everyone in the room now seemed unwell. Jiang Ping was constantly reassuring Liu Xishan, "Sissy, calm down a bit." Man Nai was the first to feel that something was wrong. "Why is it like this? My powers are weakening." The others also began to feel the same way. The rate of stamina loss is increasing very quickly. The rate of stamina loss is increasing very quickly. I feel like my weight is increasing too. Liu Xishan now realized with tension. Could it be? Jiang Ping could tell from her expression that something was wrong. What's wrong? Liu Xishan's face turned pale. She explained on one hand, and on the other, she hastily contacted Situ Shibai. Captain, please respond if you receive this message, Captain." He was still bewildered at this moment. See what on earth has happened? Man Ni had to speak up and explain the captain has bestowed a blessing on all the members of our cleanup team. She recalled, "The blessing is a rare national protection ability. It can grant others certain attributes in a semi-permanent way, unless the person who bestowed the blessing dies. Otherwise, the power of this blessing will stay with that person for their entire life." According to Manni, the blessing that Chen Ming received was that his stamina consumption rate was halved. Trin Tuyet's blessing was that her fatigue was halved, and the blessing that Zhang Shuzhong received was that his weight was halved. The blessing that Liu Xishan received was that her mental energy consumption was halved. At this point, her expression and that of the others could no longer remain calm. Right now, everyone's blessing has suddenly disappeared, which means the captain might have... Jiang Ping also gradually realized the seriousness of the situation. How could an existence like Situ Shibai be so easily destroyed? Suddenly, Jiang Ping's bracelet glowed again. A voice also spoke up, "Hamahem, this kind of existence won't last long." Everyone, as if grasping the only thread of hope, rushed forward. They got close to the bracelet on his arm and called out, "Captain, are you still okay?" Situ Shibai then appeared in another form. He slowly spoke, "Not very well. It will probably take another year. I might be completely killed by the Heavenly Tiger, as my energy is gradually depleted." Jiang Ping stood up and asked him, "Old Master Situ, are you trying to communicate with us through this bracelet now?" He immediately replied, "No, this is my backup plan. Once I die or lose my life, a part of my consciousness will form a virtual personality and transfer to this bracelet." Situ Shibai frowned and told the truth. "Actually, right now, I am just a virtual personality, not a real person." Liu Xishan immediately rushed over. "Captain, what can we do to save you now?" He silently pieced together his words. Does that mean the person living in the bracelet right now isn't Situ Shibai, but an artificial intelligence possessing a part of his memories? Situ Shibai smiled. He smiled to reassure his subordinates. "Don't worry, the situation is almost exactly as I predicted. I had a bad feeling when I was in Pearl City, but in death I saw hope." He briefly explained his and the Moon King's current situation. "The King of the Heavenly Tigers has been trapped by me in a time loop. Therefore, it can only stay in the Monument Square and continue to slaughter me until my energy is completely depleted." He continued, "It won't be able to act rashly for the next year. This is the chance to defeat that Heavenly Tiger clan. Can we seize this opportunity? It all depends on Jiang Ping, the one with infinite potential." Situ Shibai's words made him pause. The people in the room immediately shouted in astonishment, "Jiang Ping!" Zhang Shozhong was the first to object. "Captain, I really don't understand what you're planning to do. I really don't understand what you're planning to do. Man Ni also had to agree with his opinion. Jiang Ping's potential is indeed not bad, but he is only a primary level awakened. However, Liu Xishan stood up to support his decision. I believe in the captain's decision, so what do we need to do next? After hearing that, she stammered, but seeing that the situation was not good, Situ Shibai immediately reassured everyone. Don't be so hasty. What's a little storm like this? The real despair was when we first faced the beast-taming awakened of the Zhu family. At that time, the Zhu family possessed countless pieces of equipment. Among them were 5 rare treasures, similar to the Sun Moon Pearl. And we had nothing on our side. Jiang Ping swallowed nervously. Situ Shibai continued. In fact, at that time, the gap between you and the enemy was huge. Not only that, but we also lacked weapons that could fight against king-level mutated beasts. Hearing this, Zhang Shouzhong couldn't help but be curious. Weapons to deal with king-level mutated beasts. Do such weapons really exist? He quickly replied, of course there are, but only those with infinite level abilities are qualified to enter that place, and each person with infinite level abilities can only participate once in their lifetime. According to Situ Shibai, that was the place where he brought out the arrow that could turn the world. So this time are we counting on Jiang Ping? His words were so unbelievable that Chen Ming, who had been silent until now, also spoke up in astonishment. Jiang Ping, is he now an infinite-level ability user? Jiang Ping broke out in a cold sweat. He tried to brush off all the attention focused on him. Captain, looking at your arrangement, I don't think it's possible. But Situ Shibai just happily encouraged him. This is also good for you. That place can be considered the foundation of our humanity. You can use those ruins to unlock the secrets of the world that belong only to you. Man Ni couldn't wait any longer and eagerly pulled Zhang Shouzhong's hand, wanting to go. No more long talk. Let's set off right now. But Situ Shibai didn't want to set off right away. Don't be so hasty. Before we set off, there are still a few things to consider. First, Jiang Ping, you come with me. After a while, they arrived at the cleanup team's dungeon safety room, number 8 Zhang. Ping broke the quiet atmosphere. Captain, is there really no way to save you? Situ Shibai just calmly replied, haha, this is my choice, after careful consideration. If I don't stop the king of the Heavenly Tiger clan, there will only be 2 outcomes. And neither of these outcomes is what I want to see. At this point, he became curious. What outcomes? Situ Shibai explained the first outcome he thought of. The first scenario is that we fail to stop the attack from Than to village. The result would be that Pearl City falls into Li Aoxue's hands, and about 50% of the awakened people will die in that civil war. Then there's the second outcome. The second scenario is that we successfully stop the attack from Than to village, but because of my death, the Heavenly Tiger King will personally deal with the masters in the city who have revealed their strength. At that time, at least 30% of the awakened people will not be able to escape. In his heart, he always believed in his plan this time. Now that the king of the Heavenly Tigers is trapped by me, and among them the strongest is only the Moon Prince, in a one-on-one situation, the Masters may not be its match. But if one person fights against many, the Moon Prince probably won't be able to withstand it. Therefore, even if it wants to leave and replace all the awakened people who have revealed their power, it will take at least 1 to 2 years. Jiang Ping also had to admit, indeed, this is also the best outcome that can be achieved under the current power conditions. They finally arrived at Zhao Yanlong's cell. Situ Shibai requested of him go get some of Zhao Yanlong's blood. Jiang Ping froze. He turned to him to ask again, what's the use of you asking me to get some of Zhao Yanlong's blood? Situ Shibai got straight to the point. You've been stuck at level 9 for a long time, right? Jiang Ping didn't mind admitting it. That's right, in the last battle, there were signs of reaching intermediate level 10. In the last battle, there were signs of reaching intermediate level 10. But at the crucial moment of breakthrough, I was inexplicably blocked. Not only did I not level up, but I also felt like I was stuck in my throat. At this point, Situ Shibai pointed at him and gave the answer, try drinking some of Zhao Yanlong's blood. Then awaken your new skills first, and then I'll tell you how to break through. Jiang Ping then took Zhao Yanlong's blood and drank a mouthful. He stood before the cultivating Jiang Ping and explained, "There's no bottleneck from primary to intermediate level. The reason you can't break through is because you have too many abilities. Awakened people with only one ability often have no other choice except to decide the path they want to take from a very early stage. An awakened person with multiple abilities needs to choose one of them. Otherwise, it will lead to a halt in level progression. You are now at level 9, a primary level awakened Situ Shibai, encouraged Jiang Ping after you determine what you really want and the path you want to take in the future, then breaking through to the intermediate level will be a matter of course." He was now standing at the crossroads of his own choice. The system displayed heterophagy has taken effect. Awakening a new talent, Old King's blood, can draw strength from one's own pain. The more pain, the more effective. According to him, now you need to utilize your new talent, feel the changes between the other talents in your body. Be aware of your abilities carefully and keep them in a state of being activated, but not activated. Jiang Ping was confronting himself in his subconscious. Situ Shibai guided him. After that, you need to examine your own heart, clarify the path you want to take, and understand your truest desires. Your abilities will naturally respond to your inner thoughts. He used his appraisal skill to examine all the abilities he possessed. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Ping opened his eyes. Contract gem heterophagy user. He hastily asked Jiang Ping, "How do you feel? Have you made a choice?" He sighed and replied, "There are too many choices. Is there no way to have the best of both worlds?" Hearing that, Situ Shibai could only helplessly advise, "For this you can only look into your own heart. I have no way of thinking of this for you." He looked at his hand and considered it. "In fact, the thing that makes me hesitate the most is between the contract gem and the heterophagy user. The contract gem is my basic ability. Most of my abilities actually originate from it." With that thought, Jiang Ping closed his eyes again. He thought to himself, "But the heterophagy user is the ability that helps me nurture those 4 powerful abilities." Jiang Ping's body gradually emitted many different abilities, whether it's the dark mist body, or the pure blood body, Old King's blood. These skills are all top tier in terms of power, but to say that although the heterophagy user originates from the contract gem, its potential is no less than the contract gem's. Gradually, those powers merged into one. What I need to do now is to choose one of these 2 abilities as the core for my advancement. Situ Shibai looked over and realized, "It seems you have your answer, don't you?" The system also displayed advancement successful, and he was now level 10, an intermediate level awakened. Jiang Ping sat upright with his legs crossed. His eyes were tightly closed in thought. Did I level up appraise? And so the system immediately announced appraisal successful. Jiang Ping is an intermediate level awakened person possessing a level 7 contract gem with the ability to modify rules at will and 3 special forms, including no contract attack release abilities, gem contract fuse equipment, storage contract store abilities up to 10 cubic meters. He was silent for a long time. Although it's only a 1-level increase, the difference in level between a primary level awakened person and an intermediate level awakened person is completely different. He raised his hand to test it. Stamina and spirit have all been greatly improved. I can release the Fire Eater's flames with precision. The control over my abilities is also more meticulous. Seeing this, Situ Shibai, who was standing beside him, asked, "Did you successfully level up?" He politely replied, "Yes." Jiang Ping happily said, "No wonder CC only had combat readiness after reaching the intermediate level. It turns out that after the intermediate level, the control force is so significantly upgraded." After that, he immediately summoned Martial Contract. A long staff made of gems appeared. With just an advanced skill, even useless transparent gems can be utilized. Jiang Ping quickly rubbed the staff against the floor. It turns out he was doing that to test its hardness. The hardness of an intermediate level gem is probably close to that of the Pearl Saberez, an item that I always carry with me. It's not easily damaged. Suddenly he burst out laughing. "Just as I predicted, you didn't choose the heterophagy user, but chose the contract gem as the core for your advancement." Jiang Ping lifted the gem, admired it, and said, I also thought about choosing the heterophagy user, but in my haze, I felt it wasn't suitable for me. Situ Shibai rested his chin on his hand and thought, it's a good thing I didn't choose the heterophagy user. The heterophagy user easily obtains abilities, but the price to pay is full of risks. When the heterophagy user awakens a new ability, cases of side effects, backlash, and even death are everywhere. Jiang Ping also understood that very well and added, moreover, although the awakening speed of the contract gem is a bit slow, but each time the new talent it awakens is an indispensable need. It's like providing charcoal on a snowy day. Suddenly, he remembered something under the guise of the patrol team. Specially recruited, awakened people are being eliminated step by step. Jiang Ping slowly turned his head to look, using 1 year to eliminate potential threats. That person is none other than the Moon Prince. Seeing everyone gathered, he immediately disseminated some more information. According to Jiang Ping's information, the Moon Prince is accelerating the elimination of masters in Pearl City, using the name of the patrol team to recruit a large number of awakened people. Chen Ming asked curiously, is it trying to target those who have fought in previous battles? Situ Shibai also didn't know his intentions. He could only sigh and reply, most likely. Suddenly, Jiang Ping had an idea. I've decided to return to Pearl City, find Gym Master Feng's group, to explain the situation, see if there's a way to get them out of the city. Seeing this, he anxiously stopped him. No, that's too dangerous. Anyway, he was still very worried about their safety. If we just leave them alone, that group of people will be like the patrol team, silently swallowed and replaced. Liu Sishan walked over and gently placed her hand on him as if to reassure him. She said, it's too dangerous for you to go back to the city alone. I'll go back with you. Seeing this man, Ni immediately volunteered. We'll go too. Contacting the familiar awakened people one by one will be faster. However, it won't be that easy. We can't distinguish whether an awakened person has been replaced by a heavenly fox or not. It's easy to be exposed. Jiang Ping said with great confidence, I've advanced to an intermediate level awakened person. If I sneak in alone, even if I'm discovered, I'm confident I can leave safely. Chen Ming immediately debunked that object. Right now, Pearl City is like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Do you know how important you are right now? He also had his own purpose, so he quickly retorted, I know, but to watch our comrades be eaten by the heavenly foxes, I can't be indifferent. Moreover, I still haven't avenged Su Jingyao. Seeing him so determined, Liu Sishan was also worried. Jiang Ping, he gently comforted her. Don't worry, I have a way out. Even if I encounter the Moon Prince, it won't be a problem. He was determined not to let him go. If you really want to go, then defeat me first. He didn't hesitate and agreed. All right then, give it a try. However, before he could make a move, Jiang Ping struck so fast he couldn't block it. She thought to herself in awe. So fast, when did he attack? Didn't he even lift a hand? Jiang Ping just coldly said, it seems I've won. Chen Ming exclaimed in amazement, is this dark mist? You've really gotten much stronger than before you leveled up. Situ Shibai stepped forward to mediate between the two. A person with infinite abilities is not an ordinary awakened person. Previously, only after I advanced to the intermediate level did I have the ability to kill mutated beasts of a higher level, but Truong Farm at the primary level could already kill intermediate level awakened people. He is more outstanding than me. His potential is also much higher, so he wouldn't stop him from going. Therefore, I do not oppose Jiang Ping returning to Pearl City, but before that I have a treasure I want to give you. Jiang Ping suddenly remembered something. Wait a moment. I also have a small favor to ask of Jiang Shuzhong. Hearing that he asked in bewilderment me, he immediately gave a command to the system appraise. Jiang Shuzhong said shyly, how can I help you? In an instant, the system finished analyzing appraisal successful. Fat technology skill allows the conversion of fat into energy to create and retrieve items within the user's scope of knowledge. Seeing the result, he quickly pulled him outside. You can help with something big, but it's not convenient here. Just follow me. As the two of them walked out, everyone heard Jiang Shuzhong's scream, Jiang Ping, leave some for me, and yet he blamed him back. Don't be so stingy, your flesh will grow back anyway. He heartbrokenly scolded Jiang Ping. Of course, you don't care, it's not your flesh. Manny worriedly asked him, what did you ask Jiang Shouzhong to do? But he was busy talking to him and didn't notice, thanks. Jiang Shouzhong staggered in his haggard appearance, made her cry out in alarm. Jiang Shouzhong, what's wrong with you? In another room, the secret chamber of the city defense team, Jiang Ping, looked at the thing before him and hesitated to ask, Old Master Situ, this is... Situ Shibai explained to him, this scythe is called the Scythe of Fear. It can not only bring fear to creatures, but it can also evolve the scythe through blood-sucking. When I was young, I used it to slaughter tens of thousands of mutated beasts, absorbing the fresh blood of countless mutated beasts. Right now, whether it's hardness or sharpness, this scythe is still considered rare in the world. It's not an exaggeration to call it a divine weapon. The Scythe of Fear is the most suitable weapon for you right now. Take it with you back to Pearl City. When you encounter an enemy, it can also increase your chances of victory. Jiang Ping picked up the scythe, turned to him and said, Thank you, Captain. Suddenly he realized something. Situ Shibai chuckled. It seems someone is still worried. Hearing that he didn't understand anything, he happily continued. Just in time, my energy has run out. I'm going back into the bracelet to recharge. It turned out he left to give Liu Xishan and Jiang Ping some private space for the two of them to talk freely. He looked up at her. See the wound on your face? I see you, ma'am. Not letting him say more, she quickly cut him off. We made a deal before. We'll talk to each other properly as friends, not as teammates. Jiang Ping and Liu Xishan went outside to gaze at the moon and chat. She recounted that I have stepped out of my inner demon, so I asked Wei Hua to heal the wound on my face. The last incident helped me realize that my own abilities are too weak. So I will no longer stubbornly seek revenge. Blindly I will rely on everyone's strength to defeat Li Aoxiu together. She turned to him and gently asked, Your insistence on returning to Pearl City alone, is it also a stubborn attempt to seek revenge for that friend of yours? He said nothing, just quietly looked at the night sky. After that, Jiang Ping gave a pained smile and said, After advancing to an intermediate-level awakened person, I did have this thought. After all, I could clearly feel my power surging. He recalled that he had been defeated by the Moon Prince before, so he was very determined to try to get revenge and not be as cowardly as before. No longer a helpless weakling who can only pretend to be asleep when the Moon Prince comes to search the house. The more she listened, the more worried she became about his great ambition, Jiang Ping, but he gently comforted her. Don't worry, I can still distinguish between what's important and what's not. This time returning to Pearl City, my main purpose is to save people. His expression suddenly changed. As for my revenge for Su Jingyao, if there isn't a suitable opportunity, I won't act rashly. However, Liu Xishan was still very worried for him. But you're going back alone. I'm still not very at ease. Jiang Ping smiled happily and revealed a little secret to her. I still have a secret weapon I got from Jiang Shouzhong. Nothing will happen. In another place inside Pearl City, he wore a cloak and a mask to cover his face so he wouldn't be exposed. Clearly the heavenly foxes in the city have strengthened their patrols. He pressed himself against the corner of the wall to observe carefully, temporarily seal off Pearl Square. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Situ Shibai, standing beside him, whispered and asked, Don't worry about me. For a period of time, that old fox can't do anything to me. On the contrary, have you thought of a way to deal with it? His eyes suddenly flashed green with determination as he replied, I've thought of it. In the study of the Beast King Boxing Club. Suddenly a plume of blue smoke wafted into the study, catching Feng Laixian's attention. He quickly took off his mask to avoid being misunderstood. Gym Master Feng, it's me. Then the system displayed a notification, pure water body has been dispelled. As soon as he saw him, he grinned widely. It's you, my brother, Jiang Ping. Where have you been these past few days? Ever since that day, I've been wanting to thank you in person, but I haven't been able to find you since then. Jiang Ping forced a smile and said, It's a long story. A long time passed before he finished telling his story. He then asked for his opinion. That's roughly the situation. I wonder if Gym Master Feng is willing to help me. Feng Laixian said solemnly, According to what you said, the City Lord has long abandoned Pearl City. The one in actual control now is the Heavenly Fox. What you said is hard to imagine. Suddenly someone rushed in to report. Gym Master Captain Lin of the patrol team requests a meeting. So he instructed the other person, "You lead him to the living room, I'll be there later." The other person quickly took the order, understood. Mentioning the patrol team, Zhang Ping suddenly remembered something else. The patrol team has been replaced by the Heavenly Fox's Gym Master. Feng only needs one look to determine if I'm telling the truth or not. Outside the living room, a group of Captain Lin's men paced back and forth, waiting for him to receive them. A long time later, Feng Laixin rushed out. My apologies. My apologies, I didn't expect Captain Lin to have the time to visit. He smirked and said, I've come to congratulate Gym Master Feng. Hearing that, he immediately frowned. I wonder where this good news of mine came from. Then he slowly reported, the City Lord has decided to appoint Gym Master Feng as the Deputy City Lord of Pearl City. The announcement will be made to the whole city in a few days. He thought in astonishment, is this the true form of a Heavenly Fox? After that, Feng Laixin laughed perfunctorily and replied, I sincerely thank the City Lord for his kindness. Katie glared at him. The message has been delivered. I'm returning to my duties now. After that, he didn't want to linger and quickly left. Sorry to have troubled Captain Lin, please convey my thanks to the great City Lord for me. These beasts, how dare they? The system once again announced pure blood body. Visual resonance has been activated. He gradually appeared Gym Master Feng. He understood what he was thinking and immediately reassured him. Don't worry, I won't act when the strength gap between the enemy and me is too great. Feng Laixin said as he walked to open the door, you must have a plan for coming to find me. He frankly asked Zhang Ping, speak. What do you need my help with? He didn't hesitate to share. I hope that Gym Master Feng can take this opportunity of being promoted to Deputy City Lord to host a banquet for the awakened people who participated in defending Pearl City that day. Then he continued to tell him his plan. We will report the situation to those who have not been replaced by the Heavenly Foxes. He listened intently to what he said. Those who are willing to leave with me will exit the city through the transport gate. Those who don't want to leave will also know the Heavenly Fox's plan. This way at least they can be prepared, avoid being easily controlled by them. Feng Laixin stared at the people training hard below and said, Indeed. Some people are tied down by their families. They might not choose to leave. He could only accept it. Right now in this situation, these are the only things we can do. Feng Laixin might not have noticed, but Zhang Ping's eyes were different. He had seen what others couldn't see, Zhang Ping's perspective. His boxing gym also had quite a few students who had been replaced. Hearing that, he was extremely surprised. I never expected my small boxing club to have so many hidden beasts. After hearing the plan, he told him, what you've done is more than enough in a situation where it's hard to distinguish friend from foe. In a situation where it's hard to distinguish friend from foe. Without much thought, he immediately approved Zhang Ping's plan. Do it your way. I will do my best to cooperate. He clasped his hands and bowed to thank him. Thank you, Gym Master Feng. He immediately retorted, we should be the ones thanking you. At least you've given us hope of eliminating those beasts. Zhang Ping was planning to leave soon, but suddenly he saw something. He recognized it as soon as he saw it. It's the beast that killed Su Jingyao. The one in charge of everything is standing leisurely, with arms crossed, observing everything. That was Luo Xiyu. She spoke up and asked, recently has anything unusual happened in Pearl City, and received a report. Reporting to Your Highness, everything is normal. Only recently, Feng Laixin is preparing to open for business. Hearing this information, she covered her mouth and laughed contemptuously, saying he's just become Deputy City Lord and he's already showing off. This Feng Laixin guy is only capable of that. Su Jingyao stepped forward and asked, Your Highness, do you need to send someone to watch him? Luo Xiyu heard the question, glanced at her and replied, No need. He's just taking the opportunity to hoard wealth. A person like him poses no threat to me whatsoever. Luo Xiu admired her hand and added, we should still seriously investigate the course of action of those rats from the cleanup team. She gave a savage smile. Her true form was a hideous monster, and she emphasized in a menacing tone, especially that Jiang Ping. The other two immediately responded clearly. Understood. At Feng Laixian's banquet, the atmosphere was very lively. Everyone came to congratulate him. Congratulations, Gym Master. Feng Oi. No, oh no. In the future, I hope City Lord Feng will take care of us more. The others also chimed in. That's right, I hope City Lord Feng will guide us a little. Feng Laixian smiled faintly and replied, You are all too kind. At this moment, his subordinate came over and whispered, Gym Master. He whispered something which made Feng Laixian's expression turn extremely serious. After hearing it, he immediately said goodbye to everyone. Everyone, I have some business and must take my leave first. I'm sorry, I can't stay and chat. Feng Laixian forced a smile. My apologies for the poor hospitality. I hope you all understand. Everyone there was polite. If City Lord Feng has business, please go ahead. Keddy blended in with the guests. Seeing Feng Laixian leave, he said to Su Jingyao, Let's go. This Feng Laixian guy is just as your highness predicted. He's just taking the opportunity to hoard wealth. But Su Jingyao still insisted on staying behind to watch. At this moment, a tall figure caught her eye. She couldn't help but exclaim, That girl's appearance is truly top-notch. Hearing that Keddy teased her and asked what you like her, Keddy left Su Jingyao, who was staring foolishly at the newly appeared girl. He only instructed, Then you can stay and play at your leisure. Remember, this place is crowded. The walls have ears. It's best if you wait until after the party to make your move. Su Jingyao gave a sinister smile. Her eyes had a very perverted look. She replied briefly, Yes. At this moment, Feng Laixian had gathered some important people to talk in private. Bai Day was one of them. He wondered, City Lord Feng, I wonder why you've summoned us here. Feng Laixian replied, I've called you all here. There is indeed an urgent matter to discuss. Then he glanced to the side A's. For the specific situation, it's better to let him explain. The him here was Jiang Ping. Pure blood body has lost its effect. He appeared before everyone with a very cool demeanor. He didn't forget to greet them. Hello, Instructor Buck. Beide. And the others were all so surprised their jaws dropped. They exclaimed Jiang Ping. After explaining the situation to everyone for a while, everyone anxiously asked, How could that be? They argued with each other. That's right, if what you said is true, then hasn't Pearl City fallen into enemy hands long ago? Baidi rubbed his chin and said, I have interacted with Katie and some other members of the patrol team. I did indeed notice that they've been a bit strange lately. Chen Weihua also agreed. That's right, the city lord hasn't shown himself in a long time either. Feng Laixian cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. He spoke up. Everyone listened to me for a moment. Everything is as my brother Jiang Ping said. I have personally confirmed the existence of the heavenly foxes. He explained, These beasts are good at disguise. It's very difficult for us to distinguish them. Right now, among the people attending the banquet out there, many have been replaced by the heavenly foxes. He clenched his fist. His determined voice affirmed, All of you present here have been my friends for many years. If you trust me, Feng, I hope you will all lend me a hand. Chen Weihua immediately agreed. Whatever you need us to do, just give us your instructions. City Lord Feng. Bai. They also agreed. That's right. Jiang Ping is my student. Moreover, we have fought side by side. I believe you too. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Jiang Ping felt more at ease. He explained, to deal with the heavenly foxes, we need to temporarily make concessions for the common good and preserve our strength. He took out a small piece of paper and said, The people on this list have not been replaced by the heavenly foxes. We can split up and inform them about the current situation. Everyone took the paper while Jiang Ping continued. Later on, the cleanup team will activate the teleportation array in this place. He explained carefully, if they are willing to leave with us, please ask them to return to this place after exiting the main gate and leave through the teleportation array. Feng Laixian's guard was still hesitant. He asked, Is it that urgent? What about our families? Feng Laixian grabbed his shoulder and reassured him, This is also a last resort. Right now, the only one who can distinguish the disguised impermanent foxes is Jiang Ping. This list we cannot timely distinguish whether there are heavenly foxes among their family members. He looked into the distance at the remaining people and said, if the information is leaked, the heavenly foxes might accelerate the slaughter of the awakened people. Therefore, if you decide to stay, you must be wary of unusual staff members around, or lead your family members to temporarily leave the patrol team's control area. Baidi shook his head helplessly. That's right, the staff is numerous. It's quite difficult to ensure that no information is leaked. Jiang Ping created a small flame in his hand and said, I will observe secretly. If the heavenly fox at the banquet shows any abnormalities. If the heavenly fox at the banquet shows any abnormalities. Seeing that the plan had been discussed, Feng Laixian concluded, next I'll have to trouble everyone. When the party ended, everyone happily said their goodbyes. Yes, brother Baide, I'll take my leave first. We'll have a few drinks together when we're free. Baide also bowed. Thank you, I will definitely host a banquet for you tomorrow. We'll chat. The guest also politely greeted Feng Lai. Shan, your excellency the city lord, I'll also take my leave. Jiang Ping watched from the side as everyone left one by one. He thought to himself, I've notified most of the people at the party. It seems the heavenly foxes haven't detected any abnormalities yet. At this moment, Su Jingyao's spirit suddenly appeared and reminded him, Jiang Ping, be careful. Feeling it, Jiang Ping was startled and wondered, what is she warning me about? Suddenly his gaze fell upon someone outside. Among the crowd, leaving an energy of sky fox emanating from Jingyao appeared, making him exclaim, so that beast has arrived. It seems to have targeted Chen Weihua. Jiang Ping clenched his fists, his mind racing. I have to find a way to lure it away. Otherwise, if it discovers any clue, the entire plan will fall apart. Jingyao began to approach Chen Weihua. Sister, Weihua, are you leaving? Hearing someone call her Chen Weihua, turned her head and replied, oh, it's you. Is something wrong? Su Jingyao smiled warmly. It's just that I'm going the same way, and I saw you were alone, so I wanted to take a walk with you. Is that okay? Chen Weihua also replied cheerfully, of course. Jiang Ping pulled at his collar, his eyes flashing with a pleased smile as he thought, this wretched fox, you dare to show up on your own initiative. This gives me a chance to act. He stepped out and said, what a coincidence, startling Jing Yao slightly. At this moment, the concealment suit had been stored in the golden bracelet. Jiang Ping spoke seriously. Jing Yao, long time no see. Jiang Ping stepped out boldly. He officially confronted Jing Yao and then turned to whisper to Chen Weihua, go find Dean Feng. Lai Xian, tell him I'm in trouble and to find me in the West City. After seeing Jiang Ping appear, Jing Yao was puzzled, thinking, Jiang Ping, why is he in the city? She smiled cunningly. I originally just wanted a little snack, but I didn't expect to catch such a big fish. If I can bring him back, His Highness will surely be very pleased. Before she could act on her thoughts, Jiang Ping shot off as fast as the wind, taking Jing Yao by surprise. She hurriedly chased after him, calling out, Jiang Ping, where do you think you're going? Jiang Ping didn't bother to answer. He used Mist Walker, enhancing both his agility and speed. He flew like lightning, dashing away on his long legs. Tin Jiao chased after him, a doubt arising in her mind. Strange, why is this guy so fast? Like a nimble shuttle, Jiang Ping quickly turned into a small alley. Because of this, Su Jingyao lost track of him. She stopped in bewilderment, looking around frantically. Where did he go? Jiang Ping suddenly appeared from nowhere, grabbing his weapon and closing in on her. He swung his staff, grazing Su Jingyao and dealing a heavy blow. In pain, Su Jingyao immediately leaped backward to create distance. Jiang Ping placed the staff on his shoulder, looked at her contemptuously and shouted, Are you going to keep pretending? Don't worry. He walked forward slowly with a terrifying expression and an immense desire for revenge, growling, I won't let you die too quickly. The true form of Moon 26 was a hideous Thien Thuong monster. Seeing she could no longer hide from Jiang Ping, she revealed her true form and exclaimed, It seems His Highness was not wrong. Although I don't know what method you used, you can indeed see through my clan's disguise. I remember your ability isn't. Before it could finish, a volley of arrows shot from behind, aimed straight at its back, startling it into thinking, Is this the mist arrow? Moon 26 nimbly dodged the small arrows coming at her while also having to evade Jiang Ping's attack. It thought to itself, has he been possessed by the mist? Distracted by these thoughts, it was quickly slashed across the stomach by Jiang Ping, screaming in pain. Jiang Ping immediately summoned iron chains and said, "You know what?" He leaped high, flinging the chains to bind Moon 26's limbs, while he continued to speak. "Although I haven't known her for long, it was because of her that I accepted my current identity." He confided, "She helps me stay calm, no longer worried or anxious." With her limbs bound, Moon 26 became annoyed listening to his rambling and asked, "What are you talking about?" At this moment, Jiang Ping's entire body began to radiate a fierce, killing intent. He began his torture by unleashing countless small knives that pierced Moon 26, all over making it scream in confusion. When did Jiang Ping become so strong? He slowly walked closer to it, continuing, "To me, she was my childhood friend, and also the most important person in my life." Moon 26 began to show fear, stammering, stop it." But Jiang Ping plunged his blade deep into Moon 26's flesh and said, "She just wanted to realize her ideals." He angrily twisted the blade hard, causing the monster's blood to spurt out, and shouted resentfully, "Why did you have to harm her, Moon?" 26 was in extreme pain, screaming loudly in helplessness. Dark purple blood flowed profusely onto the ground. Moon 26 trembled, but still showed contempt, saying, "Humph, ha, so it's because of this. Too bad, you will never ever know." It screamed with a terrifying expression, as if to challenge Jiang Ping, rubbing salt in his wound. How desperate was her expression when she died. Hearing this, Jiang Ping's blood boiled, and he decisively slashed it multiple times. The monster's screams were ear-piercing. Tortured by pain, but still barely alive, it hissed in agony, "Kill me." It decided to use Jing Yao's image to try and soothe his mood. Before Jiang Ping's eyes appeared the image of Jing Yao gently calling his name. Jiang Ping wasn't fooled. He directly tore off Moon 26's mask, making it recoil in fear. "Don't." The mist also increased gradually, quickly reaching its maximum level of 100. Seeing that the torture was enough, Jiang Ping drew his sword from behind his back. He frowned, glared at Moon 26 and said coldly, "The one I want to kill is you, this wretched fox," then powerfully slashed it to pieces, leaving no intact parts. Finally, he had avenged his childhood sweetheart. He gently held to Tin Jiao's mask in both hands. Just when it seemed everything was over, Luo Shiyu had sniffed him out and arrived. She spoke up. "To think you could defeat Moon 26 alone. Your strength has improved quite a bit, hasn't it?" Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Ping cautiously turned around. Luo Shiyu arrogantly called his name and remarked, "I can't believe you dared to come back. Are you looking to die?" Jiang Ping growled in response, "How do you know I don't have a backup plan?" In his mind, he was commanding the system to appraise her, but it kept failing repeatedly. Seeing his arrogant expression, Luo Shiyu questioned him in a threatening tone. "You're at death's door, and you still want to struggle." Very quickly, she revealed her true form, turning into an ugly monster. She spread her arms ready for an all-out fight with him. "Then I'll let you die with your eyes open." At this moment, the system's appraisal succeeded. Luo Xiyu's attribute panel immediately appeared, revealing her beastification race faction and potential. Notably, she had reached the peak level of beastification at level 39. Specifically, Luo Xiyu had the ability to alter a target creature's perception and force the target to be unable to recognize any abnormality. Luo Xiu launched her tail to attack Jiang Ping from behind, but he quickly used Mist Body to create a shield to block her attack. The powerful attack reduced the mist by 20 and created a strong gust of wind that pushed back Jiang Ping, quickly shouted, "Release," to summon his weapon. He held the weapon firmly in his hand and shouted Dread Scythe, successfully blocking Luo Xiyu's attack. However, the attack was too strong, and Jiang Ping was knocked backward by the force of inertia. He was extremely surprised, immediately thinking, my mist couldn't even block a single hit. He dropped to one knee on the ground, observing the opponent's attack. He assessed. Just from a quick look, its main method of attack is its tail. He cleverly turned into a liquid form to slip through Luo Xiyu's dense attacks, defending while analyzing. Liquid body can avoid physical damage, so its attacks are ineffective against me. Seeing that he had so much strength, Luo Xiu exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it seems your abilities aren't limited to just one type, are they?" She, of course, also had tricks to deal with him, so she confidently emphasized, "But don't think you can escape just like that." Then she quickly used her sharp tail to stab right in front of Jiang Ping, successfully making him exclaim in worry, "This is bad." Luo Xiu emphasized again with a very contemptuous tone, "No matter how many types of abilities you have, you can't bridge the gap in strength." Jiang Ping's body began to be controlled by Luo Xiu's tail. He knew he was in a passive position. Seeing that his arm couldn't move, he grew tense. It actually lowered its tail's temperature to extreme lows to freeze my pure water body. After successfully restraining Jiang Ping, Luo Xiu casually chatted, "But there's one thing I'm very curious about." Her face darkened. "Even situ, Shibai couldn't see through the king's illusion, so what method did you use?" Hearing the question, Jiang Ping just remained silent, thinking, "Although I have no way to use two abilities at the same time, but..." Luo Xiu landed on the ground. At that exact moment, a few very small lightning bolts slowly flew towards her. The lightning grew brighter and brighter. Luo Xiu crossed her arms, looking down at the light at her feet, but she seemed strangely calm, wondering a pink gem. Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Ping used the move. Weapon Pact, Fake True Fire, thinking Weapon Pact can compensate for this. That small lightning bolt erupted into a fierce flame that enveloped Luo Xiu. The system also explained that this skill could temporarily infuse an attack-type ability into a gem, and when destroyed, it would release all its power. After the energy dissipated, leaving only smoke and dust, Luo Xiu was still standing. She channeled energy into her tail again, and clicked her tongue in assessment petty tricks. Seeing Jiang Ping standing up, she turned back her eyes full of confusion, "But it really did help you get out. So what, aren't you going to..." Jiang Ping shrugged and answered honestly, "Relying on myself alone, I'm afraid I can't break through the encirclement." His eyes lit up as he looked behind him and said succinctly, "Therefore I chose to call for reinforcements." At that moment, a voice called out from afar Jiang Ping, successfully drawing Luo Xiu's attention. Feng Laixian and Baidi rushed over. Feng Laixian asked urgently, "Dr. Chen, Wei Hua said you were in trouble." "What's going on?" Baidi also anxiously reported. "Everyone else has escaped. You're the only one left." Seeing the two arrive, Luo Xiu became a little worried. She thought Feng Lai. Shen, could it be that the explosion just now drew them here? It turns out they're in the same group as Jiang Ping. While the three were still talking, Luo Xiu decided to change her plan. She prepared to attack with her tail, thinking, "If you won't let me use it, then go and die." Seeing Luo Xiu's tail lunging at them, Jiang Ping quickly pushed Feng Laixian aside, warning, "Be careful," but because he sacrificed himself to save him, his back was injured, making Feng Laixian exclaim in worry, "Little brother, you're back." Jiang Ping lay on the ground, but still looked up and told the two, "Don't worry about my wound," he warned. "She is that fox demon." Hearing this, both Feng Laixian and Baide smiled slightly and got into a fighting stance. Feng Laixian exclaimed, "So that's how it is. She's truly a nuisance." Then he proactively assigned roles. "Baide, please take care of your student." Baide, however, still seemed in disbelief. He was stunned. This is the Thien Thuong fox, but her appearance is clearly... While he was busy observing Luo Xiu from head to toe, Jiang Ping quickly transformed into his liquid form. He pounced on Baide, startling him. He asked in alarm, "You rotten kid, what are you doing?" Jiang Ping seemed very confident. He reassured him with a sly voice, "Don't worry, Instructor Bai, I won't harm you." Jiang Ping used pure blood body and then shared his vision with Baide, saying, "Now look at her form." At this moment, with Jiang Ping's vision, Baide could see Luo Xiu's true form, which was the Moon Prince. He was so terrified, he exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Although Feng Laixian couldn't see the Moon Prince's true form, he still bravely rushed forward to meet the tail attack. He was also reminded by Jiang Ping, "Manager Feng Laixian, be careful of the abdominal area." Following Jiang Ping's instructions, Feng Laixian replied succinctly, "Understood." and then leaped up successfully, dodging the Moon Prince's attack. The Moon Prince's tail struck the adjacent building. The force of the blow was so strong it cut through the building's reinforced concrete, impressing Feng Laixian so much he had to exclaim, "Its attack power is that strong." Behind them, Jiang Ping had his own plan. He said to Baide Chief, "Bai, open your left hand." Palm up, Baide did as he was told. Then he stared at his palm and wondered like this. Jiang Ping created some red slime in his palm and instructed, "Find a way to make manager Feng Laixian eat this." Baide seemed to understand Jiang Ping's plan. He smiled faintly and replied, "Understood, I have a way." With a powerful motion, he threw the slime towards Feng Laixian and shouted, "Feng Laixian, catch!" The hidden meaning could be understood as swallow it quickly, this is good stuff, and Feng Laixian also turned his head in time to listen. He opened his mouth wide, caught the slime, and immediately swallowed it because he guessed, "Is this a signal?" Although it looked horrifying, Feng Laixian still managed to gulp down the slime. After swallowing it, he could also clearly see the Moon Prince's true format. This moment he was very pleased and shouted loudly, "Beast, I can see you now." The Moon Prince continuously used its long tail to attack Feng Laixian, but now that he could see through it, he easily dodged its attacks. Baide didn't just stand and watch either. He began to channel his inner energy and said resolutely to Jiang Ping, "We're going to help him too." At this moment, a circle of fire appeared behind Feng Laixian, and at the same time his hair burst into flames. A very fierce aura emanated from him, born from a burning hatred. He said, "You wretched beast, give me back my student's life." The fire of battle flared up from Feng Laixian as he used Red Emperor's immortal body blazing form, Open. Meanwhile, Baide beside him used the move Restorative Berserk Lion form. Stepping forward to fight alongside him, Jiang Ping also quickly reminded him, "Manager Feng Laixian, what you just swallowed was my blood. Although you can temporarily see her true form, it's only for a short time." Feng Laixian's eyes lit up, filled with resentment and determination. He replied succinctly, with a very confident voice, "That's enough." At the same time, Baide and Feng Laixian rushed forward to attack the Moon Prince. He couldn't help but wonder, since both of them had seen through his illusion, suspecting Jiang Ping had played some trick. He whipped his tail, but no one was hit. Having his cover blown didn't please him at all. But it didn't matter, the Moon Prince told himself, "I just have to kill them all." A second later, he roared and dozens of tails wriggled in the red smoke. The Moon Prince ordered the Moon Shadow hiding in his shadow to come out and work. As he finished speaking, a demonic hand emerged from the ground. The Moon Shadow appeared at the Moon Prince's feet, ready to receive his orders. Feng Laixian said to Baide, "I can feel that the Moon Shadow is very strong." Jiang Ping thought he was hallucinating. How could that fox hide in the shadow? I didn't detect it at all just now. Jiang Ping couldn't use his appraisal skill in the pure blood state, so he couldn't know what the Moon Shadow's abilities were. He appeared giving Feng Laixian some of the last snake scales on his body, which meant he wanted him to enter the Yang Flame form. Jiang Ping assured them they could all escape from Pearl City. He just needed a little time for himself. Hearing that Feng Laixian put the snake scales in his mouth, he immediately entered the Yang Flame state, and his stats increased significantly. Feng Laijian and Baide decided to entrust their lives to him. With that said, Feng Laixian rushed towards the Moon Prince. Meanwhile, Baide had become the Moon Shadow's target. Faced with its sudden attack, Baide could only temporarily defend himself. When Baide began to counterattack, he was still a step slower than it. All he saw was a delighted smile on the Moon Shadow's face. It jumped up directly to dodge the attack, and in the process gave him 3 scratches. When Baide saw the open wound on his chest, he was quite shocked. The Moon Shadow's speed is too fast. When he looked up, it had already retreated to a safe distance, ready to pounce at any moment. Baide's wound began to bleed. Jiang Ping wanted to heal him, and also said that the Moon Shadow could use Baide's own shadow to attack him. As for Feng Laixian, he was temporarily able to dodge the deadly attacks from the Moon Prince's tails. But dodging like this forever wasn't a good solution, so Feng Laixian started looking for a way to counterattack. He called out to Baide, telling him to start the strategy of concentrating the enemy and sacrificing oneself, also known as the 3+1 strategy. Baide immediately complied. His speed gradually increased. He was able to catch up to the moon shadow and didn't forget to taunt it. "Is that all you've got to kill me? It's barely enough to scratch an itch. Your speed is decent, but your strength is too weak." The enraged moon shadow raised its claws and advanced, piercing through Baide's body with its bare hands in one strike. In that instant, he coughed up blood. But a second later, he grabbed its head. "Got you." Baide gently lifted the moon shadow into the air. Then he called out to Feng Laixian and threw it towards him. In a moment of carelessness, Feng Laixian was stabbed by one of the Moon Prince's tails, but the location was not too dangerous. The moon shadow landed smoothly next to the Moon Prince. Feng Laixian spewed a breath of fire, Beast King's secret art, chaotic qi. The two of them were temporarily trapped in this flame, and they had successfully bought some time to discuss further. Jiang Ping appeared beside them again. He gave each of them a packed gem weapon pact, which had stored fat technology, and told them to hold on to it tightly. After that, Jiang Ping contacted Jiang Shouzhong to tell him to recall the fat. This way they could get out of here quickly. Their reactions were quite different. Feng Laixian howled with excitement, while Baide was genuinely startled by the sudden departure and became a bit irritable. He looked down, thinking they had probably escaped. Jiang Ping's condition was not good. He had used too much energy healing with pure blood earlier and could no longer stand coughing up blood. Jiang Ping tiredly let go of the gem, not forgetting to tell them they would be taken back to the base. Then he fell freely downwards, causing both Feng Laixian and Baide to panic, unable to react in time. After Jiang Ping fell into the lost forest outside Pearl City, he was unconscious until late at night. He lay motionless on the ground for a long time, until a leaf fell on his face and he subconsciously woke up. The sky slowly came into view. Jiang Ping was quite surprised that he was still alive after falling from such a height. At this moment, the connection ring appeared. Situ Shibai said with a joyful voice, "You're finally awake." Situ Shibai said Jiang Ping was seriously injured and had been in a coma for a long time. Speaking of which, he did indeed feel pain. He had done his best to temporarily stop Jiang Ping's bleeding, but now he was also reaching his limit and needed to rest, and he apologized to him. Jiang Ping replied, "There's no need to apologize, because without Situ Shibai, he probably would have died long ago," and told him to rest assured. Jiang Ping took out his communication device to connect with the headquarters, but the device was completely silent with no one responding. It seemed that now Jiang Ping could only rely on himself. Afterward, he found a cave in the middle of the forest and temporarily took shelter there. He lit a small fire to keep warm. Although Jiang Ping's pure blood could choose a target to heal, it couldn't heal himself. This was a case of a doctor who can't treat himself. Right now, his offensive energy reserves were almost depleted. If he encountered a beastified creature at this moment, he'd be done for. For now, he had to stay in this seemingly safe cave to heal. The Lost Forest was a very complex place. Even if he waited until morning in his current condition, it would be very difficult for Jiang Ping to find his way out. He could only hope his teammates could find him. At this moment, Su Jingyao's hair clip fell out of his pocket. He clenched the clip in his hand and remembered everything he had done to avenge Jingyao. But Jiang Ping didn't feel happy at all with the clip in his hand. Jiang Ping punched the ground and mumbled in despair, "I clearly said it was for you, but in the end it was just my own obsession." He released the clip. "For so long my mouth has always spoken of grand righteousness, but my heart was set on worldly fame and fortune. Even after getting revenge, the dead can't come back to life. Even if Hua Tuo were resurrected, he couldn't solve it." Jiang Ping thought of a possibility. Could he resurrect Jingyao? Previously, Jiang Ping had used pure blood body to heal Chou Qiang, helping his severed arm grow back. Chen Ming even said the new arm was very good, and its appearance was almost identical to the previous one. Moreover, when he entered Feng Laixian's body, Jiang Ping discovered he could replace the trachea in the body to keep him alive. If his reasoning was correct, then perhaps he could resurrect Su Jingyao. Jiang Ping took out Jingyao's facial skin and placed it in front of him. With the power of pure blood body, he still wasn't sure if it would work with just a layer of facial skin. After activating pure blood body, Jiang Ping touched the skin and a reaction occurred immediately after. The process was heading in the right direction, although it was draining his strength very quickly. The next step was to unleash all his energy and maximum power at once for recovery. Blood gradually gathered into a shape, and then Su Jingyao's body was slowly formed. However, her other arm looked withered and pale, which confused Zhang Ping. He thought that because he was injured, he couldn't reform her entire body. But Zhang Ping was determined not to give up. Even if it means exhausting all my energy, I will not allow myself to lose Jingyao again. At the same time, Feng Lai Xian and Baida were almost back at the base. Seeing the fat layer on their backs acting strangely, Feng Lai Xian guessed they were about to land. The shape of their wings disappeared, forcing the two of them to find a way to land safely on their own. Feng Lai Xian and Baida were still quite a distance from the ground, but it was fine because they were both experienced individuals. In the end, they both landed safely. Baidi was exasperated that kid Zhang Ping is so unreliable. Then Chenming Liu Xishan and Zhang Shuzhong appeared to greet them. Chenming said he had been waiting here for quite a while. After the fat returned to his body, Zhang Shuzhong returned to his chubby form. He shyly apologized for being so focused on following Zhang Ping's words that he forgot about their landing. He scratched his head. "I'm sorry for scaring you two seniors." Feng Lai Xian put his arm around his shoulder and laughed loudly. "This little obstacle isn't enough to scare us, but it would be a different story for others. This kid still needs a lot of improvement." Liu Xishan looked around for a moment and then asked, "Where's Zhang Ping? Didn't he come back with you too?" After that, Baide recounted the story of Zhang Ping falling into the jungle for everyone to hear. This place had complex terrain and people who entered often didn't return. Hence the name the Lost Forest. Moreover, Feng Lai Xian and Bai Dai lacked directional skills. If they had suddenly jumped into the forest to look for Zhang Ping, then it's likely they wouldn't have been able to protect themselves. Chenming replied, "The Purge Squad's badge has a positioning function. After they enter the forest, they can find their way back at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Xishan volunteered to go search for Zhang Ping. Feng Laixin also wanted to go. He felt responsible for not paying attention to his wound, and he told Baide to go get his injuries treated first. Seeing his hesitation, Feng Laixin reassured him, "Don't worry, my wounds have started to heal. It's just that the efficiency is a bit slower than during the day. The beastified creatures in this forest can't hurt me." Thus they had divided the tasks. Chen Ming would go with Liu Xishan and Feng Laixin to rescue Zhang Ping, while Zhang Shuzhong would stay at the base with Bai Dai. Zhang Shuzhong was immediately overjoyed, but shook his head vigorously a second later to regain his composure. He stood at attention, seriously accepting the mission with solemnity. It was already dawn. Zhang Ping had been working hard in the cave all night. He didn't know how many times it had been, but he still felt that the body of Su Jingyao he had formed was still missing something. At this moment, Zhang Ping's pure blood body had ascended to the intermediate level, and his current growth value had reached 4 stars. He was overjoyed. The skill leveled up at the perfect time. "This time I can definitely resurrect Su Jingyao." Her body lit up. Zhang Ping almost held his breath in anticipation and excitement when he opened his eyes and saw the person in front of him. Tears welled up in Zhang Ping's eyes, and his hand unconsciously reached forward. Jingyao had really appeared and was talking to him. "Long time no see, Zhang Ping." Zhang Ping was half doubting, half joyful, whispering her name. Before he could even greet her, his body collapsed forward from exhaustion, alarming Su Jingyao. She came forward to support him, asking about his well-being with concern.